The Fisher investments were clearly different.
The winner of American Idol is Carrie Underwood. The only show that makes superstars is American Idol.
He might be the biggest star we've ever had on American Idol.
Be the first to witness who is next.
He is our Kelly Clarkson.
American Idol, new season, Sunday on ABC.
Natural disasters are a fact of life in the U.S. And between activities and school, chances are you won't be with your kids when they happen. Will they know what to do? Kids can help your children feel prepared, not scared. So talk with your family today.
There's a lot of fear in coming back to school. I'm a 40-year-old man that walked in there to get his high school diploma. It was very hard for me, but one of the teachers was Miss Araceli. She gave me direction. Every single time I had a question, she'll put down whatever she's doing and she'll sit there with you until you get it. 50% of getting your high school diploma is walking through those doors. The other 50% is doing the work.
Find free adult education classes near you at finishyourdiploma.org.
They're driving from
CJB, we sold them at, well, first of all, hi. Secondly, how are you? Well, I hope. Thirdly, nice to see ya. But to answer your question, we sold them at $8.99. Pretty freaking cheap when you compare it to some other breakers that were selling it for over $1,000.
Came in the gym. I grew up poor, man, and someone else is profiting off my likeness? No, it ain't right.
If another two-guard make more than me, that's a problem.
Go to school, get a job, get married at 30, have a family. So the fact that I wanted to do something in arts, that was left field for me.
As far as equal pay, I think we're just going to have to fight forever.
I went shopping on the road with this man. I'm not going to say no numbers. No, I want to hear numbers, bro.
Can you tell me what you lost, child?
I lost my career in every endorphin deal I had.
You just had one hit record. Why are you on a private plane?
There's never been another KB. So the uniqueness of you will inspire other kids to dream.
I'm doing good, man. Doing good. Nice to be live again. It's been a while.
So good. Check out an all-new season of
looking forward to ripping some optic basketball tonight.
Climate now streaming exclusively on ESPN Plus. Check it. All right. Also, the crossover back for a 7th year tonight and tomorrow on ESPN and the app. So once again, pairing college analysts with an NBA analyst. Tonight you got Doris Burke, LaFonso Ellis, and Adam Schefter at Bucks Pacers, followed by Jeff Van Gundy, Jimmy Dykes calling Lakers Nuggets. And speaking of Lakers Nuggets, tonight's game is going to factor big into the Western Conference standings. The Nuggets, you guys, have passed the Clippers. They now have the Lakers in their sights. The team split their first 2 matchups. The Nuggets on a 4-game win streak since Jamal Murray's return from ankle injury. Denver's just 3
Boom. So real quick, there's a filler so that we can get this thing moving along. It is an 8-spot filler at $2.50 a spot. Everyone gets to pick 2 teams. The 8 spot will get 3 teams. So we still have the Knicks, Wizards, Warriors available. Bulls, Celtics, Timberwolves, Mavericks, Nuggets, Blazers, the Suns, the Sixers, the Raptors, the Thunder, the Pacers, Rockets, and the Kings. So pretty sweet filler right here. At $2.50 a spot, you get to pick 2 teams. And if you end up with the 8th spot, you'll have 3 teams. Pretty sweet deal.
Team this year. They've gone from a younger team in the league to a more veteran team. And Paul, don't you want to rest guys a little bit as you get into that home
yeah,
stretch?
I mean, that's the idea, but like I said, like you said, you don't want to see the Clippers in the second round.
Let me post some stuff on the Insta tweets. Let the people know I'm live. See if we can get some more people in here. We got 2 people watching. What up?
The night after the trade deadline, and it was just sort of anarchy, and they won the game, and they've been on this good run now, wins in the last 3. What do you think of sort of where the Nuggets are, and especially after the deal they made?
Yeah, I mean, with Murray coming back from injury, it's
That's
like
a big
order has been restored.
Right.
You know, that dribble handoff offense, I just, it's really efficient when it works.
Yeah.
And they play a great brand of defense. I also love those retro uniforms.
I did see the UFC fights, man. Dude, I think Dominic Reyes won that fight, man. The way I had Dominic Reyes winning the first 3 rounds and John Jones winning the last 2. It was a really close fight, but for it to be a unanimous decision to go to John Jones is absolute BS. I agree with you, man. I definitely think Reyes won that fight. Like I said, I had him winning the first 3 rounds. And the only reason he lost the last 2, he was gassed. Like he was clearly gassed. And that was his first championship fight. So there should definitely be a rematch. Like ASAP. ASAP there needs to be a rematch on that one. And truthfully, man, John Jones, he didn't look like himself, man. You know, John Jones is usually the one who's the aggressor. You know, he's the one that's usually setting the tone, but he did not do it. I don't know if that was his game plan, you know, let Reyes tire himself out or what, but I definitely think Reyes won that fight. The judges in the UFC are kind of a joke. I can see why a good portion of fans think that the UFC is rigged, and it's really because of the judges. I feel like Dana White. I mean, I don't think there's much. I mean, I don't know. I don't think Dana White can do anything about it, or maybe he can. I don't know. I don't know how that works out. I'm pretty sure the judges are assigned, you know, by an outside committee or something like that. I'm not really sure how that works. But at the end of the day, the fighters know that they can't leave it up to the judges. You know, even in boxing, you know, just whenever that human element is involved, you know, when it comes to judging anything, there's gonna be, you know, I don't really know the word to describe it, but there's going to be some issues. There's going to be some errors. So I definitely think that the UFC needs to do something about that. But at the end of the day, the fighters need to do their job and, you know, not let it go to the judges. So in that sense, you know, I would hold the fighters accountable. You know, if you don't want to get to the judges, then knock the dude out. You know, knock him out or submit them, or TKO or whatever. You know what I mean? Don't leave it in the hands of the judges. But I definitely think Reyes won that fight, and I've seen a few videos on YouTube, and it seems like the majority of UFC fighters seem to agree. So it's not just me. Excuse me. Yeah, dude, he definitely took some big shots. John Jones definitely took some big shots in that fight. But yeah, they definitely got to run it back. I'm starting to think that Israel Adesanya, because Israel, I'm pretty sure you've known this, but Adesanya and Jones have been, you know, they've had a bit of a back and forth recently, and Adesanya is, you know, basically calling John Jones an old man, you know, washed up and whatnot. And no disrespect to Reyes, but John Jones definitely looked like a shell of himself in that fight. So I don't know, man. If John Jones can somehow get out of this, make it out of this year still undefeated, and Adesanya does as well, I think John Jones might get knocked out by Israel Adesanya. I really do. I don't think Izzy's the kind of guy to let it go to the judges. You know, he only, I think the only fight he's ever let go to the judges was that fight with, I think 2 fights. The fight with Silva, which he really dominated Anderson Silva in that match. You could tell that Adesanya had chances to knock him out. He just didn't do it out of respect, you know, because that's his childhood idol or whatever. And Kevin Gastelum, you know, that fight was also really good. I think that fight also went to the judges, but Adesanya was clearly the better fighter there. But yeah, man, I think if Adesanya and Jones end up meeting in 2021, which is what Israel wants to do, Israel still wants to, you know, do other things and get some of these other big names under his belt before he does get to John Jones and moves up in weight class. I think that fight might be it might be that might be the end of John Jones, man. I really don't see anybody on that kid's level, man. Izzy is an absolute beast. Like the guy. He reminds me of a young John Jones, minus all the extra bullshit, Like he's just unreal, man. The guy's unreal. Yeah, there's some big fights coming up. Izzy Romero, Ferguson Khabib. Ferguson Khabib. This is like the 4th time that they've had that fight lined up already, so I'll believe it when it actually happens. It would not surprise me at all if Khabib loses. No disrespect to Khabib, because he's a great fighter, or I should say a great athlete. But personally, I'm not a fan of wrestling. I'm not a fan of fighters in the MMA who are grapplers and wrestlers. Like I respect it, but as a fan of the fight game, I would much rather see striking and things like that, as opposed to dudes on the mat, wrestling each other. Yeah, I don't like it. And not for nothing, Khabib, like, who has Khabib really fought? You know what I mean? Like, aside from Conor McGregor, who, mind you, hadn't fought in the MMA for like a year or two. His last fight was with Mayweather before he got into the whole Khabib situation. He hadn't been in the octagon for like a year or two, so it was a rusty Conor McGregor. I feel like if they fought now with the mindset that Conor McGregor has, I think I don't have a doubt that Conor could beat Khabib. I mean, no disrespect again to Khabib, but like, who has he really beat? You know what I mean? Like, he's beaten people. He's beaten nobodies. Like, maybe I'm wrong, but I can't think of any big name that Khabib has beaten. Like, he beat Dustin Poirier. Okay, that was cool. Maybe Poirier. I'll give you that, but I really hope Ferguson knocks out Khabib. Nothing against Khabib, great dude. I just prefer striking as opposed to wrestling. It's just a lot more fun for me. I mean, they do have UFC cards, if I'm not mistaken. Not to mention, there's a boxing match coming out next week, Wilder and Fury. That should be a good one. Ain't gonna be no wrestling in that one.
win.
Yeah.
But do you think that avoiding those off-court endeavors, he declined to be in Space Jam 2, right? Do you think that that increases Giannis's odds of winning a title?
Not at all. We've seen this happen many, many times from many superstars. Michael Jordan, Kobe Bryant, LeBron James, they've all done these things.
I feel you. That jiu-jitsu's no joke. Again, I have nothing but respect for it.
He doesn't care about those things.
But
he is
I just would much rather see somebody get knocked out.
winning a championship, and that is the only thing on his mind.
In 2017, I was assigned a preseason magazine feature on Giannis Antetokounmpo. He would only agree if his entire team was included. This was a very Tim Duncan, reminiscent of Duncan, who famously would only do the cover inside if he was surrounded by teammates. And look, I think every guy is different. I mean, absolutely. But he has that sort of Duncan-esque approach.
Masvidal and Usman might be fighting.
Focus.
I hope that fight happens. You know, I'm a big Masvidal fan.
Where, as you discussed before, he's adding a baby.
I remember when he used to fight. He used to actually fight in the backyard by my neighborhood, man. No joke. Him and Kimbo Slice are South Florida boys.
Hey, I'll take it. Right? There you go. When we get to our
Actually, Kimbo Slice and Donna 5000 are from Perrine, which is where I currently reside in South Florida. So I remember being in high school, you know, watching their fights on YouTube and shit like that. So I'm a bit, you know, very happy for what Masvidal's doing. You know, if he had taken his career more seriously, you know, at an earlier, you know, if he had took his career seriously from the beginning, he probably might have gone down as one of the greats. But he let a lot of decisions go to the judges, and you know, he calls himself the split decision king, and that's not exactly a good thing. I think what's up, Ryan? I think he has the record in the UFC for like the most split decision losses by any fighter in any weight class. And even then, dude, he has like almost like 50 professional fights under his belt, and I can't wait to see him and Usman go at it. He did get destroyed by Wonder Boy. I'm not gonna lie about that one. Wonder Boy definitely rocked my guy. He didn't knock him out, but he definitely whooped. He definitely put a beating on him. But what's Wonder Boy done lately? I think he won his last fight, but before that, Wonder Boy got knocked out nasty. I forgot by who.
That's a big catalyst.
Either way, it'll be excited to see them all duking out. There's other teams. Talk about the Pelicans also wanting that 8th seed.
Wonder Boy coming with that karate.
Chicago, 2 p.m. Central. Come early.
That's right. Pettis put a little whooping on him. That's another dude that should be a lot better than he is. Ever since he came out with that Wheaties box.
Are you worried that I'm out dressing you today? Hold on 1 second. Brandon told me to.
Kind of been on a losing streak. Yeah, he lost to Darren Till.
The other thing he said, oh yeah, don't get.
Lost to Anthony Pettis.
Are you a super?
He lost to Tyrone Woodley.
How about you ask who?
His last fight, he at 244, he beat Vicente Luque or whatever.
I will find out later.
And he beat Masvidal in a unanimous decision. That fight, I feel like they should run that one back. That would be a nice fight to see again. Masvidal and Wonder Boy.
That stat line's been achieved by only 3 19-year-olds previously. The Blazers threw everyone they could at him, and no one had an answer.
Raj, what up?
But Williamson has a plus.
My assistant late as usual. It's all right though. We'll hold it against.
Averaging more than 25 minutes per game. Pablo, we all figured Zion would be good, but has he exceeded your expectations so far?
Yes, he has, because he made the Portland Trail Blazers look like NC State. The way that his game has translated, how comprehensive it is. Like, it's not just the fact that he's a guy who can dunk a lot, although we love throwing up big photos behind him.
Pelicans are gone, brother, man.
It's the fact that
Leon Edwards and Masvidal would be a good one.
Impact, though, as you say, he's as impactful as any player in the league.
You know, my boy gonna finish giving out that 3-piece in the soda.
Those 3 19-year-olds you mentioned in your league, it's Luka Doncic, it's Kevin Durant, it's LeBron James. That's the company he's now swimming in.
All right, so the defense part you point to, I actually find defensively that's where you start finding the holes in this if you want to, because it's not. I mean, he has a 19-year-old.
No, he was Jesse's assistant, but not anymore.
Not so much because some of this I did.
Oh, dude, I'm not sleeping on McGregor, man. I'm a big McGregor fan. I'm glad to see that he's, you know, the new humble McGregor. I think is a dangerous McGregor.
Where he's getting his buckets, it's not a whole lot of Zion being the one to make it happen. It's him right place, right time. And that is what I thought he
I mean, again, Jesse's assistant, if he's not getting back to you, man, I don't know what to tell you. But he was here today. Woodley's going to be fighting Leon Edwards?
But to be fair,
well, I was watching an interview today from Masvidal, and they asked him if he would ever fight Woodley, and he said that he would rather not fight him, but if it was for the strap and the money was right, that he would fight him, because, you know, they're boys, and, you know, they're on the same, I think they're both with America's Top Team and whatnot, but Tyron Woodley definitely has to show. He's got to show something, man, because his last fight with Usman mauled Tyron Woodley, and I don't know who that was, because that was not Tyron Woodley. Like like that fight was so weird to see. Like Usman just dominated him, all five. Like it was just ridiculous. But I would like to see Masvidal and Leon Edwards go at it. You know, with that, you know, that little backstage situation with the 3-piece and the soda. Would like to see that fight happen. That'd be nice. And what'll probably happen is are Woodley and Leon Edwards actually fighting? Like, is that actually happening? Because what'll probably happen is if they make the Masvidal Usman fight and they do the Woodley Edwards fight, the winner of both those fights would have to fight each other. I would think so, right? So if Masvidal ends up beating Usman, which personally I think would happen, and I'm biased, of course, but if Masvidal and Usman go at it, I think Masvidal wins that fight via knockout or a TKO. And if Edwards and Woodley go at it, well, it depends on which Woodley we see. If we see, you know, like 2016 Woodley, he might end up mauling Leon Edwards. But then again, Leon Edwards is no joke. That dude can scrap. So, yeah, it'll be interesting to see. On the 21st, damn, there's going to be a lot of good fights to start the year. I want to see Conor McGregor's next fight, man. That dude is ready to fight, like, now. You know, hopefully the Masvidal Usman fight happens soon. I would like to see Masvidal fight at least 3 times this year. Same with McGregor. I think McGregor says he plans to fight 3 times this year. He's already fought, so he's got to fight 2 more times. I would like for him to end up fighting Khabib too. But then it depends. I mean, if Ferguson ends up beating Khabib, then does McGregor really have a reason to fight Khabib? I mean, I guess he would. You know, you kind of got to run that back, and it'd be a huge, probably be the biggest pay-per-view in UFC history if they end up with that rematch, even if it's not for the strap. And then the winner of that match would have to fight, you know, the champ, you know, who or whatever. So it could either be McGregor against Ferguson, and the winner of that match goes. I mean, I don't know. A lot can happen. I know Conor McGregor wants to fight in three weight classes, maybe get 3 straps in 3 different divisions, which would be crazy. No fighter in UFC history has ever done that, but if anyone can do it, it'll be Conor. I'm hoping Daniel Cormier comes back to complete the trilogy with Miocic. That would be great. My boy had a pretty good fight this past weekend. My balls is hot. I forget his name, but he won that fight in a decision. So him and Miocic is the heavyweight champ. So I don't know. It's Derek Lewis. A lot can happen. But the UFC is weird, man. The UFC is weird. Like they never have like, they'll have like the champion fight like the 4th or 5th ranked fighter in their division, as opposed to fighting, the number 1 contender. But yeah, at least we can all agree that Dominic Reyes definitely deserved to win that fight. Gotta work on that cardio, man. Those championship rounds are no joke. And Gagwell versus Rostenstrik, Cody Garbrandt making his comeback too. Man, what happened to that guy? Cody Garbrandt looked like he was going to be really good until he got humbled by his homeboy, who has since been caught for like PEDs or some shit. I forget the guy's name. But they used to be on the same team, and then that other dude left for another camp, and it was just, I don't know. It was a bit of a kind of a high school drama there. That's his name, Dillashaw. I want to see that Adesanya Romero fight. That fight's gonna be nuts. But what sucks is Romero's just old, man. I know that he can probably go all 5 rounds, but the truth of the matter is the dude's up there in age. If that fight had been made 10 years ago, if you took Adesanya today and Romero from like 10 years ago, that fight would be ridiculous. But I do think Adesanya is going to end up beating Romero. I would not be surprised if he knocks him out. Like, I feel like people don't really give Adesanya the respect he deserves. But the guy is just... He's John Jones minus the cocaine problem. Yeah, it's nice to see that we have some fight fans up in here. If only we had some like UFC stuff to break, that'd be kind of cool. I wouldn't mind. We did have a product a few years ago that it was a blend of like all different types of sports. There was like wrestling autographs, there was some boxing autographs, some MMA stuff. I remember I hit a what's his name? I hit a Nature Boy autograph, a Shawn Michaels autograph. I believe there was a Conor McGregor auto in that case, and like a Lionel Messi. Like it was a bunch of random sports. Lionel Messi was in there too. Kids Play. This has been in the store now for a couple days. The Pelicans sold for $8.99. Grizzlies sold for $7.99. It was a Leaf product. I forget the name of it, but it was a Leaf product. Really cool stuff. Nah, it wasn't Pearl. I would know if it was Pearl. Pearl. That's like, I think that's like the highest end the Leaf stuff has. I've literally never ripped Pearl. I wish we could get some Leaf stuff. Maybe in the near future. I think it was metal. I think it was Leaf metal. But there were sticker autographs. The videos are somewhere on our YouTube channel. But anyways, hope everyone's doing well. It's been about like a week or something since we've last been live. So we got Optic in today. We have 2 cases of it. Obviously, the biggest teams are already gone. The Pelicans and the Grizzlies are gone in both cases. But there are still some good teams up for grabs. The Knicks, Wizards, Warriors, Bulls, Celtics, Timberwolves, Mavericks, Nuggets, Blazers, Suns, Sixers, and the Raptors are all still available in Optic number 1. I do have a filler going. What's up, Jimbo? I do have a filler going. It's $250 a spot, 8 spots total. For $250, you get to pick 2 teams, and if you end up with the 8th spot, you'll get 3 teams in a full case of Optic basketball.
So I want to talk to you guys. I think going forward, I'm ready to live my truth, and I
there you go, Kids Play.
Reference that she and her
get that money.
I would love for you guys to call me Zaya. And so internally, now it's our job to, 1, go out and get information, to reach out to every relationship that we have. My wife reached out to everybody on the cast of Pose. We're just trying to figure out as much information we can to make sure that we give our child the best opportunity to be, her best self.
Like, it's what's the point in being on this earth if you're going to try to be someone you're not? It's like you're not even living as yourself. It's just like the dumbest concept to me. I think, and I know it can get tough, definitely. But I think you push through and you be the best you.
So, Bo, what comes to mind when you hear from Wade and his daughter there?
Well, I was struck more from Wade. Now, from his daughter, of course, there's kind of the clarity of understanding life that seems to be you would not necessarily expect.
So, I mean, I'm not. I don't know if you guys have heard, but Dwayne Wade. I think Dwayne Wade's like second youngest. Identifies as a female. So, like now he's asking everyone to to refer to him as Zaya, and refer to him as a her or a she, because he identifies as a female. I mean, I'm not a father. I'm not a father. I don't have siblings or anything like that. But that's a crazy. I don't know, man. That's a tough one, dude. That's a tough one. Like, I hear you, Ryan. I mean, everyone's entitled to their opinion, of course. Who am I to say you're right or wrong? But yeah, I mean, it's got to be tough, as a man, as a heterosexual man. And mind you, I don't have any kids or anything like that, but I do like to think that I can put myself in people's shoes, and I feel like I'm a very empathetic person. it's got to be tough for D Wade. You know what I mean? Like, how do you deal with that? You know what I mean? Like, how do you tell your kid? Like, it's such a weird spot to be in, man. It's crazy. It's really, like, I don't know. Like, it's such a weird thing. Like, I don't know, man. It's a tough one.
Statistics around suicide and suicide attempts are crazy. 80% of trans people have seriously contemplated suicide. 40% of them have attempted it. That's 5% of the general population. So this is a marginalized group that needs allies, that needs people to see them and hear them as they are. And Dwayne Wade and the Wades, they're doing that.
Well, and they probably, in many cases, need parents to treat them with a certain base of respect. But I think that parent part is very important here, because I don't, like, I've said this many times about people with their kids. I don't have kids, right? But in a lot of ways, people treat kids like vanity projects. There's a reason why people name their children after themselves, regardless of the gender, right? It's because they see these kids as a continuation of themselves, continuation of their families, everything else. And I think that people have in their minds, they imagine what they think it will be like when their child comes. And this is probably, for most of them, a deviation from what they thought that it was going to be. And then sprung upon them this concept that they don't know what to do with. And honestly, as marginalized as trans people are, I wonder for a lot of these parents, if they're kind of like, who am I supposed to go talk to?
What's up, Jay Minutes?
Which I imagine leads to further isolation and exacerbates the problems that we're talking about. You got to do it out here saying, no, this is happening in my house also. You can go ask some people some questions too. I think that there's a real value.
Real shit, like real talk. If you had a kid, right, who was born a man or born a boy or whatever, and once that kid grows up to be like, you know, what, like 10 years old or something, comes to you as their parent and says to you, hey, mom and dad, I know I was born a boy, but I identify as a girl. What are you going to do? Like, what are you going to do at that point? You know what I mean? Like, it's different when you're talking about someone else's situation, but like, imagine if it happened to you, or vice versa. Like, what if you had a girl who came to you and said, hey, I think I'm a boy. You know, like, you know, I identify as a man. Like, we live in a crazy, crazy, crazy time. You know, I feel like this has been a thing for as long as humans have been around, you know, transgenders or whatever you want to call them. But I feel like now with social media, the internet, and just technology in general, you know, it's becoming more prevalent. It's becoming more of a thing because, you know, so many of us have access to so many outlets. You know, we have all this information being thrown at us at all times. So, you know, or like just with anything in general, like people's, like, oh my God, you know, it's crazy how, you know, kids are being abducted and being sold into, you know, sex trafficking and blah, blah, blah. Like, that's been happening. Like, that's not like, it's not like it just happened. Like, it's been happening. Like, the only reason you know about it now is because you have access to that information now, or I don't know. It's just we live in a really crazy time. I feel like it's a crazy time right now. No, Dirk, not at all. I mean, global warming's definitely a thing. And transgenders are a thing too. I mean, whether you want to believe it or not. It was like I'm watching this fucking this show on ESPN, and like they had a segment about Dwayne Wade's son wanting to identify, you know, who identifies as a woman now. So he wants, like, D Wade like went on like Ellen DeGeneres and was like, you know, talking to her about it or whatnot. So we kind of just talked about it in the chat there. I mean, like, yeah, I like having these discussions. You know what I mean? Like, For me, I'm not I don't like to think that I'm an ignorant person. I like to I'm very accepting of just things in general. I'm not the kind of person where it's like, well, I'm wrong, I'm right and you're wrong kind of deal. Like, no, man, like I'm a very open person. And whether we agree or not, that's neither here nor there. But I do feel like these conversations need to be had. You know what I mean? Like we're not going to progress as a human race if we don't talk about these issues. You know what I mean? Like, because it's definitely a thing. Just because you may not be dealing with it, or you don't know anyone that's dealing with it, it's an issue for somebody. And for me, I like to have an open mind. I'm a very, like I said, I'm a very accepting person, and I don't know, man. It's something that I like to discuss from time to time, just because I like to see what where other people are coming from, and for me, I'm selfish about it in the sense that I like to be knowledgeable. You know what I mean? I don't like to be ignorant. I like to, know things, if you will. Yeah, this is true. J-Mess is true. There was a time when being gay was well. What's funny about that too is like back in the days, the Greeks and those dudes were hella gay, super gay, but like they still had like a wife and kids and stuff like that. You know what I mean? Like being gay is not like a new thing. It's just more in your face now because everybody has a camera phone, social media, so everyone has an opinion and everyone's not afraid to voice it. But no, definitely, being gay, I guess was considered taboo at a time. Now it's like, I wouldn't say it's normal because in some senses it's still kind of taboo for a lot of people. But for me, I'm 30 years old. You know what I mean? I'm probably the youngest person here, and for me, I remember when I first met, the first gay person I ever met was like in middle school, and I definitely thought it was weird. You know what I mean? Like, oh, here's this dude who's like super hella feminine, like gay, like what's that? Oh, turns out he likes dudes. Like, okay, whatever. And then, I had a conversation. I don't know how it happened, though, but I had a conversation with a guy. Cool dude, Just so happens that he's gay. Like, who am I to judge? It's, I don't know. It's life is crazy, bro. Life is crazy. Different strokes for different folks. Isn't half of Florida gay? I wouldn't put a number on it, but if I had to guess, I would say probably 15%. Probably 10 or 15%. I hear you, Ryan. Like, why can't kids just be kids? You know what I mean? Like why do we have to push all these agendas on kids? Like, just let them be kids. You know what I mean? Like, I remember when I was a kid, I used to want to be an architect, and then I figured out how much time I would have to spend in school for that. I said, fuck that noise. I want to be a copper. Until I had my first run-in with the law, and it didn't go very well for me. And then I was like, fuck coppers, I want to be a judge. And then I looked into like how much school that required, and I was like, well, fuck that, I'm just going to sell sports cards with dudes on them. And here I am. Oh, dude, the XFL, not for nothing. I like the kickoff rule that they have in the XFL. It's definitely a lot safer for everyone involved, and it's different. I like it. I also like the extra point rules where you don't kick for the extra point. I will say this, though. I don't think I ever saw anyone do the double forward pass. In the XFL, apparently, you're allowed to do 2 forward passes as long as you're behind the line of scrimmage. I don't think I saw that this weekend. But I think the XFL, and we kind of talked about it before it happened, but I like the XFL in the sense that it gives us a gap. Americans, we want football all the time. So it gives us that gap of the NFL season being over up until like the NFL draft or whatever. So we have that gap being filled with the XFL, and it's kind of cool because most of the players that are playing the XFL, they were in the practice squads, on an NFL team, or they played college ball. So it's not like they're just picking dudes off the streets. I mean, they kind of are. But you know what I mean? Like it's like these guys, they've played football at a high level, So it'll be kind of cool that maybe it could be like a minor league for football. Like kind of like how with baseball you have AAA and AA and all that other stuff. That's what the XFL could probably be for the NFL. You go into the NFL draft, you don't get picked by a team, or you make it onto a practice squad, they cut you. You still have a chance to play some high level football via the XFL, and then maybe you ball out in the XFL, and you have you get a call from an NFL team. That'd be kind of cool. The one thing I don't like about the XFL is all the audio, man. Like I don't want to have to listen to the coach call every single play. Like I don't want to hear that. Kids play. I saw a 1-of-1 LeBron already get hit. That gold vinyl is so nice. Ooh, that'd be kind of cool, Jimbo. That'd be kind of cool. Kind of like like a Premier League kind of deal. You get the worst 2 teams you get the worst team in the AFC and the worst team in the NFC, and you throw them into the XFL. That'd be kind of cool.
Could Zion be even better than we thought?
All right, so 31-9 and.
How about Zion Williamson though? I tried to tell y'all. Do not sleep on Zion. And now the guy is balling. I think he's played more than 30 minutes like once since he's been back. Extremely efficient, and he really looks like a man beast, like a boy beast out there. Like he's 19 years old. Wait till next year, when he loses like 30 pounds and grows into his body.
Sometimes because he's so big. If he just stayed inside the box, played his game that everybody thinks he should play, which is 5.4 feet from the rim, which is what his average shot is right now, he's going to be able to give you high 20s, 30s. He can be the Shaq of the small forward
power forwards, if you will. But his teammates and everybody's telling him, hey, think outside the box, do something different. He hasn't even tried that yet outside of that first game.
Jimbo!
He took one last night,
as well.
And was still absolutely dominant. In an age where we're talking about, hey, you got to be able to shoot the three. Hey, he might be able to do that eventually, but he can perfect his game and absolutely dominate without having that element at all. So to answer the question, yeah, he could absolutely be better than we thought he was, because he could be a 30, 32, 34 point a game scorer eventually.
Yeah, you mentioned Shaq. He's only the third guy in the last 30 years after Shaq and Grant Hill to have 7 20-point-plus games in his first 10, and it only took him 9. This guy is doing amazing things, and he already looks stronger and faster and more in shape just from playing the games that he has.
Of what kids play of optic?
Injury. And I think that the thing stands. Yes, he could absolutely be even better than we thought he could be, but the hype coming out of Duke and what we expected before the injury slowed his NBA debut was this transformative game.
Well, Jimbo, I'm glad to hear that it's okay at the moment, my man.
The question remains less, can he be even better than we thought, which sure, and how long can he be this great? That's still the sticking point for me. His body, his weight, his ability to stay durable. You know, if he only has to do it in 28 minutes, that'll sure help, right? But I don't know if that'll happen every single game. So it's more about how long do we get to enjoy this absolute freak dominating.
Can I defend on behalf of all my big brethren the wide bodies who carry people day in, day out over about 28 minutes?
Wow. Wow.
I've been here for 8 years, giving you 250 shows a year, thick with 2 C's and thick in general. Come on, man. No look.
Kids play. I would think that it's probably a power move on their end. You know, boxes are selling for like $500, man. So, you know, if they can sell them at $500 a pop today, imagine tomorrow. You know, they might be able to sell them at $550 or maybe $600. Yeah, man. Let's be honest. It's all about the money, man. Dollar bills, y'all. Well, I hope not, Jimbo. I hope it's not the T word.
Because they look like that when they're at home, and when they're on the road, they have the same record on the road as the Knicks. You can't be a contender in the playoffs looking like that when you're 9-19 on the road.
Yeah, that's the answer here. They're not back because they had a great home performance. All they've been doing is putting up great home performances. They're 25-2 at home. If they weren't really good at home or away, we would just leave them alone. The reason
you bought the Panini bot and everything. What is that?
Awful or back or Embiid is the guy or Ben Simmons is the reason that they can't perform up to expectations is because when they perform like this, we see the potential. We see how tough of a matchup they are. And then they go on the road and we question how mentally strong they can be and why it is that they can look like
250 a spot, 8 spot snake draft, and we fill optic number 1. You get to pick 2 teams for 250 snake draft style. If you end up with the 8th spot, you'll have 3 teams: Knicks, Wizards, Warriors, Bulls, Celtics, Timberwolves, Mavs, Nuggets, Blazers, Suns, Sixers, Raptors, Thunder, Pacers, Rockets, Kings, and the Jazz still up for grabs.
He can be to this team, but the one thing that has been pretty darn consistent for this team all year long, other than their home play, is Ben Simmons. Ben has been giving you these types of performances. Whether Joel has been doing it next to him or whether Joel has even been available next to him has been the main reason why this team has been inconsistent.
So the Panini bot is a program to mass buy.
How to work this offense. Well, the pieces around those 2 guys keep changing, and I'm not sure if they're melding the way they want to, right? And so I think the one thing that is consistent in what the team wants more of is effort from Joel Embiid. And regardless of how he gets it, whether it be being the villain on Twitter or being the villain and shushing his home crowd or just playing more aggressively, that's all Brett Brown really wants. That's all he's ever said is, hey, bury your guy in the post, get deep post-ups, and get easy buckets. Hey, roll hard. It'll make things more difficult for the opposition. So
J-Man's got 6 boxes without a box.
But what Joel Embiid is doing is what Brett Brown has wanted all this time.
Izzy, quietly, they benched Al Horford. He's looked like he could be a little bit spent and part of the problem there. That was not a small move they made last night.
No, it wasn't, and we've been talking about their spacing not being ideal. We've been talking about them not having the right people around Joel and Ben. And while, listen, Al Horford was a great get for them because he got them away from the Celtics, he's not necessarily the perfect fit to play alongside those two guys, especially in today's NBA, especially when you have Ben Simmons who can't shoot. So I like the move for the team. I don't know if it's going to be too good for Al Horford personally.
Yeah, poor Al Horford gets booed and gets benched, and Embiid gets booed and then gets to have this comeback game where everybody loves him again.
Coming up next on my Soul Stevie show.
I call this a gift, not only to the Wades, because they become better and more evolved people by understanding and learning through the experiences of their daughter, but also a gift to the world, because when you put someone in a power position, the way that Dwayne Wade is, and you challenge him with something that is surely a challenge, even as accepting as he might be, and he handles it this way, he gives an example to all the people out there that feel like they know him and that may not ever meet someone who's transgender in their lifetime, who are afraid of it, who don't understand
Oh,
it.
bam. So ESPN's going to be talking about this.
A little bit of the door is opened ajar for them to step in and try to understand.
Highly questionable.
Yeah, kids play. Try to buy things the old-fashioned way, you jerk.
Working out?
If you can't beat them, join them.
I feel great. Well, sorry.
Whatever happens out there today, remember, you have the Hilton app.
Will the Hilton app help us pick the starters?
Great question. No. But it can help you pick your room from the full thing.
Can the Hilton app help us score?
Yeah, it's not that kind of thing, but you can score through Wi-Fi.
Is that same thing you have?
Hey, we're all winners with the Hilton card.
What?
All right? Man, you guys are adorable. All right, let's go lose this soccer.
New Apex season is great, if anyone's wondering.
Rate, we match it and give you 25%.
I thought about downloading it the other day, but then I was like, nah.
Next day shipping, getting it the same day. With Ace, you can buy online and get free in-store pickup, or get it delivered that day. Around the block, what you need in stock, with people who...
Do they have like new game modes at least? Like my thing is, I'm not a fan of the battle royale deal. But if it was like team deathmatch or something like that, that'd be kind of cool. Oh, Raj, I see what you're saying there. Oh, very funny. There you go, Jimbo. You know, if you can't beat them, you don't have to necessarily join them if you're not even participating.
Covers all of them in just $130. One a day and done.
Could switching to Geico really save you 15% or more on car insurance? The woodchucks chuck wood.
So Apex is still doing. You know what? I think for me, the reason I don't like it is probably because on my PlayStation, it's a little laggy. Like my internet isn't the greatest, and that's because I'm on. I use the Wi-Fi. I'm not like on. If I was on a line, I'd have no problem. But the box is pretty far from my room. But I can't even remember like the last time the hell? Yeah, I don't know. I think the last time I played like a shooter was probably like Black Ops 3 or something like that. I don't know. Maybe I have to get, maybe I have to try it again and see what's up. I've been playing Mad Max lately. It was a free game, I think at some point last year on the PlayStation Network, and it's a pretty fun game. And I'm I'm close to beating it. So after that, I'll probably start playing. I downloaded Titanfall. I hear Titanfall's pretty fun. So I'll probably give that a shot. I got Devil May Cry 5. A friend of mine let me borrow that. I've been meaning to play it, but I when I'm playing one game, I'm playing that one game. So once I'm done with Mad Max, I'll play something else.
Just from the Clevelander Hotel on beautiful South Beach, Miami.
Will Dwayne Wade talking about his daughter on Ellen open minds within the NBA and beyond?
And his wife, Gabrielle Union, both very strong in support of being pioneers in an area where it can be difficult unless you are someone who, as a parent, loves in a way that is supportive. So let's go out to Dwayne Wade, tackling something here that in the male testosterone world of sports sometimes can be frowned upon. He's saying, no, I am going to support my child because I love my child no matter what.
We take our roles and our responsibility as parents.
Yeah, so they're going to talk about this
so when our child
on
comes
Sports
home,
Center later today, too.
A question. When a child comes home with an issue, when a child comes home with anything, it's our job as parents to listen to that, to give them the best information that we can, the best feedback that we can.
People paying $50 a blaster on optic?
Sexuality is now involved in it. So once Zion
what is that, like
came home,
Target or something?
First Zion, everybody, I don't know if everyone knows, originally named Zion born as a boy, came home and said, hey, so I want to talk to you guys. I think going forward, I'm ready to live my truth, and I want to be.
Got some good stuff coming out, JMS. Select Football usually does very well.
And so internally, now is our job to go out and get information, to reach out to every.
Damn kids play. Go to your nearest Walmart or Target and buy them things up and flip them, man.
The best opportunity to be, her best self.
I understand if you're looking at this confused, you're looking at me saying, why are you making heroism out of this? You're too liberal. I understand if you're saying to yourself, hey, a 12-year-old doesn't get to decide his or her.
I'll drop it to 240. 240 a spot, you get to pick two teams, and we fill optic number 1. If you end up with the 8th spot, you'll have 3 teams.
Expectations are for them. Dwayne Wade and his wife are loving enough that they are allowing a child to be supported with love no matter what the consequences are and the noise that is being directed at your television now because there are people that don't approve of it.
This is such a layered subject here, and just for the perfect example of that is, look, we are still wrapping our minds around what it is to be LGBTQ in general, what it is to be gay and lesbian. If you look at in male sports, in U.S. male sports, there's one team player, Colin Martin of the MLS and USL, who is out. There are no more. There are many women who are out and who have gone through a lot of the things that closeted male men would.
Walmart stocks on Fridays. Look at you with inside information. You're just a cheater all around, huh, kids play?
That subject in itself, the fact that it's 2020 and we have one male who's out in U.S. team sports, goes to show you how much more growth we have to have here. And here you have Dwayne Wade, one of our sporting legends, the picture of masculinity while he played, doing this in real time, showing us, oh, I have a transgender child named Zaya, and I am supportive of that, and I'm telling you why that is. That is a lot for people to wrap their minds around. Will this open the eyes? Of course, it has to open people's eyes, because look at Dwayne Wade himself. It must have opened his eyes as a parent. Do you think he was ready for this when he first had Zaire and then Zion and then his daughter? He had no idea this was coming. He had to learn about this, and here he is sort of teaching others how to go about this. And the fact that we are, a lot of people's first response is to be offended by this, to think that the child is wrong. A child, when we are children, we are our most genuine self. How could you say that this child is
Antonio
wrong?
Brown
That just shows you how far we have to
apologized to Roethlisberger and the Steelers.
Way further than you thought you were ready to go, and he's pulling you into the conversation. And that, of course,
good for that guy.
So Pistons guard Reggie Bullock,
but a little too late,
spoken about transgender rights because of his sister, but Dwayne Wade is on a whole nother level in terms of stardom, and it being his child, I think, makes a big difference. It feels very common sense to say that you should love and support your child no matter what. that letting them be the
Well, kids play.
And giving them the acceptance and the inclusion.
Don't break any laws, man.
Is very simple, but for some people it might not be. And for Dwayne Wade to set an example,
don't break any laws.
The minds of other people. I call this a gift. Not only to the Wades, because they become better and more evolved people by understanding.
Anyone else like to chew ice? I like to chew ice.
But also a gift to the world, because when you put someone in a power position, the way that Dwayne Wade is, and you challenge him with something that is surely a challenge, even as accepting as he might be, and he handles it this way, he gives an example to all the people out there that feel like they know him, and that may not ever meet someone who's transgender in their lifetime, who are afraid of it, who don't understand it, and because of their connection to sports and Dwayne Wade are a little bit of the door is opened ajar for them to step in and try to understand. I think this is going to be huge, and his role not only in this, but in acceptance
right, still pretty early.
Plus community could help what Izzy spoke to earlier, which is to say that locker rooms around the
But I think we can rip Optic tonight.
To abuse language and act in certain ways, knowing that their brother Dwayne Wade is out there speaking on behalf of it.
And think about this, guys. Zaya having this support of people around her, this family, where she doesn't have to go around wondering if people are going to accept her. She doesn't have to go around hiding who she is and wondering, walking on eggshells around certain people. She's got this family who's...
What's going on, Ghost Gaming?
She doesn't have to waste years of her life.
How you doing, my man?
Or shameful, the way so many, whether it be transgender children or LGBTQ children in general, have to live by. This is something that's eye-opening. It's something that every potential parent should absolutely listen to, and just listen to her speak to it herself.
You have to be yourself, because really even, like, it's what's the point in being on this earth if you're going to try to be someone you're not? It's like you're not even living as yourself. It's like the dumbest concept to me. It's just like, you know, be true and don't really care what, like, the stereotypical way of, like, being you is.
She's wise beyond her years, and Ellen brought up an interesting point in the clip right after that, is that just his own protection and love for her will not protect her out in the world. And people are violent, and there are massive, very depressing numbers about violence against transgender people. What does that mean for Dwayne?
It's RipCityCards@gmail.com, gaming.
For transgender people who maybe don't have the resources that he does.
There you go.
Oh, this is awful. Try it. Oh, no, that looks gross. What is that? You gotta try it. It's terrible. I don't want to try it. It's terrible. It's like mango chutney and burnt hair. No thanks. I have a very sensitive palate. Just try it.
Guys, I think we should hurry up.
If you taste something bad, you want someone else to try it. It's what you do.
I can't get the taste out of my mouth.
If you want to save 15% more on car insurance, you switch to Geico. It's what you do.
Shh, don't.
I just feel stuck, Doc, and I'm hearing voices.
You feel stuck because you are stuck in a giant chocolate bar.
Alright, still pushing this Optic.
That's me.
$2.40 a spot. You get to pick two teams. Snake draft style, and we fill Optic number 1. If you end up with the 8th spot, you'll get 3 teams.
Until you get it.
Hello, it is me. So hello from the other side. I must have called 1,000 times to tell you I'm sorry for everything that I have done. But when I call, you never seem to be home. Hello from the outside. At least I can say that I have tried to tell you I'm sorry for breaking your heart. But it don't matter. It really doesn't tear you apart anymore.
Thanks for nothing, Adele.
Alright, Ghost Gaming. I'll get back to you at some point tonight, man.
I grew up in the project. I'm 10 months sober.
That wasn't garbage. It was great.
We got you.
You have a second chance.
American Idol this Sunday on ABC. Now at Dave & Buster's, the greatest deal ever on the greatest games ever. The Great 8, now free. Eat, drink, and play free. Only at Dave & Buster's. In fast food,
It's still pretty early.
There's fresh value from Subway.
It's about to be 6 o'clock.
Oven roasted chicken for just $2.99. It's seasoned all white meat chicken raised without antibiotics. Start the year off fresh. Fresh value only from Subway.
Up to 90% of people fall short in getting key nutrients from food alone. One a day covers all of them. in just one serving. One a day and done.
Hello. I saw you move in and I wanted to welcome you to the neighbourhood with some homemade biscuits.
Oh, that's so nice.
And a little tip. Geico could help you save on homeowners insurance.
Cookies.
Biscuits.
A little nutmeg in it?
Oh, it's my mum's secret recipe.
You can tell me.
It's a secret.
Is it cinnamon?
It's my mum's secret recipe.
Call Geico and see how easy.
Joel, I responded to you.
I'll come back.
So check that when you can.
Just feel stuck, Doc. And I'm hearing.
No problem, Joel.
You feel stuck because you are stuck in a giant chocolate bar.
Huh. What about the voices?
That's me.
There it is again.
Biggest fight in recent history.
Live Fury 2, February 22nd. Buy on pay-per-view or ESPN+.
Natural disasters are a fact of life in the U.S. And between activities and school, chances are you won't be with your kids when they happen. Will they know what to do? Ready.gov/kids can help your children feel prepared, not scared. So talk with your family today.
Here you go.
Thank you.
Thank you.
They're driving from everywhere to Sienna. Feel Volkswagen because Anna makes buying a VW easy. Lease the new 2020 Tiguan S for only $229. Experience exceptional prices, selection, and service at Feel. Visit Anna today and you'll be like thousands of saves.
Alright, I took care of that for you.
Highly questionable.
Joel.
By Zombies 2 on the Disney
Just
Channel.
need you to send that
In
payment,
Disney
brother.
now.
Time to play the game that's going to be on your televisions until 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
Do You Question is the name of the game. You can stop smirking with your
Smiling
Around the
too much.
Horn promotion. You're on this show. Stay here. Be present. Give us topics and events. We question you.
Do you question if Obi Toppin really dunked on his younger brother Jacob?
Okay.
Let me
this is
check
what
on
you
that.
have here. Dayton is really good at basketball this year.
Yep,
Obi
you're good to go.
Toppin's a really
Thank you,
good
my man.
basketball
Appreciate
player.
it.
His brother, less good a basketball player. He plays at Rhode Island. And Jacob, before the game, Obi said, if he gets in my way, I'm going to put him on Sports Center. So how about highly
It
questionable?
has been
too?
done. I took the teams out for you.
A decent second place.
Appreciate you, my man.
Oh.
No, he was dunking
Did he?
Jason.
Let me get another angle on this one.
He was only dunking Jason.
But he is.
No.
And they called a foul, though. They
Tell
called
your
a foul.
friends.
Oh, he did get fouled. I mean, he went way.
The more the merrier, so we can fill these breaks quicker.
Almost better than dunking on his brother.
And he's right-handed. Jacob, why'd you get your brother mad?
Sick dunk, but absolutely not over his brother. Come on.
Let's see a worse brother-on-brother foul. What do we have here in terms of something worse?
Oh, no.
Oh, yes. Yes.
Oh, no, not the table.
Oh, the aim on that kid.
Yeah,
Get him in the major leagues.
You got to get the knockout with the paddle when you're the little brother. You can't just hit
The
it.
shrieking.
We have no idea how that video ends, do we?
No, we don't.
No, I don't think we want to know.
As with most videos on this show, it's not pretty.
Do you question whether Pink put on the best performance in sports last night?
Sarah, did you guys notice that she was smiling at the mere idea that we were going to show dog videos? So we've got Westminster Dog Show. We've got Pink. The last 3 years, Pink has won the agility drill. So what's the question? Do you question whether this was the best performance in sports last night?
Is it better than Zion? Was it?
Wow,
Oh my God.
That's speed.
Yo, when are they gonna come out with dog cards?
Oh, Pink has been here before.
Whoa. The speed. How does she even know what the next... Wow.
Did it? She's just listening to
Yes,
instructions.
queen.
Yeah, she's a good girl.
No one's beating.
These dog competitions are awesome, man. These dogs are hauling ass.
Her name's not Pink. Her name is Penelope Chanel Archibald Winchester Pink. I mean, I made all those up, but she has 11 names of some sort, and then they just call her Pink.
Respect the question. The question is,
I mean, I don't know what to tell you, CBJ.
Did you see anybody else that quick? Did you
I
see
haven't
anybody
fiddled
else
with
wrestling
it.
the way Pink did? Did you see anybody else going inside of a tube and then coming outside of a tube?
No.
Nope. Clearly, Pink is the champion of
Clear
yesterday.
winner.
Of course, what does the opposite of Pink look like in that competition? What's
What
the
happened?
opposite of Pink?
Is it yours?
Yeah, here we go.
Aw, hi, buddy.
Okay.
Yes.
Fine so
Still
far.
a good... Oh,
The opposite of pink is brown, apparently. Oh, no.
Timing.
The trainer.
The dog taking a shit in the middle of a competition. That's the greatest thing I ever seen.
Wait, can you imagine that as a performance like in sports? With human beings just poop on the court?
Excuse
and
me,
then
guys.
quit?
I gotta go.
Yeah, I think Paul Pierce can.
Time to play the game that has no idea what we're going to talk about during the All-Star break. Steve, oh no.
No. Easy. Gotta wait for it.
Does it sound better now? I turned the gain down a little bit.
Streaming on Discovery, Guardians of the Glades.
Have I seen the movie Best in Show?
Right?
No, but it sounds familiar.
Is this the Everglades?
Isn't that a movie about
From the animals in the swamp of the
like the dog shows or whatever? Yeah, it's like a mockumentary. Yeah.
You hear that?
I have not seen it, but I've heard of it, and I saw like bits and pieces of it. I know Eugene Levy's in it, and it's pretty freaking awesome. I gotta watch it.
Guarding. Oh, look how big. Leave it alone. Oh, she's big.
It's got that chick from American Pie.
What are you doing?
I gotta watch it. You know what I saw recently that's actually pretty funny too? I saw The Other Guys on Netflix. Pretty freaking hilarious. Dude, this guy just took a python down dolo. Holy crap. Guardians of the Glades on Discovery Channel.
What Little help? Camera guy? Little help?
Whoa, okay.
Yeah, I don't know how to do all that, Jason. You should know that I'm here strictly for my good looks, and I contribute nothing else.
I mean, she's getting exactly what she wanted out of this situation, and it's all on camera.
How do you even do
Sarah, you intrigued.
that? Audio input built in?
Maybe the little help cameraman. And finally, Kevin Durant still has time to get on all those burner accounts after that. I like to.
I don't even. Yeah, maybe this
Find
one
him on
is
NBA sidelines in Sarah Spain. That's what she said. It's a podcast, ESPN Radio. Is where
audio
you can find
preview.
Or if you want both.
Or that.
Wait, is that you controlling my shit? Oh snap!
Of course.
So I did go to the right place. I went to the right settings. Well, I don't have to do anything.
It's 1 versus 2 in the West as LeBron.
Gotta love technology.
-3 against the Joker and Denver will handicap the huge ESPN doubleheader. 3 ranked matchups on the.
But anyway, The Other Guys on Netflix, pretty hilarious.
Sean Farnham and Dallin Cup in studio to break down all the action. And
I saw Kingpin again.
on to week 2.
That movie's a classic. I wonder if they have Best in Show on Netflix.
This time around. Happy Hump Day. Welcome into a
Hump Day!
wager. I am
Doug Kazarian, as usual, big show on tap. We got some
Excuse me.
golf picks, XFL plays. We're keeping an eye on all the injury alerts. We've got some All-Stars we're missing in action tonight in the NBA, and that's where we start. Raptors going for their 16th straight win. They're favored by 4 on the road in Brooklyn. Of course, no Kyrie.
They don't have it on Netflix.
Saturday in Toronto, Raptors
So that's kind of a disappointment. They got Schitt's Creek on there. What is that?
Missing 7 games with a sprained
Yeah,
ankle.
it's like a
Mavs
show.
Against Sacramento, Luka went for 25, 15, and 17 the last time he faced the Kings. And the top
Yeah, dinner for schmucks. Whatever.
Denver, Lakers were 1.5. They've been bet up to 3. Lakers have lost 3 straight.
Unplug the mic, he says.
Nuggets getting hot as well. They've won 6 of 7. Something to keep in mind where we are at this time of year. Players preparing.
There you go.
Given we are approaching All-Star Weekend. Over the last decade, underdogs of at least 7 points are covering 59% of the time, 32 and 22.
I have followed instructions, boss.
Sizable favorites. We bring in Tim Legler here, Stanford Steve as well. All right, Lex, senioritis. you played a long time in the NBA. This time of year, that final game before the All-Star break.
Oh, you definitely feel it. There's no doubt. And the teams that have been winning, they tend to feel it. That's why I think you saw that number right there. Because it's been a grind. Like, if you're a team that's in the hunt, in the mix, grinding it out every night, right? You're looking forward to it, especially now. It's a legitimate break. Like, when I played, it was a long weekend. Now, these guys get a full week off. I think it used to go 9 days between games or something. So you're really excited about it, maybe a little bit distracted about where you're going. Maybe spend some time with your family. Maybe go to Chicago, whatever it may be.
That's the thing. They also plan parties in Chicago, sponsorships, and the sort of corporate stuff as well.
They're waiting to get there. They got a lot of stuff going on prior to All-Star Weekend. So the bad teams, I think they've got a little bit of a bounce too. But
It looks like you're done.
A little bit different. I think that's why you see some of these
Let's see what
upsets
you
take place.
did.
Some weird scores you're going to
I
see.
wasn't paying
I
attention.
remember Doug Collins said it on a broadcast. Like Denver was like a 12-point home favorite one night. He's like, this is the class. He was almost having.
So does it sound better?
This is what happens going into the All-Star break.
It's not showing up.
In terms of that component, but let's talk about the marquee games, not big spreads. Obviously, we expect stiff competition here with the Lakers and the Nuggets here. What stands out?
I would probably have to do a complete,
in this showdown.
I think Denver
reset in order for,
their last 32 games.
maybe that'll probably do
I did a
it.
radio show today with Scott Hastings, who calls their games, and I said, Scott, I don't think I've ever.
Yeah, so Jim, does it sound weird to you? Does it sound like
in a 32-game stretch?
according to Jason, it sounds like crap.
They are, and I think Mike Malone's okay with that. This is a team that
Let me see what it sounds like on my phone.
They do go to sleep sometimes during games, but they have an amazing ability to come back in games because they can lock you up for like 6 straight minutes. They've got a lot of live legs, a lot of active bodies. This is a marquee game. They're going to go up for like 6 straight minutes. They've got a lot of live legs, a lot of active bodies. This is a marquee game. They're going to go up for like 6 straight minutes. They've got a lot of live legs, a lot of active bodies. This is a marquee game. They're going to go up for like 6 straight minutes. They've got a lot of live legs, a lot of active bodies.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Sounds like I have a head cold. Yeah, it sounds a little.
Brother Jacob. Okay, let me check on that here. Jacob is really good at basketball.
Huh. Weird. Yeah, that's the least of my problems right now. As long as you can hear me, that's my main concern.
And defensively, so I would lean towards the home team here taking the points.
Shame that Michael Porter's out. He's got an ankle. I mean, they're going to probably let him go ahead and get all this extra rest prior to the All-Star break.
I do not have a head cold. No.
16 and 8 with 50% from the three-point line. He's coming into his own. You're talking about a guy that maybe could have been the number 1 pick in the draft.
Yeah.
At one point.
So I gotta watch Schitt's Creek apparently.
Back to middle of the first round.
According to the cardboard, Jesus.
Azar just signed at Colorado, saying, quote, Mel Tucker is a con man. He recruited my grandson to go to CU, said he wasn't going anywhere, then ups and leaves, sat there and lied to my face he wasn't going anywhere. So I want to beat him up today on social media. What else can I do? Don't tick off a grandpa protecting his grandson, especially with signing day, the second one last week. Tucker just brought in the 35th best recruiting.
All right, let me know if this sounds better.
Last October, he was critical about college players transferring, saying, quote,
"There's no transfer portal in the real world.
Michigan State offered more resources beyond just his salary for him and his coaching staff. He has plenty of ties to Michigan State, though, Tucker. He worked under Nick Saban as a grad assistant for the Spartans in 1997 and 98. While D'Antonio was the DB's coach, he would then work for D'Antonio.
What about now? Better? Check, check. I am getting levels now, so I am going off a microphone. What microphone that is, I don't know. Maybe... Yeah, so the mic's not coming up at all on here. Yeah, that's strange. Yeah, I would definitely have to restart things here probably to get the microphone working again. It's not even like a source or anything. It's supposed to come up here like under devices, and that's not even happening. Huh. That is, that's a bit of a pain, but is it worth it for me to, you know, do a whole reset? Probably not, so just gonna deal with it for now. Anyways, let's check the store. You know, CBJ, I will never doubt you as far as team pricing is concerned. We really should have charged more for the Pelicans. I've seen, bro, just like 1,100, 13, up to like 1,300 was the craziest that I heard. You know, people were selling the Pelicans for.
Way ahead of ourselves. He would be behind on recruiting. It would be a tough situation. He's on the verge of getting an NFL head coaching job, which could happen next year, and he gets to work with Patrick Mahomes. Tough to leave Kansas City when you have all that going on in your favor, even though it is your alma mater, even though they make
before his 65-15-11 night.
As of Wednesday afternoon.
Adam Schefter does it all. He talks about the college game with an NFL coach and an NBA venue. You're the man, Adam. Thank you.
Thanks, Kevin.
Well, we got some plates and patches stuff going there, at least.
Stand by for the wars that
There's that.
in the Dodgers' newest edition.
Bills Mafia. Shouts out to Justin. Bills in 1 and 3 are gone.
How much better are the Lakers and the team right behind them in the standings?
And the Chargers in 2 and 3. Do you know where we're going to get XFL cards? They've been in high demand. The Heat play today at 9 o'clock. That's something to look forward to, I guess.
Meet the first ever Mazda CX-30. Feel alive.
My dad said that you got a full ride to Kansas and that you just quit.
Monday we get the XFL cards. Can't wait to see Cardale Jones again on the card.
I just want you to be happy again.
Truth is, they are not a better team because they don't know adversity. They don't know what it is to fight.
So have you cooked anything with your cookbook, CBJ?
But if you
The old binging with Bobbish?
it costs the exact same as a Reese's.
Turns out love's kind of inexpensive. I'm sorry. Reese's.
Now at Dave & Buster's, the greatest deal ever on the greatest games ever.
Best team name has to be the Roughnecks.
Play.
For sure. Not even close.
I'm your 70-pound St. Bernard puppy, but my lack of impulse control is about to become your problem.
The Roughnecks.
I was eating poop earlier.
Been baking lately? Baklava. What the hell is that?
I got some fries, some nuggets.
Baklava.
The cookie is 5 cents here. So
It's a rich, sweet dessert pastry made of layers of phyllo filled. What the hell is that? Well, no spot's gone in the filler yet. But this is the filler that I have going, CJ. It's $2.40 a spot. You get to pick 2 teams, snake draft style. The 8th spot will have 3 teams. I figure it's a relatively cheap filler at $2.40 a spot. Only 8 spots to fill. You get to pick 2 teams. You get really good bang for your buck here. And I mean, it is a full case of Optic we're talking to. Oh damn. I don't know what that is, but that looks tasty. Phyllo dough, honey, cracker, cinnamon, lemon juice. Interesting. It's a Middle Eastern kind of dish. Place of origin, Ottoman Empire. Okay. Look at this guy. You know, let me know when you get to the Luther Burger chapter. All right. You know, when you start making Luther burgers, holla at your boy.
Fix it with Duluth Flex Pads. Only at Duluth Trading.
Join Planet Fitness now for only 25 cents down, $10 a month. Get tons of equipment and free fitness training, all for only 25 cents down, $10 a month. Join in clever at planetfitness.com. Hurry, deal ends Thursday, February 13th.
Every 14 minutes, someone finds love on eHarmony. Now with more matches. A brand new compatibility quiz with next level insights.
Thank you, CBJ, thank you.
Straightforward messaging. The new eHarmony experience is better than ever. Start something real with someone right.
Sports Center, brought to you by Burger King.
We'll see if I can get a different filler going.
$6. Now with the Impossible Whopper. Only at Burger King.
Welcome back to Sports Center. Still coming. After Zion exploded for 31 last night, Stephen A. evaluates his Rookie of the Year case versus John Morant. That's coming up. Kevin?
Saints, it's official. Mookie Betts and David Price are Dodgers. Today, the 2018 AL MVP and 2012 AL Cy Young winner were introduced in the iconic white reds and blue digits. A red script right there with the red digits, right? Betts will be wearing number 50. The 27-year-old will be an unrestricted free agent in 2021.
A lot of memories in Boston. Obviously, I'd say the most fun is the World Series, but you know, from the debuts to you know, just ins and outs of every day being around Boston, I have so many memories, and so you know, that was a great chapter in my life for sure. And we're coming here to play the game the same way we always do. I think both inside we're winners. You know, we work hard to get to where we are, and we're just going to bring it here.
Mookie, where are you contract-wise? Are you willing to discuss a long-term extension with the Dodgers during the season?
You know, right now I just got here. You know, I'm still trying to find a house and all those type of things, and so I'm not even really thinking about that. I'm just focused on staying with 2020 and you know, going from there.
I never heard Mookie Betts talk until
To our
then.
friends at Caesars, the Dodgers are tied with the Yankees for the best odds to win the 2020.
Dodgers and Yankees tied for the best odds
West titles, but they're still seeking their first
to win the
World Series
2020 World Series.
1988. For much more, we welcome in baseball reporter
Alden Gonzalez from Dodger Stadium. Alden, Mookie Betts is the headliner there, no doubt. But how do the Dodgers view the acquisition of 34-year-old David Price?
Yeah, remember, Kevin, that Andrew Friedman, the Dodgers' top executive.
As a Red Sox fan, never heard him talk either.
David Price,
Swinging athletics was going on, man.
Saw him develop into basically an annual Cy Young candidate, into one of the best young pitchers in the game. And through that, he said today that he...
Man, Red Sox have been dealing with a lot of crap. They lost a couple good players here. David Price, Mookie Betts. Do they even have a coach yet?
Said he's had some injuries, particularly a cyst in his wrist. But he says he's past that. He says he's ready to take the ball every 5 days for the Dodgers.
Kyle... I can't say I recall the name. No offense, my man. Kind of like a substitute teacher here. You know, so many names come and go, but nice to see you again. I'm all right, man. I can't complain. I'm, not dead or in jail. So there is that.
You're back healthy. Everything feels really good right now.
Hope all is well with you, Kyle.
Yeah, now, Dave Roberts said that he sees David Price as a member of the middle of the rotation. He sees him as a fixture to their rotation, but also keep in mind the Dodgers have a lot of starting pitching depth, and they're as well equipped as anybody to give David Price some rest throughout the summer if they need to. They could skip his starts to make sure that he's fresh for October, and as we know, that's all that matters out here in LA, to make sure that he is at his best in October.
Betts finished top 8 of AL MVP in the last 4 seasons. Pretty good.
Or trades. Alden, thank you so much.
Baseball right around the corner.
Come on today's Dodgers introductions. Mookie Betts tells me what matters most about being dealt to LA in a new interview that's ahead here on SportsCenter.
I expect to make an impact, but I don't expect to do nothing like this. Kind of look to come in, just kind of fit in, not try to mess up.
Look at me, 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 look at me now. Are you kidding me? Under my jewelry goes about 100 times.
Williams to the big night tonight, a career high 30.
Oh, Mookie Betts is nice. Mookie Betts is very nice.
And he put up those.
I don't think I'll be watching Red Sox this year. That's how I feel about the Marlins every year, man.
And against Portland and Stephen A. I know it's only 9 games, small sample size, but
although I think I'll be watching the Marlins this year.
Will catch John Moran and that Rookie of the Year race.
I don't think he will, but I don't want to rule out the possibility.
I think we're going to be a lot better this year compared to last year. I mean, we can't be any worse, can we?
We understand that. But John Morant would have coasted to Rookie of the Year if it were not for his return.
Well, I kind of got to agree with you there,
right now,
Ryan.
the Pelicans are about 4.5 games back of the Memphis Grizzlies, who hold the number 8 seed in the Western Conference. If Zion and the Pelicans continue to elevate and Memphis falls off the mat for some reason, then what do you think people are going to do? They're going to look at Zion and they're going to say, we don't care about all the games that he missed. Look at the impact this dude has had. Look at what the Pelicans were before he arrived, and look at what they have been since he's been there. And that's what they're going to hold on to. So it's incumbent upon John Morant not just to continue to ball, because I think that will win him the Rookie of the Year, but the more successful Memphis is, if they end
I'm ready for the All-Star break for basketball this weekend.
Belongs to John Morant. If Memphis ends up out and the Pelicans,
I think tomorrow, or I should say today, I think is the last
and I think that's how
of NBA basketball for the All-Star break. Friday will be the rookie-sophomore game, which they call the USA World Game now. The dunk contest, I think, is on Saturday. The skills contest, three-point shooting, all that stuff's on Saturday. And then Sunday, the All-Star game, which hopefully is going to be a lot more competitive than in years past. They changed the format up, so it'll be fun to see.
Concerned, even though Jamal Murray's averaging 18 points a game, he hasn't really found his groove yet. The same could be said for Gary Harris, who's shooting about 30% from the field. You still got a veteran like Paul Millsap in that locker room. Plus, he can give you some quality minutes as well come postseason time. You can't dismiss.
It is still early.
They've got a
I gotta keep telling myself that.
LeBron and Anthony Davis, certainly the
hoping that we can get some optic fill tonight.
The reality is that Denver, from top to bottom, is a team that obviously can compete with the Los Angeles Lakers. You're going to need other people to step up, or LeBron James in this 17th season to be Herculean to beat the Denver Nuggets. You ain't going to just coast through the Mile High City. As far as I'm concerned, it ain't that much of a gap at all.
10 o'clock Eastern time on ESPN, Game 2 of our doubleheader. Can't wait. By the way, Stephen A., you know this. ESPN's Basketball Power Index, they have an 11% chance to meet in the Western Conference Finals. We'll see about that. Stephen A. just getting going, 7 o'clock Eastern time, Sports Center. Presented by Mountain Dew. Look at the Bucks. Will they or won't they push to break the 70-win mark? A pregame interview with Pacers star Malcolm Brogdon. That should be good, too. Sports Center, Stephen A. leading up to Bucks and Pacers, ESPN and the ESPN app.
We continue to follow a developing story surrounding Blues defenseman Jay Bouwmeester. The 36-year-old remains in stable condition less than 24 hours after suffering a cardiac episode during the first period of last night's Blues-Ducks game. He's still undergoing a battery of tests at UC Irvine Medical Center, but is doing very well, according to Blues GM Doug Armstrong. Bouwmeester appeared to be grabbing a drink of water when he began to fall. He needed to be revived on the bench. The defenseman had completed a 1-minute, 20-second shift and did not appear to have absorbed any big hits or contact to his head.
It's hard to even explain. I mean, I don't happen so fast. I mean, felt like it was an eternity for us, but I mean, we just really reacted as fast as we could. Everybody seemed like they wanted to help and do something, but once we handed over to Ray and the doctors and the EMT, I mean, they were impressive to see, you know, them go into action, what they were doing. He was in good spirits last night with us, and typical Jay, so I think it certainly made us all feel a lot better today, knowing that we had the opportunity to talk to him.
The remainder of last night's Blues-Ducks game has been postponed. A makeup date has yet to be announced by the NHL.
My man Jeff in the house.
Continuing coverage on today's top story.
I know you want this thing to break.
The NFL's decision to reinstate.
How are you, my man? Hope all is well.
Plus, on the day of his LA introduction with David Price, a new interview with Mookie Betts on what matters most about being.
We just need 7 more brave souls to step up and do this thing.
Pressure that surrounds playing with LeBron James, and with the reigning champs going for their 16th straight win. Tim Legler's court pass on Toronto's chances to return to the NBA Finals without Kawhi. SportsCenter continues next.
It was man's first walk on the moon. Because they guided them safely, she made the right calculations, and he let them stay focused on the mission instead of the mess.
KFC's original recipe is made from a secret blend of 11 herbs and spices. And now you get 2 pieces of a world-famous chicken as a $5 fill-up. A secret you can eat for just $5. KFC, and finger licking good.
This is the Tempur-Pedic Breeze, and its mission is to make sleep feel cool. So no more night sweats, no polar ice cap air conditioner mode, no windows open in January.
7 left in the filler now, 240 a spot, you get to pick 2 teams. Knicks, Wizards, Warriors still up for grabs.
During our President's Day event, save up to
RJ Barrett, Rui Hachimura, Eric Pascal, Kobe White of the Bulls, Carson Edwards, Celtics, Jared Culver, Timberwolves.
We do this together, okay?
Let's see. So of the remaining teams,
What did we decide on the Flyers again?
let's see, the Bulls are still there. Bulls have autographs for Kobe White, their big-time rookie. Laurie Markkinen, Daniel Gafford's another rookie. Otto Porter Jr., Thaddeus Young, Tony Kukoc.
That's right.
The Celtics have autographs for Carson Edwards, Grant Williams, who's been playing very well. ML Carr, Robert Parrish, some Retro Series autographs there. Romeo Langford, Samuel Jaleye, Taco Fall, arguably the most popular player in the NBA right now. Tremont Waters as well. Jazz are still up there. Jazz have Rudy Gobert autographs. Not bad, not bad. Kings Kyle Guy, Nemanja Bjelica as well. The Knicks, RJ Barrett, Charlie Ward, Bruce Dacus, Julius Randle, Kenny Skywalker, Kevin Knox, Latrell Sprewell.
How can I get my credit score to go up?
The Mavericks are still up.
Can I afford
Isaiah Roby, Jason Terry, Ryan Brokoff.
To all those simply questioning
autos for the Mavs.
We've got your back. For all your money questions. Turn to
Let's
the
see,
Nerds.
the Nuggets are still there.
Cooking that makes us feel good.
Antonio McDyess, Bobo, Jalen Rose, Michael Porter Jr. has autos for the Nuggets. The Pacers, Alize Johnson, Goga Pitadze, Jalen Rose, Malcolm Brogdon. Raptors, they got Terrence Davis, who's their stud rookie, Pascal Siakam, DeJuan Hernandez, Chris Bosh, Calvin Murphy, PJ Tucker, Kenny Smith, Gary Clark, Hakeem Olajuwon for the Rockets. Sixers are still there, surprisingly. Matisse Thybulle is still there. That kid's a stud for the Sixers. The Suns are still up for grabs. Suns have Alvin Adams, Cam Johnson, Cam Johnson, very nice. Charles Barkley, Charlie Scott, Dario Saric, Ty Jerome, Tom Chambers. Some old school autos there for the Suns. The Thunder, Darius Baisley. Don't sleep on that kid. Darius Baisley is super nice. Danilo Gallinari and Chris Paul. Short and sweet. Very nice checklist for the Thunder. Trailblazers. They have CJ McCollum, Dame Dollar, and Nasir Little autographs for the Blazers. Timberwolves have Andrew Wiggins, even though he just recently got traded, but obviously still Timberwolves there on the checklist. Jared Culver's their big-time rookie. That kid's a stud. Jalen Noel, Karl Anthony Towns, Noah Vonleh, Robert Covington, Sam Cassell. Solid checklist for the Timberwolves. Warriors, Smilogic, Eric Pascal's their big rookie. Jordan Poole's been playing very well lately. That's another rookie. Willie Cauley-Stein as well, still there. And the Wizards, their big-time rookie, obviously, Rui Hachimura and Admiral Schofield.
One more game, the season opener, where you're reminding everybody, this is why he's going. The rest of y'all better not think about doing something like that.
If I'm Myles Garrett, I'm thanking my lucky stars that it's over. You know, that I get to play, because even if I was at the league office, it'd be 8 games, and he'd get 2 additional.
So what's up, everybody? I got my man Jeff down for a spot in the filler. Just need 7 more to go.
So I think a lot of it is just so subjective that sometimes is what confuses people when it comes down to these kind of indefinite suspension scenarios. You just don't know what you're going to get. They need to really come up with some standards so it doesn't seem so arbitrary.
Myles Garrett, he did what he needed to do. He felt like he needed to do. I'm sure he said sorry. He looked the commissioner in the eyes. He said it'll never happen again, and this is why he's reinstated. Now I'm looking forward to him getting on the field and helping the Cleveland Browns finally win some damn games.
You know, since being drafted first overall in 2017, Garrett is a team best 30.5 sacks. No other Browns player has more than a dozen. In that span, the Browns' rate of pressure on opposing QBs increases by 5%.
Today is really a history-shifting day. So proud to introduce Anthony Davis as a member of the Los Angeles Lakers.
When I found out I was going to trade to the Lakers, I realized it was an unbelievable opportunity for me to get to play alongside LeBron and play for an organization that's all about winning. Winning championships. I love the game of basketball. I'm ready to play.
Well, it took a minute for Anthony Davis to get his wish and trade to the Lakers, but since coming to LA, he has not looked back. In fact, on the court, it is fair to say that he's been excellent because, you know what, 26 points, 9 boards, 2.5 blocks per game. Those numbers are the best of any Laker in those categories, yes, even better than LeBron James. So far, so good for the 26-year-old who sat down with Dave McMenamin to discuss the pressure of being a Laker, playing with LeBron, and his brand new Mamba tattoo, honoring the late, great Kobe Bryant.
LeBron alley-oop, AD! That was pretty nice. 3-pointer by Anthony Davis. That's good!
Eddie, what would a 6'2" guard playing at Perspective's charter school have to say about 6'10" big man coming back home to Chicago,
starting alongside LeBron James in the NBA All-Star game?
I think he would say, wow, you made it. At that point, you know, I never thought that basketball could be a job for me.
Excuse me.
I always wanted as a kid, something I'd dreamed of.
7 left in the filler. You get 2 teams for 240.
Interview about being an all-star.
If you end up with the 8th spot, you'll get 3 teams.
Playing for the Lakers
in a full case of optic
in the entire NBA. Is that something that part of you wanted to have for a long time?
We're talking 12 autographs in the whole case. There's 20 inserts parallels as well per box.
We don't really know how he performs under pressure.
So about 10 numbered cards per box.
Being in a situation, I think it
optic reselling very well.
I wanted to be under that pressure to see for myself, like can I handle that?
Bounce pass to Davis, slam dunk.
Let me go get some water. I will be right back.
How has playing alongside him helped you raise your game?
Just knowing that every time you go on the floor, you're playing for something. You're going to get every team's best shot. I used to be so upset and so down, when we lose a game. And he's done it year after year after year after year. If he's not worrying, I'm like, all right, we're fine. But once he started getting a little upset, and all right, it's something that we need to fix.
Well, your hands resting, it's almost right on your new tattoo. It's the Kobe sheath with the Black Mamba around it. You told me when we were in Sacramento that you've never got an in-season tattoo before. Why was it important for you to honor him with that
So every tattoo on me is meaningful. When I first not even before I got in the league, went to the USA team, and Kobe was the first guy to talk to me and hung out with. Kobe was well, I was Kobe's guy. He was I'm taking you under my wing, and so he was the first guy that I kind of fell into with basketball. Trying to be professional, showed me how it's work. That whole trip, he just kind of talked to me, and I kind of leaned on him for advice. So it was just something that I just felt like I wanted to remember him by, and something I can always look at and say it was my guy.
The crossover, back for a 7th year tonight and tomorrow on ESPN and the ESPN app. Once again, we're pairing a college analyst with an NBA analyst for twice the basketball breakdown. It's going to be fun. Doris Burke and LaFonso Ellis have Bucks Pacers tonight. Jeff Van Gundy, Jimmy Dykes do Lakers Nuggets. Doris Burke back the next night, tomorrow night, for Memphis Cincinnati, along with Bryce Drew. And Mark Jackson teams up with Bill Walton for Colorado, Oregon. My goodness, buckle your seatbelts for that. So again, Bucks Pacers tonight in Indy. Milwaukee enters with the best record in basketball.
Come on, y'all, let's get this optic rolling.
Milwaukee on pace to join the
2 teams for 240, stupid good deal.
As the only teams in history to win 70 games in a single regular season. They've been racking up the wins even when Giannis has been out of the lineup. The Bucks are 5-0 without the reigning MVP this season, and they're outscoring opponents by 17 points on average in those 5 games. Defense also helps, Milwaukee allowing the lowest field goal percentage across the NBA this entire season. 41%. That mark would be the lowest for any team since the 03-04 Spurs, if those numbers hold up. Let me say hello to Doris Burke. Again on the call, Bucks Pacers tonight here on ESPN. And Doris, again,
Bucks Pacers should be a good one.
Father priorities. But they're 5-0 without him on the season. Proof that they are so much more than Giannis Antetokounmpo. Who has impressed you the most as far as the rest of the team goes?
Well, not surprisingly, Sage, it's their experienced guards, and I'll begin with the 2-time All-Star now in Chris Middleton, who's been absolutely sensational all season long. He can mix up his looks offensively. He's been very good from three-point territory. Obviously, we know his mid-range game is special. He's the only guy in the league who's qualified for 50, 40, 90 in terms of the number of shots. And then Eric Bledsoe, who's so disruptive at the point of attack. He's averaged 30 in those games without Giannis. So the experienced guards are somebody Mike Budenholzer leans on.
They seem different. They seem hungrier than they were a year ago when they disappointed themselves by not getting as far as they wanted to, certainly into the conference finals. As for Indiana, Doris, we've all been impressed with their play over the last year without Victor Oladipo, but now that he's back in the lineup, it's not been the smoothest adjustment for anybody. What are you seeing in Indiana?
Well, I think the first thing you're noticing is Victor is trying very hard after missing 47 games to find his rhythm, to find his pace, to find the explosion that made him such a dangerous player. He will get there, Sage, but it's a matter of disrupting the guys around him. This is a team that overachieved with Malcolm Brogdon and Domantas Sabonis being the focus on the offensive end. It's simply going to take time. And the 5 games they've lost, Sage, they've been in every one of them. They just need to start making plays down the stretch.
Remember what he said after his first game back 2 weeks ago? He said it felt like he'd been in a WWE fight with The Undertaker. Yeah, patience is a virtue when you're coming back from this kind of an injury. Doris Burke, thank you. Enjoy the game tonight. We look forward to your call. Kevin.
Thanks, Sage.
Seriously?
Sage, react.
Gotta love that traffic in Miami.
Season about the Astros sign stealing, but according to Oakland manager Bob Melvin, the team had filed a formal complaint about Houston using technology to steal signs before Fires made his comments in November. Today, Melvin said it took Fires, the former Astros pitcher, to speak up to spur action by the league.
You know, MLB does a great job of monitoring these things, but it's very difficult. If a team calls in and complains about something, you know, they can only do so much. I think it took a player, and a player that was on that team to kind of, you know, put it over the top, and, you know, and I think MLB's handling it really well right now. Nobody's happy about it. I mean, you know, whether it's an individual, whether it's a team, you know, whether it's the Yankees that they were playing in the postseason, whether it was us and, you know, other teams in our division, I think everybody kind of was fed up with it. So, you know, we move forward, and, you know, hopefully it's taken care of.
Okay, the last couple of years, A's pitchers have been among the best in baseball, except when they play the Astros. Look at the pitchers, their ERA of 5.33 versus Houston, the worst against any opponent they faced. In 2 of the last 3 years, the Yankees have had their season come to an end by the Astros, including last year. Skipper Aaron Boone on the scandal surrounding Houston.
I've spent time, as I'm sure a lot of people have, you know, wondering all the things that could have potentially been going on, and probably we'll never know for sure, frankly. We've had a lot of time to kind of process all this, and the range of emotions has been huge. You know, you're mad, frustrated, disappointed, but you also know there's a time to move on.
For more on this story, Jeff
Wow.
Passan joining us now.
Some dude bought a Lamborghini Huracan, which is like a $200,000 car, in Brazil. Recently, they had a flood in Sao Paulo, which is in Brazil, and the garage was completely flooded. Homeboy did not insure his Lamborghini, and now it's underwater.
Ago, Jim Crane said, "We're going to figure this out, and we're going to announce in spring training how we are going to apologize." Excuse me, it was last month that he said that, and the expectation was that the players were going to come out, they were going to apologize in spring training. Just don't know if that's going to happen at this point. Jim Crane is giving marching orders in the building behind us as we speak.
All right, so tomorrow is the team's first day of media availability. What are you expecting here?
It's tough to know what to expect at this point because Jim Crane could reverse his decision. You know, there's been a lot of conversations going on, according to sources, inside of the organization about exactly how to handle this. Is Jim Crane going to come out and speak for the Houston Astros, or are the players going to be allowed to go out and talk themselves, apologize perhaps, or at
So
least
Jeff, how are you, my dude? Hope
It'll
all
be
is
very
well.
interesting to see what happens here, but it's going to happen tomorrow morning.
It's
when
still
the
pretty
clubhouse
early.
opens.
It's only 6:40.
The longer they let it
Been live for about 2 hours now.
Sports Center and every other sports headline when talking about baseball.
The night is young.
The very latest from Astros camp.
Kamenowski was introduced today along with David Price. Mookie Betts reveals what matters most to him about being dealt with the Los Angeles Dodgers. And as the defending champs go for their 16th straight win tonight, Tim Legler stops by to talk about just how good Toronto is in the Eastern Conference without Kawhi even. This is Sports Center.
At T-Mobile, start 2020 off with a deal on iPhone 11 that will have you seeing double, all on T-Mobile's newest, most powerful signal. Get twice the deal with 2 lines of unlimited for $90 and 2 iPhone 11s on us.
I like that.
Only at T-Mobile.
Yes. Connection by Jersey Mike's. Be a sub above.
Hi, boys.
Birds of Prey is everything you could ever want from Harley Quinn and her girl gang. And now, it's the #1 movie in the world.
Talk about burying the lead.
Harley Quinn in Birds of Prey. Rated R. Experience in IMAX.
I dare ya.
These days we're all stressed. I hear you, sister. That's why I'm partnering with Cigna to remind you to go in for your annual checkup and be open with your doctor about anything you feel, physically and emotionally. But now Cigna has a plan that can help everyone see stress differently. Just find a period of time to unwind, a location to de-stress, an activity to enjoy, or the name of someone to talk to. To create a plan that works for you, visit Cigna.com/.
That Zion Optic going for more than the Prism right now. I don't think that's ever happened, has it? Prism is usually at the top of the pecking order. But those rated rookies are super nice.
Oh, my A1C is under 7.
And you may lose weight. Adults who took Ozempic lost on average up to 12 pounds.
Lost almost 12 pounds. Oh.
Ozempic does not increase the risk of major cardiovascular events like heart attack, stroke, or death.
There's no increased risk.
Oh.
And I only have to take it once a week.
Oh. Ozempic should not be the first medicine for treating diabetes or for people with type 1 diabetes or diabetic ketoacidosis. Do not share needles or pens. Don't reuse needles. Do not take Ozempic if you have a personal family history of medullary thyroid cancer, multiple endocrine neoplasia syndrome type 2, or if you are allergic to Ozempic.
You like the way the cards look better, or
if you get a lump or swelling in your neck, severe stomach pain, itching, rash, or trouble breathing. Serious side effects may include pancreatitis. Tell your doctor if you have diabetic retinopathy or vision changes. Taking Ozempic with a sulfonylurea or insulin may increase low blood sugar risk. Common side effects are nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, stomach pain, and constipation. Some side effects can lead to dehydration, which may worsen kidney problems.
Once weekly Ozempic is helping me reach my blood sugar goal.
You may pay as little as $25 per prescription. Ask your healthcare provider today about once weekly Ozempic.
At Jersey Mike's, it's your choice. Your choice of fresh sliced subs made right in front.
Nicer looking, thicker stock, better inserts.
Your choice of
the hollows catching up to the silvers.
At Jersey Mike's, it's your choice. Jersey Mike's.
Yeah, I've only been breaking for a couple of years, but I've always liked Optic. Optic is, like you say, I like the thickness of it a little bit better.
The season continues.
Some of the select stuff, some of the Prism stuff, the cards are bent a little bit, in the middle a little bit. And I like the simplicity of the Optic stuff. And the rated rookies just look super nice. On-card autographs.
When all you can burgers is think about.
I never really understood the whole thing behind the silvers and the hollows. Like, it's mind-boggling to me that those cards that aren't even autographed or numbered would fetch such a high price, but hey, what do I know?
Alexa, pause music.
Seriously.
Uh-huh.
Lease a new 2020 Toyota RAV4 LE for just $249 a month for 36 months. Toyota, let's go places.
Back here on SportsCenter, welcome to Hollywood. Mookie Betts and David Price are now in Dodger blue today.
None has rookie cards in Optic, this is true.
Cy Young winner were introduced after the blockbuster trade with the Red Sox. They got the jerseys already.
I can't wait to rip it!
7-year-old Betts will be wearing number 50. And the newest member of the Dodgers, Mookie Betts, joining us now. How does that sound? The newest member of the Dodgers, Mookie Betts. What's your reaction?
I can't wait. I got Jeff down for a spot in the filler.
So much in my life.
I got 7 spots
I'm
left.
excited for a new beginning. And
240 a spot.
The deal had some complications.
7 left.
Last week, the trade was put on hold.
Yeah, somebody sent me a picture of the Kendrick Nunn rookie cards.
How would you describe the last week?
Which, when he
It's
wins
been,
MVP,
very
are probably going to be worth a
stressful
buttload.
times and fun at times, just to know that you're kind of in the middle of something that's been crazy. But it was just kind of sucked not knowing where I was going as far as I had to get a house. You know, I didn't have a place to live, and those little things that you don't think about that are important. So those are stressful times, but it was definitely something that was fun to be a part of.
Now, you were a franchise player on one of the most popular teams in American sports. How do you want to be remembered in the city of Boston?
Just that, I'm obviously won a 2018 World Series, so, my name is always attached to that. But just as a guy I am, I don't want to be remembered as anything more than what I did in the community and kind of what I brought to the city as far as just excitement and those type of things. And I kind of want to just be that everywhere I go.
They're going to remember you also as an MVP in that 2018 season. You closed out with that.
What if I could, J-Miz, but I can't do
Dodgers. What can you bring to
but
this
I do
team,
appreciate the help
to help them finally bring a championship to LA?
I'm going to do everything I can. Bring my energy, bring my excitement, work hard, just trying to rub off that way. I know there's a lot of guys that work hard and do everything they can here, and so I'm just going to be here to add on to that, and
he tried, Ryan. He tried. I can't blame the guy.
For sure.
Mookie, there's another storyline here. We're still waiting to hear from Major League Baseball after their investigation involving the Red Sox and their role in sign stealing in 2018. Now, that Red Sox team beat the Dodgers, as I mentioned, in the World Series. What's your plan to address the results of this investigation with your new team?
Only need 7 spots to fill. Still got some good teams up. The Knicks, Wizards, Warriors, Bulls, Celtics, Timberwolves, and Mavs.
Obviously, that's still an ongoing investigation. That
Nuggets, Blazers, Suns, Sixers,
for me,
Raptors, Thunder, Pacers, Rockets, Kings, and Jazz.
We worked hard to be where we were, and we were able to win a World Series because of that. And so, coming here, man, I'm just gonna say
it's still early.
Do everything we can to.
We still got the West Coast people getting off of work soon and whatnot.
Some of the stars.
We'll get there. We'll get there.
Deep, and just to be a part of it is a blessing. And I just like I said, do my part to get on base and score some runs for those guys. There are definitely some bangers behind me, and so I can score some runs, we should get some W's.
You're no joke as a bowler, so I'm sure you're checking out the LA Bowlers.
Let me do my thing, J-Miz.
There as a Dodger, they also have a new.
Let me do my thing. I appreciate you, man, but
so they are already.
Let me do me.
You as one of them. Best of luck.
You're more than welcome to become a breaker, dude. With all the knowledge you got, I don't know why you don't do it.
No doubt that Betts has been.
I have no doubts you'd be a great breaker.
Since 2016, only Mike Trout.
And then you could understand what me and Jason go through.
Got some hoops coming your way in less than 17 minutes. The Iron Bowl in the hardwood tonight. Number 11 Auburn hosting Alabama, 7 Eastern on ESPN2. Isaac Okoro comes in, having scored at least 14 points in 4 of Auburn's last 5 games. Okoro was the 40th ranked prospect in last year's recruiting class out of Powder Springs, Georgia. And now
you got it, J-Miz. Once you sell that Zion
as the
for $2 million, boom, you got your startup money.
Earl thinks the sky's the limit for this freshman who's a projected lottery pick. Listen to this. Pearl telling ESPN, quote, he's an NBA player right now, but if he starts to get to the point where he can see it and make it, then he's an NBA All-Star. He's Victor Oladipo ×2. Sage, segue.
×2? Really?
Bucks at Pacers coming up on ESPN. Should be a good game.
Victor Oladipo, though, again, 6 games back after the ruptured quad tendon, missed an entire year for the Pacers. He's still struggling to get his feet back under him, and you understand why after that kind of an injury. And here is Tim Legler live joining us here as the Pacers get set to host the Milwaukee Bucks. And here's the thing, Tim, it's fascinating because this Pacers team, we were so impressed with how they've done the last year without him. 6 games back, they're 0-6 with Vic back out there. What's going on?
It's simple. When your best player comes back, and your best player is a guy that scores off the dribble, and that's how he makes his living. Even his shooting is mid-range and deep. Most of that comes off the dribble. He's having a hard time right now finding his shot because his timing's off. Because He's a guy that uses his legs to score, and right now his legs aren't under him. So his timing on his release, on his jump shot is off. He's not finishing plays he normally does. It's going to happen, and when it does, this is going to be a scary team, because now you can check off top flight point guard in Malcolm Brogdon, an all-star in the post in Sabonis, and now you get back an all-star wing scorer. Check off all 3 boxes. You can score from anywhere on the floor. Wow. This can be a very dangerous team down the stretch once he finds his rhythm. And until he does, other guys are affected while they're watching Victor Oladipo struggle.
Sure. So again, it's just going to take some patience. They're 6th in the East right now with, 28, 30 games left to play. Tim back in a second to tell us why nobody should sleep on the 2 seed in the East, the defending champions from Toronto. Speaking of the Raptors, they're the hottest team in the league. They're at Brooklyn tonight. Let's go by the numbers on this 15-game winning streak. They lead the league, shooting nearly 41% from deep during the streak. They've made at least a dozen threes in all but 1 game since the streak began back on January 15th.
Some dude tried to steal a gold chain and like tried to run off, but the door was locked. It's pretty funny. Oh my goodness, dude! If people were selling the Pelicans in Optic for over 1,000, no joke, in NT, I would say no less than what, $1,500. I mean, at this rate, that's probably what it's going to be. It would not surprise me if I see people go as high up as like $2,000. Yeah, it's fucking crazy right now. Just might have to. Or we could just avoid it altogether. Or we could do what I like to call the hit randoms. Because NT, it's like 2 or 3 autos, 2 or 3 relics, and then you get like 2 parallels or something. I think it's like 8 cards total in a box. So we could do like you could do like a 7-spot hit random kind of deal, or we could even do divisionals, like a 1-box random divisional. We could do that.
This team says they do not want to come out and defend their title. Instead, they want to come out.
Quite honestly, we probably might not even get any NT basketball. You know, we kind of struggle to fill basketball in this room as it is. So, you know, NT might be a little too rich for some peeps' blood. Yeah, that's true. Crown Royale is nowhere near National Treasures. You know, I thought we priced the teams in Optic pretty good. In hindsight, we probably should have charged more for the Pelicans to make the other teams cheaper. But, you know, that's just the game you play as a breaker. You know what I mean? I mean, I have no doubts that we can fill this Optic stuff. It's just a matter of time. I think it'll definitely be done by the weekend for sure. Probably. Grizzlies were $7.99. But yeah, we're more than likely probably going to have to do randoms moving forward with this basketball stuff. That way people have a shot at the Pelicans and Grizzlies, the 2 biggest teams. The Heat are another big team. The Heat, I don't know, I think the Heat were like $2.99. But yeah, anyways. Yeah, see, we got some action going. The Timberwolves and Celtics are gone. Shout outs to Steven. Thank you, my dude. You know, I say it all the time, man, but you know, you gotta be patient with this breaking thing. Yeah, I know for you all, that's not fun. It's not, it's not exciting. You guys want to see stuff breaking now, and I get it. But you know, patience definitely is a virtue when it comes to this stuff. All right, let me put a different filler together. See what we can do this at. Should be cheaper with Celtics and T-Wolves gone. But yeah, moving forward, we're probably going to have to do that. Like one box random divisionals, which will probably still be pretty expensive. Maybe do how we used to. I think we did it last year with the Mavericks with Luka Doncic, where you buy a team and you have a shot at the Mavs too. Ultimate Collector says only way to do it is to take Pelicans out, sell them by the box. Yeah, that's definitely not the only way to do it. There's many ways to do this, but I do appreciate the input, my man. Yeah, exactly. Someone will always buy the big team. I've done this long enough to know that people are willing to spend big money on the big teams. But if you do, like I say, where you random the Pelicans, or the Pelicans, for example, if you buy a team and you have a shot at the Pelicans, it gives people more of a reason to buy, the crappier teams, if you will. That way you have more chances at buying the Pelicans, or whatever at winning the Pelicans, or whatever the biggest team is. But I get what you're saying, though, Ultimate Collector, where we've done that before, where we get the Pelicans or the biggest team in the break, and everyone has access to that team, on a per box basis. So, for example, we've done that before, where let's say, for example, it's a 12-box case. Everyone gets the Pelicans, but they're assigned a specific box. And let's say, somebody gets box number 1. Any Pelicans that come out of that box number 1 will go to the person that has that box assigned to them, so on and so forth. There's a lot of ways to do this. There's no limit to how you can line this stuff up. It's just a matter of, do you have the clientele, really? And for us, basketball has never really been our forte. This is more of a baseball, football room. But lately we have been, getting into more and more basketball, mainly because the rookies over the last 2 seasons have just been ridiculously good. Especially this year. There's a lot of good rookies this year. I thought last year's rookie crop was good. This year's is pretty up there too. Anyway, all right, let's see what this filler can go for. And indeed. What up, Steven? Yeah, Scott's taking care of some other things, so he hasn't been breaking. He has a bunch of cards that he's trying to get rid of. Like he has like monster boxes on top of monster boxes of cards that he's sorting through, that he needs to get rid of ASAP. So, he's been working on that.
Indianapolis, Indiana, right outside Bankers Life Fieldhouse. Inside, it's warmer, it's cozier. Pacers get set to go up against the Milwaukee Bucks. Look at the kids right there. You know Stevie and love the kids. He sure does. He's looking forward to the Pacers game tonight. And of course, everybody's ready to get.
Yeah, for sure, Ultimate Collector, for sure. You are not wrong. It's all, you know, it's all what the people want. You're absolutely right. If hockey was selling, you know, then that's, you know, what people would be buying hockey. No, Steven, no.
Game.
We have what we have, and that is that, unfortunately. Alright, so it does drop the filler a little bit. Jeff, let me know if you still want in. It'll still be a 7-spotter. 1 through 7. Snake draft is 1 through 7, then 7 through 1. 7 spot ends up with 3 teams, snake draft style. It would be $230 a spot, 7 spots total. Everyone gets to pick 2 teams. Again, if you end up with the 7 spot, you'll have 3 teams. You still got the Knicks, Wizards, Warriors, Bulls, Mavericks, Nuggets, Blazers, the Suns, the Sixers, Raptors, Thunder, Pacers up for grabs. The Rockets, Kings, and the Jazz as well.
East of Los Angeles, led by an ultra-talented freak from Greece, who's rolling towards capturing back-to-back league MVP honors for the first time since Steph Curry did it in 20.
Just to give you a visual here, this is what the snake draft will more than likely look like. So the top pick probably be Knicks or Wizards. Then the third pick will probably be Warriors, then Bulls. I'm just going off dollars here. Mavs, Nuggets, Blazers. So that'll be 1 through 7. Then it goes in the opposite direction. So then the 7th spot will pick again. You know, it'll have their choice of any of these teams. Again, I'm just doing it off dollars. So it could be Blazers, Suns, Nuggets, Sixers. That's 198. Mavs, Raptors, 198. So if you look at the filler at $230 a spot, there's really, I mean, again, this could all be different, but 2 of the 7 spots will be less than the filler price. But look at the first 2 teams. You get a $338 value for $230. The first 3 picks, the first 4 picks definitely getting their money's worth. All right, and if you end up with the 7th pick, you'll have 3 teams. You know, a lot of these teams people are sleeping on. The rookie for the Raptors, Terrence Davis, killing it. Big reason why that team is so successful. The Thunder have a really good rookie, Darius Bazley. He's a big reason why they're doing well. The Sixers, Thibault, 3-and-D player. That guy's killing it for the Sixers. The Suns, Cam Johnson. No one talking about the Suns. Cam Johnson putting up big time numbers. Jarrett Culver with the Timberwolves as well, putting up big numbers. Well, actually, Timberwolves are gone, but they got Nasir Little with the Blazers. Michael Porter Jr. Nuggets. You got Kobe White with the Bulls. You got Eric Pascal and Jordan Poole, 2 rookies for the Warriors. Rui Hachimura with the Wizards. Japanese folk buying up the Wizards like crazy because of Hachimura. Knicks, obviously RJ Barrett. That kid's a stud. Don't sleep on the Knicks moving forward next year. They just got to get a good coach. If they get Mark Jackson in there in the East, that could probably be an 8 seed next year. Still got some good teams up for grabs here, folks. So let's get that filler going. Not true, Ultimate Collector. I mean, again, it depends on the team. Like the Kings and the Rockets and the Jazz. Those 3 teams don't have like big time rookies. I think the Pacers don't either. I could be wrong. I think Holiday. Aaron Holiday. I think is in his second year. Again, Ultimate Collector. I gotta disagree, man. You know, Optic basketball is getting up there with Prism basketball. The holos are selling for pretty good money. They're almost as valuable as the silvers in Prism. Rated rookie on-card autographs always do very well. It just depends on the player you hit. You know what I mean? That's what really it boils down to. It boils down to the player and if they're good or not. And this thing, you know, the thing with basketball, and I would say like, well, maybe not specifically like with basketball. You could probably say the same thing with baseball. But with basketball, you know, some of these we're talking about 19, 20-year-old kids that are coming into the league. You know, you got to give them some time to develop. You know, unless you're Zion or John Morant, who are just on another level, or Luka Doncic last year, Trae Young last year as well. You know, there's going to be two or three seasons where you're just, you know, going through the motions. You're still growing into your body. You're still developing. You know, you're still a young man. You can't even buy alcohol. You know, getting used to the grind of the NBA. So you got to give these kids time to develop. You know, I'm pretty sure when it's, you know, we're 5 years from now, we might be looking at this year's class like, man, it might be one of the best of all time. Zion, John Morant, Jared Culver, Tyler Hero, Kendrick Nunn. Well, Kendrick Nunn was mostly last year. He came out last year, so I don't. You know, Kendrick Nunn getting the Ben Simmons treatment. Don't like that. Kobe White, Hachimura, PJ Washington with the Hornets. Brandon Clark, another big-time rookie playing alongside the Grizzlies, who's getting no love. Eric Pascal, Jordan Poole, two Warriors right there. There's another rookie that's crushing it. Thibault for the Sixers, he's playing very well. Hell, even the Pelicans have another big-time rookie. They got three good rookies. They got Zion, Nickeil Alexander, who's playing very well, and Jackson Hayes, who could end up being the steal of the draft. You know, a true 7-footer. That kid could end up being a beast. So it's just, you know, you never know. That at the end of the day, you never know with this stuff.
Made perfect.
In August 1619, a ship appeared on this horizon near Point Comfort, Virginia. It carried more than 20 enslaved Africans who were sold to the colonists. No aspect of the country we know today has been untouched by the slavery that followed. America was not yet America, but this was the moment it began.
Culver very good. Baisley for the Thunder. Nasir Little for the Blazers. I'm telling you, man, there's a lot of good rookies, man. I didn't even mention Tyler Hero with the Heat.
Sauteed with crab, jumbo shrimp, and more. Or maybe you'd like to experience the ultimate surf and the ultimate turf. With so many lobster dishes, there's
just about every team has a good rookie.
Or get pickup or delivery at redlobster.com. With Red Pen, when you see a home you love, you can book a tour on demand. So you can
All right, we are a little bit closer to breaking this bad boy. Barkley has autos for the Rockets, I think. Let me check. I got the checklist right here.
Is changing things up. With an app that's changing.
There's the checklist for the Optic.
Download Robinhood now.
Watching for the old school or the new school.
Barkley only has autographs for the Suns. For the Rockets, they have Calvin Murphy, Gary Clark, Hakeem Olajuwon, Kenny Smith, and PJ Tucker. I don't see his name with the Rockets here.
Presented by
I don't know what checklist you guys are seeing, but I do not see Charles Barkley with the
Meanwhile, back here in
Rockets.
Indianapolis, Victor Oladipo.
Charles Barkley does have autos with the Suns, but not the Rockets. Again, I don't know what checklist you guys are looking at. I'm looking at the Optic Basketball Hobby checklist. Maybe the retail and the choice is different. I'm not sure. But yeah, make sure you guys are looking at the 1920 Optic Basketball checklist. Yep, Charles Barkley has two different, or I should say he has autos for the Suns. The Signature Series and Parallels.
Shushing them, provoking their bulls. You've seen the inconsistencies. They're one team at home, they're an entirely different team on the road. Talk to me and our audience about what you've seen from them thus far this year.
Well, I heard you say this morning, and I couldn't agree more, that they've proven nothing to me. Because as good as their performance was, and I'll go back to Milwaukee on Christmas Day when they were dominant, and then last night, another dominant, impressive home win against high-caliber competition, that's fine. You can be solid at home, but the reality is, given your position, you're going to have to win on the road in the NBA playoffs. The fact of the matter is this. Joel Embiid needs to run hard, post up early, no matter whether he's getting delivered the ball or not. And Ben Simmons has got to be as aggressive and attacking downhill when he's in the lineup. They've got to figure out that tandem because they're not going to win without it.
One of the things that I've repeatedly said, because I think Brett Brown is a good coach and he's a good man, but I do think that when you are the coach, it's incumbent upon you to somehow, some way grab the pulse of your players. And right now, I think there's a legitimate question mark as to whether or not he's been able to do that. How do you feel about that?
Well, I think, number one, the fit is problematic, right? Because you see Ben Simmons play a lot better because the tempo is different when Joel Embiid is on the floor. Listen, this is a collective
It's still young. The night is young, baby.
Bear responsibility, and Brett Brown is ultimately going to.
We will get this Optic cracking tonight.
Because I got to admit, I'm getting excited about them. I went on the air today and apologized to Mike D'Antoni for crying out loud because small ball.
Yes.
I love what I'm seeing from them since they've acquired Covington. They're better defensively on the perimeter and they look unstoppable offensively. Of course, when Harden and Russell Westbrook get going. How much of a threat are the Houston Rockets in the Western Conference?
Yeah, think about this. They are a miracle shot from Bojan Bogdanovic. 3 against pressure from being 3-0. Listen, the floor is space. Right. Russell Westbrook is dynamic as a driver. Contending with the two of them is problematic when everybody's downsized. Do I believe there could be a day of reckoning when against the bigger teams in the league? No question about it. But until somebody punishes them on the board and in the paint, I'm excited too.
See? Y'all aren't the only ones that get lessons from Doris Burke. So do I, the wonderful one herself.
Nice
Doris
to
Burke,
see
thank you
you,
so
Stephen.
much. Coming up, stand by for my new interview with Pacers guard Malcolm Brogdon. The former Buck discusses his Milwaukee departure and the impact of Victor Oladipo's return. Plus, find out which of these NBA moments will land on mine. Oh no, you didn't, list from around the league. Stay tuned.
Oh, you're looking at the fast break.
Biscuit shrimp is, they got us even asking.
Yeah, that's
so crunchy, butter.
a little different.
Like those biscuits. Are you hungry yet?
8 shrimp, a side, and a biscuit for just $6. During Aaron's President's Day event, $5 gets you started. Rent to own top brands in furniture, electronics,
How good, Jimbo?
with easy approval.
No worries,
Plus,
man.
When you start a new agreement, get 6
We in this thing together.
at most locations.
You know, if you fall down, I'll pick you back. I'll pick you back up. You know, I haven't seen it in a while. Your other mate, your other Australian mate.
of our lifetime, where we'll make a stand for honesty, national unity, and basic decency.
Yeah, Grego.
Whoever steps into that ring with Donald Trump better win, because what's at stake is nothing less than America. So now, who do you think is tough enough to go the distance?
I'm running to defeat Donald Trump and put the United back in the United States of America.
Exactly.
I'm Mike Bloomberg, and I approve this message.
The winner of American Idol is...
My boy Jeff from One in the Filler.
The only show
getting us going. 6 left. Thank you, Jeff.
He might be the biggest star we've ever had on American Idol.
Be the first to witness who is next.
He is our Kelly Clarkson.
American Idol, new season.
Have you ever wondered what the motorcade driver drives when they're not in a motorcade? This one drives a Volkswagen Passat.
Australia dealing with floods. Floods and bushfires at the same time, and a cyclone on the way.
When all
Man.
your burgers is think about, Postmates. For $100.
Stay safe out there, Jimbo. Stay safe out there.
Welcome back to Sports Center with Stephen A. Smith, presented by Mountain Dew.
The hottest team in the NBA is in Brooklyn tonight. Pascal Siakam and the Raptors will look
Shouts
for their
out to you,
16th
Jimbo.
straight
Stay
win
safe out
when
there,
they
my
take on
man.
the Nets. Let's check out tonight's three-point performance.
Sounds like a movie or something. Anytime I hear Australia in the news.
Toronto is the only team shooting at least 40% on three-pointers.
Plates and Patches does look very nice.
Reporter extraordinaire Malika Andrews. Malika at the Barclays Center in Brooklyn. Talk to us about what the Raptors are saying about their present 15.
The only thing that kind of gets me is those stickers, man.
Stephen A., the Raptors are having fun.
But if I'm not mistaken, you get a plate, you get a relic, and you get an auto per box on
I
that.
asked head coach Nick Nurse what he has learned about this team on this streak, and he said that what he has learned is they can win
Let me
in so
double check
many different
that.
ways. They haven't just been winning the same type of game. They've had to come back from behind. They've had to win where it comes down to the buzzer. They've built
Yeah, you get a
these
relic,
and lost them, and that means you have a lot of
an auto, a printing plate, a base card, and a parallel in each box of plate and patches.
Nets coach Kenny Atkinson said that while overall he has been happy with his team's effort, they will have to play 2 times at the level they are usually at to be the team that breaks the Raptors streak tonight.
So much for having a rough life without Kawhi Leonard. Malika Andrews at the Barclays Center. Thank you so much.
Harrison Barnes isn't cutting his hair or shaving until the Kings hit 500 or the season ends. He made the vow in mid-December and looks pretty rugged these days. Does he really? What does he look like?
Off-season. I talked with Brogdon earlier today about his time with Milwaukee and his current season with the Indiana Pacers.
So you signed with Indiana in the off-season, but you left the team that went to the Eastern Conference Finals, which was 2 games away from a go to the NBA Finals. Tell me what your emotions were like when you first signed with the league.
Excited, optimistic, taking on a new challenge, leaving something that was secure, something that had the elements to be great. Had a great player, had an MVP guy on that team, going somewhere where they're really trying to build something special. They've done well, but
nothing's changed in the store just yet.
And, you know, I wanted to be one of the big pieces for them.
Malcolm Brogdon sounds like if a robot had a voice,
Was it something
it would be Malcolm Brogdon.
It was surprising. It was surprising. I didn't anticipate leaving. You know, I talked to my agent up until that point, up until the day the trade happened, and he thought it wasn't going to get done. There was a lot of uncertainty around it, but it ended up coming through, and it ended up being a great situation.
So let's get into this season. Thus far, you got.
I need a haircut.
31-23 on the season, but you're in the midst of a 6.
My barber's been out of town, so that kind of sucks. I was hoping to get a haircut by today, but
maybe 5 or 6 games ago.
Won't be in town until the weekend.
That's such a huge piece to what you do.
And I don't like getting my haircut by just anybody.
This has been a team where guys have been injured with concussions, with minor injuries, been out for 3 to 5 game stretches, sickness all season long. So now we have an opportunity. Last game was our first game where we had the whole team back. So it's a huge adjustment period, and we got to figure it out.
Your buddy, your former teammate, the Greek freak, Giannis Antetokounmpo, he speaks very, very highly of you, has a lot of love for you. Talk to me for a second about your relationship with him.
He's a great dude. I actually texted him last night. Congratulations on the new baby boy. You know, one thing about Giannis that separates him from anybody I've ever played with or been around is his work ethic.
Need a fade? Yes, that's actually what I was going to get.
Unrivaled, unmatched. So I've seen his tough game.
A little high top fade, you know what I'm saying?
You know, had games where he was
get the kid and plate going.
Right there. And now what he's dominating night in, night out. So, you know, I'm so happy for him and all that he's accomplished, but now I want to be
the MVP caliber season that he had. Could you crystallize for us how painful it was for him to lose in those conference finals last year?
I know it was painful. To be the MVP, but then to have a player like Kawhi come in and beat you, it was almost like them two going head to head, and Kawhi won the matchup. So I know it was painful for him. He put in a lot of work to get to those finals to win a championship last year. We had the ingredients, we just didn't get it done.
Now, you say you're looking forward to going up against him. You know him. You know how great he is. You know how hungry he is. How you going to overcome that playing for a different team going up against him?
This is a team effort. This is historically one of the better defensive teams in the league. When I was on the Bucks, this was one of the few teams that would guard Giannis well. So we have the pieces to continue to do that. We did it last game we played them. They just have a lot of weapons now, great coaching.
You remember the steps?
We have a chance to really do it.
The high top fade is, I mean, not everybody can rock the high top fade, but
Conference standings, the Pacers
I think I can rock it.
Seed facing the Celtics in the first round. And it's important to mention the Miami Heat would have home court advantage over the Philadelphia 76ers in their first round matchup. It's that time, y'all. It's that time. It's what you've been waiting for. Oh, no, you did it. Oh, no, you did it. Let's get right to it. Item number 1 on the list, Alan Smiley. Look at this stuff. Oh, no, it wasn't a dunk. Oh, my Lord. What was he thinking? That looked like me trying to dunk. And I'm 52 years old. Just embarrassing for an NBA player. There is no way around it. Oh, no, you didn't, Smiley. Oh, no, you didn't. I don't know what you were thinking. Please show Steph Curry on the bench laughing uncontrollably. He couldn't help himself. Neither could I. Number 2 on the list, Bojan Bogdanovic. Look at this against the Houston Rockets. Over Harden, over P.J. Tucker. Woo! There you go. Oh, no, you didn't, Bogdanovic. Oh, no, you didn't. Beat small ball in H-Town. In H-Town. Beat the Houston Rockets the other night, the Utah Jazz. They're a team to look out for, ladies and gentlemen. Pay attention. Do not ignore them. Oh, no, you didn't, Bogdanovic. Let's get to number 3 on the list. Look at this brother, Jason Tatum. He's young. He was mentored by Kobe. Look at this move right here. Between the legs. Oh, look. The side step. Switch from 3. Oh, no, you didn't, Jason Tatum. No, you didn't do something like that. Special talent, all-star. This kid has the goods, and he's so young to think he could have been on the Sixers instead of Markelle Fultz. But I'm being nice right now. Let's get to the last one on the list. LeBron James right here with the breakaway dunk. Does it look familiar, ladies and gentlemen? It should, because years ago, the one and only Kobe Bryant, 2001.
Good old Stephen A.
Look at this dunk right here in the open court. Oh, no, you didn't, Kobe. Oh, no, you didn't. We remember.
He's starting to get on my nerves a little bit.
Obviously, so does
but
LeBron James.
He doesn't hold a candle to Molly.
That LeBron remembers.
I hate that. I hate's a strong word.
Look at him, Chris Middleton.
But if I was in a desert and I had a flask full of water and it was me and Molly from First Take, and Molly came to me and said, Jesse, can I have some water? I would drink a couple gulps, and then I would kindly tell her no. I wouldn't, I'm not gonna just throw the rest of the water away, but if it was me, if it was Hitler and Molly, and I had a gun with 2 bullets, I would shoot Molly twice. Because Hitler would just kill himself eventually, so.
We'll always go the extra mile to make your journey special. Hertz, ranked #1 in customer
I can't even watch First Take anymore. Like, First Take used to be like I used to watch that show like every day. Now I can't. The only time I can watch First Take is when Molly is not moderating. Now I kind of gravitate towards like Undisputed. I'd rather see Shannon Sharp and Skip Bayless go at it for an hour or two without anybody interrupting them. And Molly's just annoying.
Yes, by gently warming your feet.
But can you help keep me asleep?
Absolutely. It intelligently.
Who is Stephen A. Amos? Who is Stephen A. Amos?
You could really promise better sleep? Not promise. True. And now,
who is that guy?
Sleep Number event. Save 50% on the Sleep Number 360 limited edition smart bed. Plus 0% interest for 24 months on all smart beds. Only for a limited time. I know this guy talks.
I don't know about Stephen Amos, but a Stephen K. Amos is a British stand-up comedian. Interesting. Might have to check him out.
PNC Bank has technology to help make banking easier. Like a PNC business line of credit.
Is he any funny?
Because sometimes inner peace requires a little external soundproofing. Or PNC Total Auto.
Good evening, Canada. Good evening, America. How are you? I'm from England. That's right. Get used to it. Yes, so my name is Stephen K. Amos. I was born in London, born and raised in London. My parents are Nigerian. Any Nigerians in the house? Long shot. I didn't think there were. I ask that question wherever I go, and in Ireland, a man in the front row, the palest man you've ever seen, with bright orange hair, just goes, "Yes!" I said, "Oh my God, are you Nigerian?" And he said, "Fuck no. I'm just trying to help." Just gonna love that, right? Now basically, I was born and raised in London. As I say, my parents are Nigerian. It presents for me a dilemma. What am I? Whose side am I on? I said to my dad, "Dad, what am I?" My dad summed me down and went, "Stephen, never ever forget your roots. First and foremost, you are Nigerian, unless you're passing through immigration at any international airport." Then tell them what they want to hear. So I've got dual heritage. I was born in a hospital in South London called St. Stephen's Hospital. So you can just imagine how much my parents struggled to come up with my name. We have had the baby. What should we call him? I don't know. Look around you. Stephen. I mean, it was all right for me, but I was born a twin, and last year she had to change her name from hospital. That's right, folks, I was born a twin. I didn't even have the luxury of being born alone. A twin. I said to my mum last year, "Tell me honestly, Mum, what was it like having twins?" My mum sat me down and she went, "Oh, Stephen, it was like all the joy and beauty of having one child, but totally ruined." Thanks, Mum. And apparently back in the day, my mum didn't even know she was expecting twins, right? Because technology was quite bad, apparently. Right, she's in the hospital, gave birth to my sister, was getting dressed, about to leave. Yeah, the nurse was like, "Mrs. Amos, where are you going? There's another child." Apparently Mum turns to Dad and goes, "Ah, bastard! You're always creating more work for me. First the dishes and now this." When I think about the job I do, right, we all have an agenda, right? But my agenda is to hopefully make you laugh. And a politician, right, also has an agenda. And a politician and a comedian quite similar. Because you both stand up in front of a room full of strangers telling lies, right? But my lies are designed to make you laugh, right? And it got me thinking about how people see me, right? I get the most strangest things. I went on holiday recently, over Christmas, I went to Thailand because I got money. So I don't need to be here. And I stayed in this all-inclusive resort. Now, when you hear the words all-inclusive, you go crazy, right? Well, everything, including the alcohol, boom! Ah! And by the way, this is me miming drinking a lot of alcohol, not a giant cock.
When British people curse, it's funny to me. I don't know.
So I got to the resort at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and I was British, drinking. By 7 o'clock, I was pissed in bed. The next morning at breakfast, the Thai waitress comes to my table, and she says this. Now, forgive me, I can't really do a Thai accent, so I'll do a sort of generic, sort of Asian accent for you. She said, oh, good morning, how are you today? What's wrong with that? Have I turned the room? Anyone here think that was quite racist? Thank you, madam. I didn't use any gross stereotype, did I? I didn't say sucky $5. I didn't say that. But I could have done. I said to her, I'm fine. And she said, oh, the whole hotel, they talk about you. So, oh my God, what did I do yesterday in my drunken haze, right? I said, what are they saying? And she said this. She went, oh, they all say Samuel L. Jackson, he get fat last night.
Wow.
I know, a bit of me was quite proud, you know, Uncle Samuel, yeah. Then I remembered, he's 65. What is she trying to say about me? And do you think Samuel L. Jackson is walking along Hollywood Boulevard, right? Some British tourist sees him and goes, "Oi, Stephen K. Amos, tell us a joke, wanker!" Doesn't matter where I go, people seem to think they can say what they like. I did a radio show in a place in Australia called Adelaide. Have you heard of Adelaide? Yeah, now I've got no idea what year it is in Adelaide, for the mullet is alive and well. And at 6:30 in the morning, the interviewer, I'm not joking, he said this to me, he said, "Oh, Steve, you come to Australia quite a bit. You must get recognised a lot. Tell me, what about at night?" Get to my face. I was like, whoa. I didn't know we were going down racist road. Because I don't know about you guys here, right? But at night time, this has never, ever, ever happened to me. Bum, 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 bang. What on earth was that? Oh, another black person.
Alright, that's enough of that.
The Gillette Skin Guard. It has a guard between the blades that helps protect skin.
I like my comedy like a little bit more raunchy. You know, I like it.
I'm here to help us win.
You know, a lot more F-bombs. You know, just I like a lot of cursing in my stand-up comedy.
Combos with all-you-can-eat pancakes? This calls for all-you-can-eat silverware. Get IHOP's all-you-can-eat pancakes free with the purchase of any breakfast combo. Or just get the 2x2x2 combo with all-you-can-eat pancakes for just $4.99 Monday through Friday.
The sandwich is back. For those who haven't tasted that crispy chicken on toasted brioche, it's like,
I'm experiencing some things right now.
Look at you looking all special. But you won't really get it until you get it.
Love that chicken from Popeyes.
Hey, you a basketball fan?
Yeah.
That is a Metro Pass that Clyde Drexler stepped on. And that is a box set of Benny the Bull's short-lived sitcom, That's Bull. And my favorite, a 95 Houston Rockets autographed poster. Autographed it myself, some right hand, some left. Gotta make them look different.
Just okay is not okay, whether it's sports, memorabilia, or your network. That's why AT&T is building its 5G on America's best network.
If you're busy swiping left, you might miss what's right in front of you.
J-Mass with the coronavirus update. Getting out of hand. Hubei Health Authority reported 242 more people died from the coronavirus.
Beautiful outdoor furniture.
The death toll is at about 1,300.
Seating and more.
Well, that's not good.
Beautiful wicker and long
I read somewhere too that the coronavirus could survive. Excuse me. That the coronavirus could survive on any surface up to 9 days, and all you have to you could touch it, and it'll affect you. So somebody could cough in their hand with the coronavirus, touch a doorknob or whatever, and you touch that same doorknob, boom, coronavirus.
Doris Burke, two-time All-Big East at Providence, Naismith Basketball Hall of Famer.
By 18 points at the half and yet exploded.
LaFonso Ellis, double-double machine at Notre Dame, 11-year NBA career.
They got a chance to win this game.
Next assignment, Lakers Nuggets.
Lakers Nuggets tonight. That should be a good one.
Well, you're right, Mike. He bounced back at 32.
Jimmy Dykes, letter at Arkansas, 3 years as an NBA scout, former head coach for Arkansas women's team.
They follow the ball to certain areas of the floor.
Now it's time to complete your tonight on ESPN The Crossover.
I should have made Jason come in today.
Welcome everyone to NBA Wednesday, presented by State Farm. From Bankers Life Field.
Well, at least he has some basketball now.
Circling the deck on you tonight. It's
The Bucks and Pacers.
2020 crossover night here on ESPN. It's the Bucks taking on the Pacers.
The good news is we just need 6 more spots to fill. I got Jeff for 1. Just need 6 more, and we can fill this bad boy. $2.30 a spot. You get to pick 2 teams in optic number 1.
As well, Brogdon and Warren in the backcourt for the Pacers. Oladipo in his 6-game back. Sabonis and Turner, and Adam Schefter has a little bit more. Adam, what's up?
Oh, thanks very much, Mark. As you mentioned, Giannis Antetokounmpo is not here tonight. He's back in Milwaukee to tend to his newborn son.
Oh, Giannis isn't even playing in this game.
Scoring points, they're changing diapers, but the Bucks head coach Mike Budenholzer got the chance to visit Giannis and young Liam in the hospital yesterday, and he said that Giannis is quote-unquote over the moon. Back to you, Mark.
Hey, it's all about the sleep from here on in for the next couple of months.
Just spoil Mariah, is all I'm saying. She's earned it, baby.
Quite proud of him as a dad for staying home for an additional day. So meaningful. In fact, Nate McMillan said that he needs to take as much time as he needs at home.
The rest of the season.
Nate McMillan's Pacers trying to snap out of a 6-game losing streak. 5 of those games coming here at home at Bankers Life Fieldhouse. Meanwhile, the Bucks have won their last 5 in a row. Bledsoe out top. Lopez pops for the 3. Nice show and go, takes it all the way in, and that's going to be an offensive foul as Oladipo takes the charge.
So it's been a struggle offensively, but he comes out of the gates with 2 defensive plays. First the deny out top, now the rotation. How about that? LaFonso giving up his body early.
2018 first team all defensive team showing us his instincts on that play.
Victor Oladipo, if you haven't already heard, on a 28-minute restriction tonight. We're going to reevaluate after the All-Star break and see whether they expand it or not. Here he is on the edges. Inside to Sabonis. And Sabonis muscles it in for the first bucket of the game.
Listen, Milwaukee is on an historic pace taking away that kind of shot, so I like that Sabonis goes right at him.
Boy, Wesley Matthews has really picked up the pace on his 3-point shooting. He's up to 38% from downtown on the year.
I love the pace by which the Bucks play. They're always trying to push it out in transition and get the best early look.
A 2-rated team in offensive efficiency. T.J. Warren back for the 3rd consecutive game after missing 4 games because he was in concussion protocol. Pacers out to a 1-point lead. Just underway, Bledsoe. Lobs it up high. Lopez couldn't get to it. And here's Malcolm Brogdon playing against his former team. Sabonis missed the dunk. Warren with a rebound.
It's going to be an ugly game.
One of the things Nate talked to his group about, because they've struggled scoring it against Milwaukee, 83 and 89. So play early or play late. LaFonso, first 3 possessions, they're playing early.
And they get the steal. Warren, a little room service. The attention to detail on the defensive end. Tremendous start by the Pacers. Mike Budenholzer looking at Ersan Ilyasova, saying, hey, got to do better, got to be better. The Pacers off to a pretty good start. TJ Warren with the theft in the bucket at the other end.
Wait, I didn't know you played for the Bucks.
Oh, excuse me.
Don't worry, I can help with this. I am on a journey.
Let's put a post out.
Ready for the journey, Elizabeth.
Need more people in here,
How did you
man.
get in here anyway?
The cat flap.
Makes sense.
Relax, with the real ginger taste of Canada Dry.
Yes, the first word to any adventure. But when allergies and congestion strike, take Allegra D, a non-drowsy antihistamine plus a powerful decongestant. So you can always say yes to putting your true colors on display. Say yes to Allegra D.
My home is my sanctuary. It's where I can just kick back and be totally comfortable in my own skin. You know what I'm saying? Rocket Mortgage understands that home is where I can be myself.
However you get comfortable in your home, Rocket Mortgage helps you feel comfortable financing one with a personalized experience centered around you. Rocket Mortgage. Push button, get mortgage.
You got this.
Take it.
Okay, all right. Good job.
Introducing Wendy's Big Bacon Classic with fresh never frozen beef and hot crispy bacon. If you're not getting your bacon cheeseburger from Wendy's, what are you getting? Get the Big Bacon Classic now on Wendy's Made to Crave menu.
This is painful.
I bet.
I can't load anything.
You should switch to Boost Mobile. You get 4 free phones when you switch.
Switch to Boost Mobile and get 4
Oh,
lines for
this one
$25
looks
per
weird.
month with unlimited data and 4 free Samsung Galaxy A20 phones, all on our super reliable, super fast network.
I heard in America, some people go to tasting classes to learn how to appreciate the subtle nuances of their whiskey. In Ireland, we go to the pub. Proper number 12 Irish whiskey, one for all.
Biggest fight in recent history.
Wild Fury 2, February 22nd. Buy it on pay-per-view or ESPN+.
Let's check out tonight's key coverage brought to you by
Posted on the social medias.
Impressive numbers by the Milwaukee Bucks.
Need some more peeps.
The third one, the point differential. That tells me because they're blowing out a lot of teams, their starters aren't logging a lot of minutes, which should help theoretically at the end of the season into the playoffs.
When you can get Giannis rested, right? I mean, the numbers that he's putting up.
I'm gonna keep it on.
1 minute a game. Can you imagine what his 148 would be? Incredible.
Another MVP type season. Not with the Bucks tonight, who right now trail 8-3. Oladipo off the screen. Sabonis with a great spin, blocked by Lopez inside.
The difference between that one and the first one, he was able to get some contact, creating some space to get it off. Didn't do it that time.
Wesley Matthews on the baseline. Nice cut by Bledsoe, missed everything. And here's TJ Warren coming back the other way for the Pacers. Off to a good start. They got 6 of their points off of turnovers. Oladipo on the blow-by, whistle, and he lost the handle out of bounds.
We talked about what they are especially good at. And Giannis isn't even here, but Mr. Lopez's defensive metrics, their top 3 guys, Giannis, Brook, and Robin, are top 3 in protecting against that restricted area, too. Good luck scoring there.
So much scoring.
They're thick, and the attention to detail to be able to help them being in the right spot, excellent.
Number one in the league in defensive field goal percentage. That foul going to go against Chris Middleton, his first personal foul. Ilyasova there getting the start for Giannis Antetokounmpo at home tonight. Chris Middleton going to be making the trip to Chicago.
What's going on, people? All 6 of you.
He is having a banner season. Matthews, good defense on Brogdon. Out of bounds, it's going to come back the other way, Milwaukee basketball.
And that's why Wes Matthews was actually brought here. His ability to be able to get up into the basketball, bother your dribble, and then he's able to space you out and knock down the 3-ball at over 35% from 3. What an excellent acquisition by the Bucks.
Great spin so far. Here's Bledsoe off the screen, blocked by Miles Turner.
Pacers went to his zone there, and more teams doing that. It's interesting listening to the Pacer announcers a couple of nights ago. When they said they went zone, there was this shock in their voice, like it was sacrilege that Nate McMillan was going to play zone.
Nate McMillan's about winning.
That's right.
Zone, man, Trippier, whatever you need.
Wesley Matthews with the bucket. 8.5 minutes to go. He's got 5. Brogdon taking on his former team, left for Indianapolis in free agency and gets on the scoreboard there.
Okay. You love that guy at Virginia as much as I did.
Indeed.
Malcolm Brogdon's career at Virginia was absolutely outstanding.
When they signed with the Pacers, they told him that they wanted him to become one of their leaders. Ilyasova missing the short jump shot. And back come the Pacers. Brogdon averaging a little over 16 per game on the season. Into the paint. Sabonis on the drive, sweet spin and bucket.
You have to be willing to go into the shot blocker's chest.
Yes.
His momentum at the offensive end began a year ago as one of the top 6 men in the NBA. It's carried into this year.
Wow. Bucks look completely different without Giannis.
Still be Milwaukee ball.
Well, this is the difference. Watch how he goes inside. Now, boom, we call it a stun back in my day. You stun the defender, it creates the opening for you to get that shot off even over length. Well done by Sabonis.
Oh, knocked out of bounds. It'll stay in Milwaukee basketball.
Better look out, Mark Jones. Alfonso's breaking it down and getting physical over here as an announcer.
You're having some good flashbacks
I was a power forward.
You'd be a 5 in today's game. Lopez inside. Left it a little bit short. Here's Brogdon.
I'll tell you what, the attention to detail by this Pacers team who desperately needs a win is a positive sign for Coach McMillan.
Sabonis took it right into Lopez's chest and got it blocked. Brogdon with 7 on the shot clock. Got a mismatch here against Ilyasova's former teammate. Hit him with the in-and-out dribble. Warren just didn't get it off in time. And a good defensive sequence that time by the Bucks. The number 1 defensive rated team in the NBA is Marvin Williams. Checked into the ball game for the first time for the Milwaukee Bucks. Recently bought out by his former team, Charlotte, and signed by Milwaukee.
I think a couple things about the acquisition. Number 1, his career 3-point percentage fits in seamlessly with what they do. With the extreme downsizing going on in the league right now, he provides you, as Bud told us pregame, the ability to stay somewhat big, but be able to match with those super downsized lineups.
Yes.
Do you like the acquisition, Alfonso?
Oh, absolutely love it. 15 years, he wants to win a championship. He's dialed in on defensive end, gives me versatility, and a guy who can knock down his own shot.
Oladipo with the layup and the foul. And a chance to go to the free throw line for Oladipo. Still trying to find his rhythm, Fonz.
Yeah, he is, and it's just going to take a little time. You can see he was even off-balanced on that one. I was often injured in my NBA career, and it takes a while for you to get your legs, your mind sharp, but your body doesn't necessarily keep pace with your mind at that time. But it's nice to see him in attack mode.
He was telling me a couple of days ago when I called the Raptors game here that a year ago at this time, post-surgery, the pain was so debilitating he couldn't sleep through the night. Great to see him back. Middleton from deep. Chris Middleton shooting over 40% from downtown on the season. coming off a good summer with USA Basketball, but he's misfired on his first 3 shots. Here's a look at Oladipo so far.
I think people want to draw a straight line between the numbers you see before you and the losing streak or the 1-5 record. It's not that simple. I mean, the fact of the matter is, in their losing streak, Mark, they've been in every single basketball game. It's an inability to make plays late. Now, listen, incorporating him back in has made some people adjust, but it's not as simple as it's him.
And Monday, Doris, and Alfonso, was the first time that Indiana has had their starting 5 that they projected opening night together. This is only the 2nd game they've started. All 5 of these players. Warren leading the break, and good transition defense by the Bucks.
Australia has a mismatch here if they can find it.
Guarded by Middleton on the block. They can't get it to him. T.J. Warren stops on his dime and hits the floater.
Professional scorer, Doris. I watched him do that for North Carolina State year after year, and he has every shot that you want in his bag.
Chris Middleton probing underneath. They knock it away on the back tap. Here's Brogdon in transition. Oladipo still got a little bit of bounce. Timeout Bucks. Unselfish play by the Pacers there.
And that's how you get somebody back in rhythm. Malcolm came here because he...
All right, I'm gonna do something stupid, but let's see if we can fill it. I'm gonna drop it to $200. $200 a spot. You get 2 teams. If you end up with the 7th spot in the snake, you'll have 3 teams. Stupid good deal here.
It's interesting what happens when you treat every little piece of a thing like it's not just one thing, but everything. Because when each part does everything better than ever, imagine what you can do with the sum of those parts. The new Dell XPS.
Head and Shoulders stops flakes for 72 hours. That's enough time to learn the didgeridoo. Then play a gig at a local venue, which inspires a groupie named Sue to get a tattoo of you and your do. Stay flake-free for 72. What you do is up to you.
Sometimes the front lines are in our own backyard. Make a difference in your community, serving part-time in the Army National Guard.
That sizzle, that's the soundtrack of Chipotle.
The soundtrack of Chipotle?
Oh yeah. You come in, you're going to be hearing that sizzle. That's how you know we always have fresh food.
Fresh is what you stand for.
Exactly.
Let's take a look at tonight's player resume brought to you by Indeed. Notre Dame, 1988 to 92. Lafonso, that was 200 career blocks. Okay, I'm going to throw some names out. Bennett, Damon Street, Billy Taylor, Keith Tower, your teammates.
Kept me well fed, man.
Hey. You were eating, huh?
They kept me well. Elmer kept me well fed in the post.
Over a decade in the NBA, all rookie team, career high in points, 1997, almost 22. You weren't bad.
Coming off outdoors, that was a rough year. It was great from that
Stupid cheap filler here at 200 a
a year and a
spot.
half with my knees, but I was able to get back to the level I was playing with before I left. And then, unfortunately, with 7 games to go, with big money on the table, I ruptured my Achilles tendon. And yes, I've never got a chance to experience what it's like to get that second big contract. But I'm grateful to God that I played an additional 6 years.
Well, the Pacers off to a great start here, guys, as Chris Middleton finally gets on the score sheet.
Stupid good filler at 200 a spot. Ridiculously good. Even if you end up, the absolute worst you could do is end up with 2 teams that total 198. That's a $2 difference. You could also end up with the Knicks and the Kings. That's a $338 for 2 of those teams. I mean, come on. Ridiculously good filler here. 6 spots left. Still got lots of good teams up for grabs. The Knicks are still there. The Wizards, the Warriors, Bulls, Mavericks, Nuggets, Blazers, the Suns, the Sixers, the Raptors, Thunder, Pacers. Still got lots of good teams up for grabs. At 200 a spot, you get to pick 2 teams. Snake draft style. If you end up with the 7th spot, you'll have 3 teams. Hell of a deal here, people. Max those credit cards out.
Nate has talked about the adjustment they've made with Oladipo coming back, as Marvin Williams gets his first bucket as a Buck, and he says that Turner has been impacted maybe more than anybody else since the return. Head coach is working it out when we come back.
At VisionWorks, we guarantee you'll see great and look great.
Guaranteed. We say that too.
You gotta use these because we don't mean it.
Steven for one, that's what I'm talking about.
Get one free. Really, VisionWorks. See the difference.
One by one, it's happening. People
Thank
are
you, my
freeing
man.
themselves from the hassle and frustration of their wireless contracts. It's a movement towards something simple.
5 more to go.
Truly unlimited high-speed talk, text, and data on a 5G-ready network. And no contract. Ever. Get truly unlimited data on a 5G-ready network for just $45 a month. Simple mobile. Out with the old, in with the simple.
At Gripstagram, drop the beat on Popeye's buttermilk biscuit shrimp. His decision, not ours.
Buttermilk biscuit, crunchy buttermilk biscuit, almost style, buttermilk biscuit shrimp.
8 shrimp, a side, and a biscuit for just $6.
At this rate, we might just rip it by midnight.
Let's take a look at the upcoming TNT national TV schedule brought to you by Kinder Bueno. Tomorrow it's the Clippers coming off that loss in Philadelphia at Boston. Then Friday, NBA Rising Stars. Saturday, it's All-Star Saturday Night presented by State Farm. And Sunday, the NBA All-Star Game. For more, go to NBA.com or visit the NBA app. And don't forget the NBA Celebrity All-Star Game on Friday night as Team Wilbon takes on Team Stephen A. Smith.
Wow. Who's the MVP this year?
I'm picking Quavo from Migos to win his 2nd consecutive MVP. He's been in the gym working on his jumper as Pat Connaughton corrals the rebound. He'll be in the slam dunk contest on All-Star Weekend on Saturday. The Bucks will have a few guys there. DiVincenzo blocked by Turner, but that's going to be a goaltend.
He's been critical to what they've tried to do, DiVincenzo. I really thought they were going to miss Malcolm Brogdon a ton this year. Because everybody thinks about Milwaukee restricted area 2s and 3s. They were a hard driving team, and that drive was impressive.
Yes, gives them tremendous energy coming off the bench. And DB's finally healthy after a foot injury last year.
Jeremy Lamb with a mid-range jump shot from the free throw line. DiVincenzo.
They're making Bud Light Seltzer now? Oh, hell no. That needs to stop.
Coming out of a program like Villanova, as we hear on Crossover College Night. And you see it and hear about it so many times where 3- and 4-year players come in ready to go. Even though DiVincenzo didn't stay more than a couple years.
Meet Dave, NBA All-Star. There's no jump on it. He plays NBA Pick'em All-Star Edition. Watching all weekend to earn once-in-a-lifetime NBA prizes and All-Star status. NBA Pick'em, free to play at NBA.com/Pick'em.
T.J. McConnell checking into the ball game for the Pacers. DiVincenzo in the backcourt with Bledsoe. And Sabonis with the rebound.
Do you see how they have Indiana has 5 guys on the defensive backboard? At times they've not been able to protect their defensive backboard. I love the attention to detail that this desperate team is showing tonight.
Off the turnover, the Pacers have out-rebounded Milwaukee 12-3. Sterling Brown inside, through the contact, couldn't finish. Donald probing. Boy, hit Holiday right in the hands with a pass. He couldn't corral it. Here's Brown coming back the other way. The ball bobbled.
Thought he got away with a walk there.
Davis didn't call travel. This is what Nate McMillan was up off the bench requesting. Here's Sabonis working off the elbow. McDermott couldn't get free, so Sabonis tries to do it himself.
He didn't really want to shoot that one. You can tell the way that rolled off of his hand.
Bledsoe's pass never made it to Robin Lopez. Milwaukee turnover. Mike Budenholzer will get a break during the All-Star break.
I'm going to post this
and because he went to
and see how much
weekend
action we can get on it.
Team Giannis.
This filler here.
This year, of course, the rule stipulating you can't go 2 years in a row, even though your team may have the best record. Justin Holiday with the long-range jumper.
Somehow I don't think Mike Budenholzer minds.
What gives you that? It'll be a little cold in Chicago. Lopez inside, got it. Robin and Brooke playing together for the first time in the NBA. When they were playing together at Stanford, here's McDermott. Quick trigger 3 is Bueller.
The little slight lean towards the basket kept that window open for him to get that shot off because Pat Connaughton was pursuing hard.
And a 32-point first quarter for the Pacers as DiVincenzo knocks down a 3 for Milwaukee.
There was a time Milwaukee's low for a quarter this season is 16. They've just gotten a couple of buckets to get above that. But it goes to LaFonso's point about attention to detail defensively. They've been sharp.
Yes.
Here's Lamb, who moves back to the bench now that the Pacers are whole with their starting 5 and providing a spark off the bench for Indiana.
Oh, my God.
14-point lead for the Pacers. Bledsoe going to run it down. Sterling Brown at the buzzer. And that's the end of the first 12 minutes. The Pacers off to a great start, trying to snap their 6-game losing streak. Oladipo off to a good start as well.
Post this on Facebook.
Just at the time I got us all that unlimited data.
Or like when you got us this gorgeous house.
With unlimited comfort. You're welcome.
You're nervous. I get it. The truth is, they're more talented than you.
Right? Posted the filler on Facebook and Twitter. Let's see how quickly we can get some action on this.
First, they don't know what it's like to get knocked down. I have to get back up again. They don't know what it is to fight.
We're way back. Here we are, March 6th.
Yes!
Yes. Yes.
Yes, sure.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, no problem.
Yes.
Yes. Yes, 1,000 times yes.
Discover. Accepted at over 95% of places in the U.S.
Put a link up
Tracker now has GPS, so you can
on Facebook and Twitter.
Use it to get a delivery alert, so we don't catch you before you're ready. Get any 2 or more medium 2-topping.
Rooms to Go is in the patio business. Save now during the Rooms to Go Patio President's Day sale. Beautiful outdoor furniture on sale, like this stylish 2-piece set. Save on outdoor dining, seating, and more. Save on beautiful wicker and long-lasting teak. This 5-piece set just $6.88.
Yeah, buddy.
Or save
All
on
right.
the seating set only $27 a month.
Now we await the onslaught of people
Celebrate
coming.
style and savings during the Rooms to Go Patio President's Day sale. Going on now. They're back. The 000s have arrived at South Motors Honda and brought big savings with them. During our no spend event, drive with zero due at signing, 0% APR for up to 72 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days, or lease a new Civic for $119 a month. Don't wait. Catch the 000s now, only at South Motors Honda. Be smart, drive south. Online at southhonda.com. Be smart, drive south.
Welcome back to NBA Wednesday, presented by State Farm. Coach, how much did Giannis's absence impact your team in the first quarter?
Well, certainly we missed him, but, you know, Indiana's played really well. We haven't been very sharp offensively, a lot of turnovers. They're scoring in the paint, they're scoring everywhere. That's not anything to do with Giannis. We just got to be better.
What will be your message to your team for what it should do in the second quarter?
Yeah, we just got to play better. We got to play better defense. 34 points is too much. We got to take care of the ball on the other end. We just got to play better basketball.
Thanks very much, Coach.
Folks, we've really crossed over tonight from the NBA to NFL, and hey, you don't have to worry about any breaking news in the NFL tonight because we got you covered on that front. There's McDermott, Sabonis with the mid-range jumper. That Arvidas would be proud of that one, Lafonso.
Indeed, Arvidas Sabonis, the best passing big man I've ever seen in my life.
Bledsoe inside, turns it over. There's TJ McConnell.
Wouldn't it have been nice if he had come over a little bit earlier, Arvidas?
I don't think other players in the league would agree. That dude was unreal.
Before he tore his Achilles tendon.
Yeah.
Saw him in World Championships. His father, Arvidas, playing the World Championships in the late 80s in Madrid, Spain, and I saw him dunk on David Robinson.
Yes.
And it was something to behold. 7 feet and mobile.
Yes.
Holiday from deep, fouled on the 3 ball, and he'll go to the free throw line. Ilyasova, the perpetrator. That's his second personal foul. Justin Holiday, his brother Aaron Holiday, point guard on this Pacer team as well. Coming off the bench again, he started a few games. Folks, a busy weekend in the NBA with NBA All-Star Weekend beginning Friday in Chicago with the All-Star Celebrity Game presented by Ruffles on ESPN. Michael Wilbon coaching the home team led by Common. Stephen A. coaching the away team with Chance the Rapper and 2018 MVP Quavo. And the always exciting Ruffles 4-point line is back. Coverage begins 7 p.m. Eastern from Wintrust Arena. Also available on the ESPN. Yes, you're looking at me funny, coverage.
I want to know if Common.
Oh, goodness gracious, the internet is so stupid.
Anything important, I want him to do it.
When my time comes, I want him to do my obit.
Yeah.
He got the voice, you know, that James Earl Jones kind of deep thing going. There's a documentary on it.
Actually, the performance of he and John Legend with the song Alien,
yes,
that was absolutely.
I guess they're working on that. Or something, I don't know.
At the free throw line. Having a tough start to this game. Ilyasova getting the start tonight. And I love telling the story. You take a look at him. He plays very well.
A restaurant made out of a 2-story bus.
Broken his
That's pretty
nose
cool.
the last time about 5
In the
times
UK?
in his NBA career. I'm told by one of the staff members of the Bucks that he's broken his nose so many times, get this, Doris and Alfonso, that the facial ID function on his iPhone stopped working the last time. Yes, true story. It stopped working. That's incredible. Now that's a strong move inside by Sabonis.
That's their 20th point in the paint, and against a team that, as we had said, is on a historic paint prevention, that is pretty impressive start.
A quick catch and shoot is pretty impressive too, Doris. Connaughton knocks down the deep one. Lead still at 16. Matt Connaughton, one of the top athletes in the league.
Okay.
Very nice drive, and Kip Sabonis going to try the three, and missed everything. Bledsoe in transition, but the Pacers back on defense.
The one thing I've enjoyed tonight, Boris, when there have been clear mismatches out there on the floor, that ball gets there.
Let's check the story.
Doesn't happen a lot of college basketball.
Oh, we're losing viewers. That's not good.
Mismatch is gone, so I'm really enjoying.
Hopefully Daryl and Steven are still here.
Gets to the mismatch tonight.
Is it
My peeps in the filler.
Post entry, or lack of recognition, or maybe both?
I think it's the latter primarily, but someone performed.
Sabonis took a shot. Yeah. Bledsoe. A flying projectile that time into Sabonis.
Right into his mouth. He may have lost a tooth on that one.
Oh, and Bledsoe is a load, folks. He is slapped together. And they're going to go to the monitor and review this.
And so
Took an elbow in the face. Mark Davis, Tony Brown, and into their officials tonight. Different angle of Bledsoe, just watching that elbow shot right in the face, right underneath the nose.
By slapped together, as you take a look at the frame of Mr. Bledsoe, that means he's well built.
An NFL free safety. Yeah. What do you think, Adam Schefter? That's an NFL strong safety, maybe, right? I mean, when you look at Bledsoe?
Sabonis will come back here without a problem, and Bledsoe's a tough guy. He does look like a running back out there. I will say that, Mark.
He's from the state of Alabama and former high school football player. Sabonis going to come back after taking this shot right in the jaw and face. Mark Davis still at the monitor, looking this one over. Of course, there always is a possibility that they could call it a flagrant foul, penalty one. And that's exactly what they're going to call it, a flagrant foul, penalty one on Eric Bledsoe. So that's going to be a free throw for the Pacers.
The head with the elbow.
Those are vicious there. We'll be feeling that one for a few days.
That's almost, you see a boxer can hit like that, you almost think concussion. But Mr. Sabonis.
Sabonis is a tough guy. He and Oladipo traded together from OKC here to Indiana, part of the Paul George trade several years ago. And Oladipo was telling me the story about how when he first heard the news, Sabonis was actually at a summer league game in his hotel room, got shut down because of the trade that night. And Oladipo spoke with his trade partner on the phone saying, hey, listen, man, when we get to Indiana, we're going to help turn things around there and keep things going. And when we do, that city's going to really embrace us. And that's exactly what's happened with these two players, both of them now all-stars with the Pacers. And Kevin Pritchard, the general manager, with a brilliant deal to pull that off.
Nobody was saying brilliant when that deal happened. I thought it was getting crushed.
Gets it out to the corner of the land.
I really can't get over this. 45 points. You got 9.5 to go. Remember, 83 and 89 points. Now, Giannis is not here, but as Mike said to Adam Schefter, he might just be better
To draw the foul. Bledsoe rips it loose. Matthews from
the internet.
And Lamb with the board.
Lafonso, you've had some struggles when you in over a decade, like losing streaks like this. How much of what we're seeing in terms of level of attention on both ends from Indiana could be about, hey, we've really
China's water problem. So in China, 300 million people suffer from bacterial diarrhea every year from drinking contaminated water. 40% of the rivers do not meet safety standards, and 20% are so polluted that they aren't safe to be touched.
45-25.
So it's so man.
Bonus a 73% free throw shooter on the season. NBA Wednesday presented by State Farm continues as part of the Reese's 2020 crossover on ESPN. Lakers and Denver. Dave Pasch, Van Gundy, and Jimmy Dykes. And tomorrow the crossover goes to college. Memphis at Cincinnati. Adam Amin. Doris, you're going to be on that game with that crew. Colorado and Oregon after that. Dave Pasch and Bill Walton and Mark Jackson on the nightcap.
For Mark,
all games available on the ESPN app.
Sorry about that, Mark. For Mark Jackson's sake, I hope there's not a jar of peanut butter anywhere near that second game.
That's right. So Yusova gets it out to DiVincenzo. Matthews with a great ball fake and Lamb with a better recovery defensively. Line signing a free agent deal. McDermott off the screen at the three-point line.
What up, Danny Hill?
Look at it. The Bucks down by 22.
Just check the store, nothing going on. The Pacers are destroying the Bucks right now. But the Bucks don't have Giannis playing.
Of Indiana leans back. Get on up, Nate, because that was a charge to me.
Left-handed dislodge on the inside.
My goodness, that looked like a charge.
Chris Middleton here, defended by Holiday. He's screened by Lopez. And Lopez finishes on the roll.
And DB, initially I thought he discarded with his left arm on the inside. And then I saw the replay, not as much, but a little bit more shoulder contact than I thought before.
Milwaukee Bucks
kills Kobe's move. Don't crowd me.
There's DiVincenzo. Off the drag screen by Lopez. And McConnell blows the play up like he does so many times. Who has been a great signing by the Pacers on cue.
That's his shot.
Yes.
I mean, he dribbles into that mid-range, either side of the paint, leans back a little because he needs the separation.
And there's the steal again at the defensive end. TJ McConnell doing it at both ends for Indiana. Sabonis lost the handle, but he was fouled. 22-point advantage for the Pacers. As assistant coach Darvin Ham and Mike Budenholzer are trying to figure things out there.
And DB, that's something Nate McMillan talked to us about before the game, is to be able to get out in front of that defense before that stop defense gets set up. I love the pace that the Pacers are playing with tonight, pun intended.
Well, Sabonis is going to be playing for Team LeBron at this year's All-Star Game, his first appearance. Also participating in the Skills Challenge on Saturday night. You know, he was the last player picked in the draft with Giannis and LeBron. It would be easy to feel some type of way about that, but hey man, you're going to the All-Star Game, right?
I would have taken it.
What do you think, right?
I would have taken it anywhere I could get it. And my encouragement to him, playing with LeBron, just run and have your hands ready. You'll get through.
Walk away with the
Wow, that was terrible.
Gonzaga University, a 10-2 Pacer.
Reading jokes on Reddit.
Lopez inside. And McConnell with a loose ball rebound. Pick ball. The shot clock will stay at 17. Alfonso, tell me about the mindset of teams going into the All-Star break. Is there a natural tendency sometimes, even subconsciously, to take your foot off the gas a little bit?
Yes.
Think about those break plans?
Yes, and it depends. It's personality driven, but the majority of guys do have a tendency to kind of start looking ahead to a little mini break vacation.
Okay.
But those guys who are really committed to winning, they're trying to get it done and take some momentum into All-Star break.
Here's the Pacers with the lead. Sabonis on the pick and pop. McConnell didn't get it off in time. Shot clock violation.
Well, the Heat play about 40 minutes from now.
This team is playing with such desperation here. They can ill afford to lose their 7th in a row.
Well, the Depot staying warm. His team heating up when we come back. The Baker's Life.
Everybody was going nuts. I was losing in the 10th frame. Had to get 3 strikes in a row in order to try to win.
Wait, you never played for the Bucks?
What?
I can help with this.
Introducing Wendy's 2 for $5. The only 2 for $5 with Wendy's fresh, never frozen beef and the spicy chicken you crave. Choose from the Dave Single Spicy Chicken Sandwich, 10-piece crispy, or spicy nuggets. Pick any 2 for $5. Only at Wendy's.
Hello, son. Dad, not cool. You know it's not uncool? Old Spice After Hours and jazz. Dad, I prefer Ultra Smooth. Handle sweat without all that jazz. You're right, son.
Super handling all-wheel drive by Acura. But it could mean Storm handling all-wheel drive.
G-Mass, what you got going on?
Steep handling all-wheel drive. Shh. Handling all-wheel drive. Super handling all-wheel drive.
First off the line, set up for $800.
Visit your local Acura dealer for attractive offers on the MDX.
$800 a box?
We've all been here before. The conference room, the speakerphone, the missing files. Not in the room, then you're not in the know.
Well, this has been nice, but can we not? Microsoft Teams invites everyone you work with to work together.
Jeez.
Be heard, be there when you're not.
The Zion hunt is
And maybe
ridiculous.
Even a happy little fruit guy. When you're ready to unleash the power of your team, open Teams.
Well, I put a crazy discount on the filler. $200 a spot. Gets you 2 teams. You get the draft, snake draft style. 7 spot gets 3 teams. Trying to get this optic #1 field tonight.
Let's take a look at tonight's Player Spotlight, brought to you by Reese's. Now, folks, there's a reason that Domantas Sabonis has been nominated as a All-Star. His ability to be able to read and make
Wolfie in the house.
exceptional. Now a little deep.
Remembers when a hobby box of optic was less than 200. Now it's almost 500. It's hard out here for a pimp.
Rim defenders in our league able to make a little contact there.
Excuse me.
A little open space and a little lefty off the glass.
You are cracking me up. He's making the move like he's out there making the move over here.
He was born in Portland, Oregon. While his father played for the Blazers. Out of bounds with
I'm not doing random teams, J-Mass. Just stop it.
Milwaukee basketball. Mark Davis signaled Indiana ball. And now Mark Davis.
$100 to get stuck with the Jazz. That's not happening. But I appreciate you though. You know I do.
By the way, only
I got 5 spots to fill, man.
In the previous meeting against these two teams.
I got Jeff and Steven for 1 each. Just need 5 more.
Well, that little downstream tried to help him.
It's still early.
And credit TJ Warren.
So I'm hopeful.
And Nate has openly talked about this. The knock on TJ coming here was that he was a defensive liability. But the fact of the matter is, that staff demands that you play that end. As gifted as he is, if you play for Nate, you better guard.
And he's done it well tonight. Great backdoor cut and pass delivery. DiVincenzo at the other end.
You know what I mean? Because I don't have a 6-pack. Like,
6.5 minutes to go. Still a 22-point lead for the Pacers. Miles Turner getting ready to check back into the ballgame. Land off the screen. That's going to be a foul against Marvin Williams. Good execution offensively here by the Bucks.
Yeah, indeed. Little back screen back there by Chris Middleton. No communication on the backside, leaving that window wide open. And Dante DiVincenzo can absolutely explode to the basket.
I am an 84% free throw shooter. Came off the bench for the first time on Monday. Well, the NBA app has everything you need to keep up with All-Star Weekend. Download the NBA app now so that you don't miss a single moment. I'll say this about All-Star Weekend, guys.
Okay, hit me.
Excuse me.
I am Mr. All Hotel Lobby.
Oh, man.
All-Star Weekend. I go as far, I'm going to come clean. I go as far as to have myself caged at the front desk of the hotel.
We just need 5 more spots to fill here, y'all. $200 a spot, snake draft style. You get to draft your teams. Every spot gets 2 teams. The 7th spot gets 3. Still got really good teams up for grabs here, people.
Crossed over from sanity to insanity with Mr. Mark Jones.
Confessions of an NBA broadcaster.
You're blushing. You told on yourself and you're blushing.
I don't know what came over me, just being around Franz on this whole college crossover night. I'm purging myself.
I think something was in that pasta sauce.
I want to know, do you check in under a pseudonym?
Oh boy, that's a good one. I can't give that one up yet. Yes. No, I'm not giving up Wes Brogdon. By any name or alias, Malcolm Brogdon can knock down a jump shot. Malcolm Brogdon out of Virginia got his master's degree while he was playing varsity basketball there. Considered as pretty amazing. Commitment that it takes to do that. A guy that NBA general managers will tell you coming out of Virginia was maybe the most impressive.
Fans Edge, never heard of that. What's that?
During the process of the NBA combine. Second round pick. The Milwaukee Bucks, the only second round pick to ever win NBA Rookie of the Year.
They sell apparel? They also sell cards too?
Poised and word selection.
So the largest first-half deficit of this season for Milwaukee. They've lost mostly close games, up to 7 by 3, 4, and 5 points, 3 others by double digits. So this, what we're seeing, is highly unusual, even without Giannis.
The inability to get stops, to get the basketball out of the rim, taking them out of bounds, has negated their ability to be able to get out in transition, creating some easy opportunities. They've got to be able to get some stops to do that going forward.
With 1 on the shot clock, Sabonis missing on
Yeah, they got some nice stuff on here.
And goes
They sell cards at Dick's Sporting Goods too?
Points in the ball game. Spent the summertime with USA Basketball and really got in tremendous shape. Changed up his diet, he told me, before the game tonight.
Adding a little green cruciferous.
Yes. A little salad never helped. I'll tell you what. Turner's eating right tonight. Knocks down another 3. Miles Turner with his second 3-pointer.
Hasn't been easy for Miles Turner.
They sell autographed memorabilia. That's kind of cool.
In adjustment and roll.
He too a member of USA Basketball for Coach Popovich this
Damn,
summer.
Zion.
Here's Dante DiVincenzo. Well defended by Brogdon.
The hype is real.
Whistling foul. Wow. That's going to put Brook Lopez on the free throw line.
This is a hard one defensively, only because it looks to me like he puts himself on a dribble drive.
And I gotta tell you, the Bucks are hot garbage without Giannis. Holy shit, I'm getting destroyed by the Pacers right now.
There's some serious honesty going on tonight. I'm embracing it.
It's that all-star break around the corner for all of us. Lopez knocks down the first, an 83% free throw shooter. And well, when you look at his importance to this Bucks team,
hell yeah, Kendrick Nunn, baby.
Over the last several years into a proficient three-point shooter, course, it really is a great story.
Yeah, his percentages from there are down this year, Mark, but his defensive impact is as great as ever.
Turner has that one rim out. 4 minutes to go in the first half. It's been all Indiana. DiVincenzo. And 1 and done at the offensive end. Here's Oladipo. Victor Oladipo tonight. 2 for 2 from the field, 5 points. Lost his balance a little bit out of control and turns it over.
Get those Zion unnamed rookie cards. Not Zion, I mean Kendrick Nunn.
Is the head of your body. That's a move that he would make and score likely and won before his injury.
That That foul's going to go against Oladipo. He missed a total of 371 days. 82 games.
Man, I can't remember the last time I saw a Party City kids play. They don't have any around down south anyway.
It took him 8 weeks to walk.
They like went out of business.
What's the best part of being there live? Being right up against the action.
Best part about being here live, you don't just watch it, you feel it.
Get your tickets now at NBAtickets.com.
What's the hardest part for this? Is it the mental faith that I'm going to be okay on a drive like that? Is it trying to get up to speed after missing the first 47? Everybody else has got game repetition and speed down. Like,
Yeah.
Which is the harder battle? The mental, the physical?
It's the mental part, because your mind is telling you, I can do this, and yet the results are saying that you can't. And it's hard to reconcile that, especially as a competitor. And so it's not going to be an easy road for him to hold over the next 2 or 3 weeks, but it's going to be absolutely necessary for this.
A hollow Zion optic sold for $1,100. Sheesh.
Brooke Lopez.
You saw a guy with a D-Wade Heat jersey yesterday at the local shops. Of course, it's the best jersey out there, man. Was it one of those Vice City jerseys, or was it just our regular, normal jerseys? I mean, I'm biased obviously, but we got some nice jerseys. Our throwbacks are pretty nice too.
He's starting to percolate a little bit. Hello, Chris Middleton, the All-Star.
Yeah. And DB, what's happened is all of a sudden the pop has gone from Indiana, and they got to keep
the black one with the pink trim.
To attack.
Yeah, that's that Vice City stuff right there.
Here lately, they've got to attack and get that basketball to the rim and either make
Yeah, last year was the white one, so that would have been 2 years ago.
This one cleared by Indiana.
Actually, no, I lied. You're right. I think it was last year.
First and scoop shot. That's the Victor Oladipo we know.
There he is. That little hesitation and blow by. That was pretty and vintage Victor Oladipo. And Malcolm gave this thing up early. Now, Malcolm's been handling it all year, but he sees a teammate push ahead, let him do some work. I like that vibe.
Gatorade Zero. All the electrolytes.
Yeah, that's the Miami Vice one.
Level 3, huh? That's a start.
The black one, which in my opinion is the nicest one.
NBA champion?
I don't really like the blue one.
Glad we not like that.
Gatorade Zero. Get more out of zero.
And you? What would you do for love? Miss Dior Rose and Roses, the new fragrance.
Winters can be brutal. That's why we
What up, Doug High?
traction management.
How you doing, sir?
Technology available on the Honda Pilot in the most severe driving conditions. Imagine how
Got a filler going for optic number 1. I got 5 spots left, $200 a spot, snake draft style. You get to pick 2 teams in optic number 1 for $200. If you end up with the last spot in the draft, you get to pick 3 teams.
Wanted me. Thankfully, we've got QuickBooks, and the live bookkeeper is helping customize it for our business.
You're all set up.
Great.
get set up right with a live bookkeeper with Intuit QuickBooks.
Every superhero has an origin story. We all gotta start somewhere. For us, it was the U.S. Air Force.
ready to sink your teeth into a lemon pepper, sweet and spicy Korean food-tastic mango habanero masterclass of all things? Yes.
How you know?
Wingstop, where flavor gets its wings.
All about number 7. That's all about this.
Vic, turn yourself in today.
I wanted to know the truth. I took advantage of the moment.
And that's hindsight for you, JMS. Hindsight being what it is, I probably would have charged more for the Pelicans. But whatevs, it is what it is.
Anthony Davis going to be making the trip to his hometown Chicago for All-Star Weekend. And part of the crossover tonight, the Lakers. Some pretty impressive numbers. People like to pick apart the
Yeah, I got 200 a spot.
First in the West.
You get to pick 2 teams. I need 5 more spots to fill it. The Knicks, Wizards, Warriors, Bulls, Mavericks, Nuggets, Blazers, Suns, Sixers, Raptors still up for grabs.
No, I love his game. Can score at all 3 levels. A wizard in terms of his ability to pass.
We sold the Pelicans at $8.99.
Anticipating where you're going to be.
Grizzlies at $7.99. I think the Grizzlies are fine. But some breakers were charging like $1,200, $1,300 for the Pelicans. You know, so much for being nice.
Van Gundy and Jimmy Dykes on the call. TJ Ward on the move. This guy's a bucket, folks. TJ Ward is a bucket for the Pacers.
And notice what we've just seen. 3 straight buckets to the rim. And look at this, folks. Taking the bump down there is Victor Oladipo, little mishandle. Now able to get out in transition, one of the elite finishers in the NBA.
What's going on with you, Doug? How's everything, man?
2004 NFL Defensive Player of the Year.
If we want to win a championship, it's time to go get it right now. It's about football, man. It's about football. Let's play.
The 5-time All-Pro selection, a member of the All-Decade team of the 2000s, a Super Bowl 40.
I love that Ed Reed
and he is here with
is a part of the Hurricane staff now.
Intercepted by Ed Reed. Ed Reed playing center field right at
Yeah, someone, I think it was you, Wolfie, that a hollow Zion sold for $1,100. Crazy.
Baltimore Ravens. Yeah! Get off the field!
Ed Reed coming up with a big play. This guy is a complete football player.
Ed's always right there. He knows where the ball's going, and when he gets the ball, he's looking for the end. Boy, you MVP, boy. You're a beast, that's it.
Best safety in the NFL, man, right here. How you doing, Coach? You stand our care today.
You're the best free safety that's ever played this game, and I've seen. You're awesome.
The play you made on that out pattern last week, yeah. Middle of the field making a play on an out cut. Give me a break. Look like the Pro Bowl.
Some people just have money to blow, Wolfie. I can't wait to get to that level one day. And I will. Just a matter of time.
Hey, good to see all you guys, man.
Yeah, I know. So, how many snaps do you have left in you?
A game?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
30 to 40?
That's a lot.
Easy. That could work. Right?
That's a full-time player in your secondary, man.
No doubt, right? At least third downs.
I'm going to tell you right now, Ed Reed should be in the top 100 players in a Professional Football Hall of Fame just for his ability to block punts. Forget about everything else. I'll start with that. None better.
Bruins kick is blocked. Ed Reed.
Here we see the block coming from the left side. Bruins didn't have a chance on that one.
Some pressure, it's blocked. Ed Reed got it. It's loose on the 20. Reed picks it up. Touchdown, Ravens. All right.
A lot of block punts come when the guy's not picked up. With him, you had a guy to block him. They just couldn't block him. The up and under, and I don't know how many times, don't get beat on the up and under, don't get beat on the up and under, don't get beat on the up and under. You must have blocked 10 punts on that.
Yeah.
Ed Reed with his second
man.
I grew up playing special teams. Special teams was my first thing in high school, so it was easy. You know, I'm rushing punts, and the dead leg was it.
You did that on a couple of interception returns too.
Oh, no doubt.
107, 108, whatever those two were, it was unbelievable.
Yeah.
You saw a few cases only. One only had 2 Zion base cards. One had 4 pretty hard. One only had 4. A hard base card to get. Apparently all you need is 1 hollow. 1 hollow will pay for your spot in the break. Apparently you break even.
I never seen nothing like it. Because you hear, but then when you get there and see, Ed could have been a Hall of Fame cornerback.
No doubt.
I'm not joking. Like, he had the skill set, the anticipation, the hands, the feet, the speed.
We just need 5 more spots to fill.
He had everything.
And we're on our way.
Corner. I don't know why.
Sure.
Yeah, I don't know why.
Because he could get them all more balls at a safety.
Yeah.
Safety.
Yeah.
He could get them more
when he
balls.
played safety, we knew Ed was going to go get that ball. He studied his butt off, too. He prepared like no other.
I got to tell you one story about Peyton Manning. There was a game, you probably remember it, in which Peyton threw an interception to you.
Pump fake, going deep for Wayne, intercepted inside the 10-yard line by Ed Reed.
He had studied you all week. I had this game the next week. Studied you all week. That when you opened your hips this way, when they had this route combination, you
One more ball, get you a nice new car.
It wasn't a route combination. It was a go.
Yeah, it was a go route.
It was. He was going backside to Wayne on the go.
Yeah. So he had it all set up.
I'm sure he was dreaming about it at night. He opens in the middle of the field. As soon as he takes 2 steps into the field, he turns and wheels, turns his back on the quarterback, and beats Wayne to the ball. Best play I've ever seen a free safety make.
Peyton Manning, I'll guarantee you knew where Ed Reed was, and it had to fool him that he got all the way there.
You knew that Peyton knew what you would do, and so you did the opposite of what he had been studying, and he said it's the first time in his career that he made a career out of thinking what you're thinking and doing the opposite. It was the first time somebody thought what he was thinking, back at him, and you got him back again. And he was
just need to fill 5 more spots.
Could not believe it.
It's doable.
One of the greatest plays.
At 200 a spot, stupid discount.
Particular play, studying him that week, he pumps that way, he throws that way. So if you look at the play, you'll see Peyton actually pump that way first, and then he looked back. And when he look at me, and I look like I'm going middle. But I know when he pumps, he's going back. That's why it happened that way, you know. So I was just studying him throughout the week. It was like, oh, this is a gimme. If he pumps, I'm just gonna open up, make it look like I'm going middle, but meanwhile I'm turning the whole time. It was like a punt. Like Coach said, I was there before Reg.
One of the best plays I have ever seen.
Thanks, Coach.
Brady and I, we talked about, you know, you gotta know where Ed Reed is on the field every time the ball snaps.
I want you to keep an eye on Ed Reed today. Yeah. Okay, how deep he's playing, how well he's moving. I got you.
Even on the running plays.
Yeah.
Okay, because you would time those blitzes up and be like 8 yards in the backfield when the ball was handed off. It was that Baltimore game, and it was 4th down. It was 4th down, and so he's getting ready to go back on the field because I said, you got to know where Ed Reed is on every play. You got to know where Ed Reed is on every play. We're standing on the sideline. He's like, hey, there he is over here. He's on the 25-yard line.
Well, I mean, when it all comes down to it, May 6, 2015, I think you said is the happiest day of your life. That's the day that he retired from football.
Well, first, he left Baltimore. I thought, all right, good. Then he ends up at the Jets.
Yeah.
How does that hit you when you hear this conversation from peers?
Coach, Rich, man, it's truly a blessing because I have the utmost respect for Coach. You know, I mean, obviously we played a lot against each other. I actually coached in the All-Star game this past January as a defensive coordinator, I wore my cut-off sweater, just like Coach. I was dressed just like Coach as a D coordinator, you know, because I mean I have that respect for you, Coach. You know, I mean we played against a lot of teams, and we love to play against the best. I think that brings out the best in you.
Can you tell me if this is a true story? When you went to play for the Jets, I heard that it was a walkthrough. You got to understand, guys that sit over here, we're serious about everything. They said they had headphones on, they were out there joking and clowning.
Yeah.
And they say the first day you went out there, you went off.
Yeah.
You went ballistic.
I just went off on them like, what are y'all doing, man? Y'all professionals. This is still practice. When we was in Baltimore, you know, the walkthroughs was the most important time because that's more mental reps. And these guys were just not taking it serious. That was a wake-up call, like, you made the worst mistake to come here, but I knew it was for a reason, and that was it. They brought me in to coach.
Well, knowing how much affinity this man has for you, you then talking about the disarray of the Jets, this might be your favorite segment of this entire series of the NFL 100 all-time team.
Ed Reed, baby! You know what college he went to. No, Jameis, I will be here. Jason is, well, his baby girl, I think her birthday's on Valentine's Day, which I believe is Friday. It's all good, Steven. I mean, you know, you're more than welcome to buy more teams in the store. I don't blame you, though. I don't blame you. You do what you gotta do, man. Later. I don't think Jeff's here either. Jeff, if you're here, let me know. But yeah, JMS, I will be here. So you're gonna have to deal with your boy. Plates and patches will be fun. You know, I'm hoping to get optic filled before Friday. You know, Friday is payday. So there's that. Later, Steven. Have a good one, man. Yeah, hopefully we can get this thing cracking tonight. It's still pretty early. It's only 9 o'clock. Yeah, PMP is super fast. It's like 5 or 6 cards in a box. It's a 12-box case. It'll be super fast stuff. I believe we're going to get like 7 cases of it. We have 4 PYTs. We have 1 case as the 1-box red of divisionals. So I think we're going to get an additional 2 or 3 cases. We'll probably, I'll probably do a case for personals. You know, it'll all really just depend on how the day goes. You know, if the 1-box divisionals are moving, you know, I'll put another case in that way. If personal boxes are moving, then the extra cases will go that way. If the PYTs are moving, you know, I'll put the cases in that way too. You know, it's just depends on what the room is feeling and stuff.
Life. And now it comes in 2 great tropical flavors, strawberry banana and tropical burst. They're delicious and can take you to a whole new on-the-go experience. Try them both. Vote for your favorite.
Excuse me.
You could be on the go to someplace you actually want to go.
Excuse me.
5-hour energy. Energy on the go.
Chicago is the NBA's kind of town when All-Star Weekend roars into the Windy City.
We are ready to go.
Generation Next hits the hardwood for rising stars. Then speed, accuracy, and crazy bounce are on display. Showtime! It's over during State Farm All-Star Saturday night. And Sunday, it's the league's premier talent showcase. The NBA All-Star Game, presented by Kia. NBA All-Star 2020. Check your local listings.
Toyota Sports Center halftime. Keeping an eye on the action around the league. The Blazers and the Grizzlies just getting going down in Memphis. Dame from the Bear Claw, because that's in his range. John Morant, the handle and the give to Dylan Brooks. He hits the three. Grizzlies leading by one. Lillard has it picked. Brandon Clark, Tyus Jones, back to Brandon Clark, and the
Grizzlies balling against
leading by 8.
Blazers right now.
Pistons taking on, I always want to say the Phoenix Suns. These are the jerseys I don't understand. They're not for me. Magic of the 8 seed, despite being 8 games under 500. They led by as many as 22, and we are watching the Tony Snell, Thon Maker, Tony Snell portion of the highlight where they bury threes and tie the game. But then Nikola Vucevic down low finds Gordon. And it's a 6-point match.
Magic up on the...
Our nightcap, Tim Legler on
Pistons.
if Denver is a legitimate contender out west as they battle with the Lakers.
The Heat are going to be playing soon at 9 o'clock.
And that franchise best winning streak. Second half on the way from Indy. There are 3 Pacers in double figures, including Sabonis. The All-Star lead by 23. That's a break. Enjoy the second half.
Sports Center halftime is presented by Toyota. From strolling down the street to going off leash.
What's going on with you, J-Mass? How's life treating you, man?
Toyota. Let's go places.
Any crazy Uber stories? Let me go heat up some food, man. I'm hungry.
Toyota, let's go places.
This whole quarter pounder operation revolves and relies on one hot and deliciously juicy hunk of quality beef. The hottest, juiciest quarter pounder yet, made with 100% fresh beef. It's perfect, made perfect. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
It's your thing. Do what you want to do. I can tell you.
Visual on target. Target in sight. Convoy on route.
You took a pastor to Philadelphia to pick up his wife from the hospital after she had surgery and drove them back home. Nice. How long did that take?
Make a difference in your community. Serving part-time in the Army National Guard.
What's my tax prep gonna cost?
Can't really say that till the end.
Wait, no. H&R Block has upfront transparent pricing, so you know the price before you begin. So it can work like that.
I could give you a ballpark.
Know the price before you begin with upfront transparent pricing. It's better with Block.
You know I'd love to be there. It's just super far.
This isn't far.
We have unlimited data. We can chat all we want. I'm comfy.
But it's like 10 feet.
Like I said, super far. I am on a journey to help people find
3 hours?
Are you ready for the journey, Elizabeth?
Hope you got a good tip, man.
They can't flap.
Makes sense.
So what do you do, like...
Real ginger taste.
Are you one of those drivers that, like, talks to the person? Like, do you try to make a conversation with them? Or are you just, like, quiet? Don't really say anything? Those are the best, you know. When I'm on an Uber, kind of annoying when the person's asking a million questions.
This one drives up on
I hear you. Different strokes, different folks.
There's a lot of fear in coming back to school. I'm a 40-year-old man that walked in there to get his high school diploma. It was very hard for me, but one of the teachers was Miss Araceli. She gave me direction. Every single time I had a question, she'll put down whatever she's doing, and she'll sit there with you until you get it. 50%...
Guy talked your head off for 3 hours? Oh no, I couldn't do it.
The other 50% is doing the work.
free adult education classes near you.
It made the ride go faster. Nice, nice.
You're watching NBA Wednesday, presented by State Farm, from Bankers Life Fieldhouse in Indianapolis. Part of the Reese's 2020 crossover. Special night where college...
So starting a relief pitcher, what? There's some changes in the 2020 season coming up.
The Bucks trail. Best record in the NBA, trailing though by 23 at the break. Mark Jones, LaFonso Ellis, Doris Burke.
Managers have up to 20 seconds to challenge a play instead of 30 seconds.
Remember, no Giannis Antetokounmpo at home with his newborn son, and the Pacers front court dominated that first half as we take a look at tonight's King of the Court, presented by Burger King.
I thought the defensive side of the basketball really spurred their offense.
Man, what made you want to take that drive anyway? Like,
and whenever they were able to do so, they were able to score in the paint.
3 hours? Sheesh.
The bonus was terrific at attacking the rim, and I thought their reads on ball screens were absolutely sensational. 39 of their 68.
Yeah, I just saw there's some new rule changes going on there. The 3-batter rule per pitcher will speed up the game.
No question. Milwaukee has a string of 77
That'll help.
games where they've scored 100 or more. That's in jeopardy. Defense has been good.
Let's check in courtside with Adam Schefter. Adam?
Well, thanks very much, Mark. Nate McMillan, the Pacers coach, said before the game that the key goal tonight was to play 48 minutes. After the half, he said we played 24. We have to cut down on the turnovers, attack the basket, and that will be 48 and enough to finish off the Bucks, Mark.
Yeah, they have had some cataclysmic meltdowns during this 6-game losing streak.
Did they tip you as well, J-Mess?
In the second half, lost that game down the stretch, and then more recently against Brooklyn here at home, they led by 4 points with a minute to go and lost the game as Bledsoe draws the foul, driving to the bucket.
Floor is spaced, one defender to beat.
Did you at least get a Philly cheese while you were up there?
Foul's going to go against T.J. Warren. Bledsoe at the foul line. I was talking earlier about Bledsoe and his numbers this year. Bucks winning his team.
A $25 tip for a 3-hour drive?
Bledsoe, Doris,
Must be rough.
Be on the Eastern Conference.
You know, I don't think I've ever asked, but what car do you have for your Ubers?
Okay, Kemba, Trey, Kyle Lowry, and Ben Simmons.
I will say this, though. I had Ben Simmons as my starter, not Trae Young. I believe Trae Young should be there, but I thought Ben Simmons should be the starter.
I'm going to agree with you on that one because you have to reward winning.
Yes, right.
At some
A
point,
Kia Cadenza, what's that? Let's see.
more than Milwaukee. Here's Brogdon.
Oh, that's a nice size car. Yeah, I think you have told me before.
For Bledsoe, his teammate, to be on the Eastern.
Way too nice to Uber. But I mean, I can only assume that helps you with your Ubers too, right?
Notice when this Bucks team,
nobody wants to catch a ride in an ugly ass car.
Transition, and because they put so much pressure on the defense, particularly when Bledsoe,
what year is it, J-Mess?
Gets some wide open shots as you saw there. I think playing way too slow in the first half.
Well, the depot slipped on the baseline.
Definitely a nice looking car, man.
Wesley Matthews with the long 3, no good. Bledsoe with that rebound.
Very nice looking car.
Lopez wide open.
2014.
Great opportunities there. Those times have changed.
Yeah, oh yes, sir.
Dude, that's a lot of miles.
Shoot a 3. You were in college at Notre Dame up the road. That was hit the foul line 45 degrees.
That's a lot of miles.
Whistle and a foul is going to be signed out of bounds. Foul is going to go against Bledsoe. His 3rd personal foul. Interesting to note that Pat Connaughton gets the start for the Bucks here in the 3rd quarter. Ilyasova on the bench. He started the game for Milwaukee in place of Antetokounmpo. Brogdon against Connaughton.
There you go.
3 on the shot clock. Warren to Sabonis.
Did you buy it like back in 2014, J-Mess?
Another possession for the Pacers.
Something with this lineup on the floor for Milwaukee, it allows them to switch 1 through 4.
Turner inside and middle top by Lopez with the block. He went up there and packed it. Bledsoe and rebounded by Sabonis. Lead is down to 18.
Now we're sitting here enjoying that Brook Lopez play at the cup.
Yes.
Like, turn the lights out coming at him.
Right?
Nice, nice.
Behind the screen, Brogdon. Finds opponents bullying his way, but boy, Lopez doing another good job. One on the shot clock.
That's awesome.
Just gets it off in time.
So now all that money that you've been putting to pay for it, you know, more money in your pocket now. Hopefully, anyway.
How impressive has Brook Lopez been? You know, he misses the wide open three, but does he let it affect what he does? How about he challenges the first, goes back for a that's his second defensive play. Now he's still in position to help and recovers to his man. I mean, you talking about multiple efforts? That's it.
George, what's the definition of insanity?
Doing the same thing and expecting a different result.
He thinks you kick that thing out of there. There it is. Big Coach got his own block party going on there.
He's got 4 blocks. A Latipo for 3. Got his balance and his legs under him. And knocked down another jumper. Victor Oladipo now with 11 points.
There you go, J-Max.
As high as 15 since coming back.
And it's,
from his
you know, once you get that Zion back from redemption, you know, that'll help you pay some credit cards off and some of that mortgage too.
Here comes Warren.
What kind of car you got, Jimbo?
That's a carry. Yeah, he turned it right over.
There you go, J-Max.
You really got to get the love of basketball in this league to get that call. That thing's it's resting on the top of the bottom of his hand.
A Toyota pickup. Probably exclusive to like Australia or that side of the world, right?
Going to look a little bit more aggressive here in the third quarter. He's up to 8 points in the game, averaging almost 16 on the season.
300 kilometers? That's like...
His guard Miles Turner down in the box. That ball's got to find it.
That's got to be close to 150 or 160,000 miles, I would assume.
Over the top of Lopez. Wow, boy, interesting release. Got rid of it quickly.
Some guys can just...
Alright, so Toyota Hilux. Let's look that up.
Missed 4 games in concussion protocol. Connaughton from deep. Can't find the range. Latipo working against Matthews.
Oh wow, I can't even see it. No, this is a European car. Cannot buy it in the States. I had to go to the European Toyota site to check it out.
One rims out. Well, Milwaukee getting some pretty good looks here early in the third quarter. Still down by 21, and Brogdon just lost the handle.
Well, the new one looks very nice.
Away, and Milwaukee gives it right back. Bledsoe ends up on his own bench.
The new Toyota Hilux looks very nice.
And an uphill climb for a lot of people tonight. Back after this.
Doesn't that cloud right there look like a penguin?
Really? That looks exactly like a busted pipe spewing water everywhere.
Can you just stop being an insurance agent for like 2 seconds?
It's my job to think about these things.
Well, what is that?
There's 12 inches in a foot.
That looks just like your house.
There's 3 feet in a yard.
Stealing your TV right there. Oh, and right there, it's a bear destroying your car.
You need a vacation. Soon. Very soon.
You know, Chris, some of us don't have an off-season.
That sizzle, that's the soundtrack of Chipotle.
The soundtrack of Chipotle?
Oh yeah. You come in, you're going to be hearing that sizzle. That's how you know that we always have fresh food.
Fresh is what you stand for.
Exactly.
When you think about the best times, you weren't bothered. Some people didn't know the rules. Or upset the weather chose today to not cooperate. You weren't concerned your seat ended up being an exercise bike. And you clearly weren't stressed about the cleanup afterwards. Because when you've got the good stuff, you can focus on the stuff that really matters. Tostitos. Get to the good stuff.
Good morning, everyone. Activities are about to commence. Before they do, say hi to Jen Soto, our newest team member. We can all do amazing things on our own, but together, we can do so much more. And most importantly, have fun. If you're smiling, you're doing it right. Change is a team sport.
Yeah, the metric system would have been a lot better. Kids play, believe it or not yet, man.
Home. It's so much more than a house. It's your own personal home court advantage. By making the complex simple, Rocket Mortgage created a home buying experience centered around you, personalized and convenient, so you can turn your dream into reality and your house into home. Rocket Mortgage. Push button, get mortgage.
This is the current Irish whiskey belt holder. This is the Rich and Smooth Challenger. Ding.
Oof. The Olympics are being held in Japan?
One for all.
This copyrighted broadcast of the National Basketball Association may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form.
I think I saw on the news yesterday that the United Nations declared the coronavirus a very serious threat.
Plus, executive producers Kevin Durant and Rich Kleiman take you inside the business of sports by having real-time convos with athletes and entertainers. Victor Oladipo, Karl Anthony Towns, 2 Chainz, Carly Lloyd, and Lindsey Vonn among those to be featured. Get ESPN Plus, go to ESPNplus.com or download the ESPN app. There's one of the guys on it. And boy, you talk about some of the best winning percentages. The Bucks on a torrid pace right now. Right in the neighborhood of the Bulls.
It's in Tokyo,
and the
Japan.
Warriors. And their prominent years. Milwaukee on pace to win about 71 games. Sabonis blocked inside but fouled.
Jonesy, I was asking for it earlier. Whenever you have a mismatch,
If I was in it, I wouldn't go.
Find that mismatch early, and especially with Miles Turner because he's so
Gold medal or coronavirus?
Otis is 73% free throw.
That's an easy choice.
Sports fans, gear up at NBAStore.com with officially licensed fan gear for every team and all the players you love. Shop now and get today's special offer. NBAStore.com, a Fanatics experience.
Sabonis should be a better free throw shooter than 73%. And because of the way he plays, he's going to get there. I'm curious about something because you played over a decade. And you touched on it in the transition opportunity where Brook pulls up for that 3. When you watch the NBA, stylistically, do you appreciate it, or are you more old school as another 3 goes down? What do you think?
I'm a bit old school. I'd love to see the balance of inside-outside play. That's why I actually like watching Philadelphia play at times.
NBA's supposed to have a super team again. Yeah, I heard LeBron might be interested in playing
I
again.
love having the balance.
I mean,
For me to watch Houston.
Yeah.
I believe it when I see it. That dude's up there in age. Gonna be 36, so.
Embiid's a pretty good option down there, right?
Oladipo to inbound to the Pacers. 10 on the shot clock for Sabonis. Free throw line jumper. It's way off the mark. Didn't appear to shoot that one with a lot of confidence.
He's shaking his head. You're 100% right. To me, that is about confidence. The form is tremendous.
Here's Connaughton, made a 3 the last time he touched it out to Bledsoe from downtown. A much improved 3-point shooter, but missing badly that time. There's Bledsoe and some of his teammates. Middleton.
See if I can get this Heat game on.
Some pointers a couple of days ago on fatherhood. Their teammate joining the ranks.
Never shoot that shot since high school. That little 2-foot floater.
Alright, I'm gonna use the bathroom. I'll be right back, you guys.
Ladies back up to 20 off the steal. Warren. Layup at the other end. It's a night like this where Giannis Antetokounmpo's invariable, inexorable energy and force of personality wouldn't let the Bucks fall this far behind. I'm guessing.
There is no way I'm stepping into a practice facility with anything less than my absolute best with the way that man approaches every day. It ain't happening. I don't want to look him in the eye if I'm not playing hard. That guy, his work ethic is ridiculous.
Dibby, I got to give credit to 2 of my teammates who were former teammates who are the same way. Kevin Garnett, that tremendous energy. What you saw in games is what you saw in practice. And then it went down to Miami. Alonzo Mourning, the same way.
Did you see what KG said about Giannis? He's on the Bill Simmons podcast. This is what KG. Big bad KG. When you see him work out, when you see Giannis work out, he's a freak of nature. His first superpower is to make you quit. He wants to dominate you to the point where he wants to step on you. That's his mentality. That is old school.
He ain't trying to be friends with a lot of guys out there. As Miles Turner misfires from downtown. Turner gets it again, knocked loose by Ilyasova, but right to Brogdon. 7 on the shot clock for Indiana. Brogdon on the drive. Lamb with a perfect pass to Holiday. Everything but the bucket at the end. Here's Dante DiVincenzo. Middleton. Connaughton. A little bit strong and underneath. Sterling Brown amongst the big fellas. It is down to 17 with 4 minutes to go in the third.
Now, Doris, you're old school. You were a baller. What do you think about, now I'm a hugger, as you know. What do you think of all this pregame hugging and all of that kind of goes on these days?
You know, I heard Stan Van Gundy on TNT last night, and he was talking about a little bit of distaste. Frankly, I prefer that. I like a little nasty.
So I agree with Giannis on that one. No shaking hands, no hugging before the game.
Middleton. One and done, Brogdon. And Middleton, good transition defense, got back and got a hand up. There's Sterling Brown. Budenholzer had gone to Sterling Brown before Ilyasova off the bench, before Giannis was absent, and Brown paying dividends there with the long ball.
And there's because of the nature of our game, even being up 20, a team can get back in it. Remember, the Bucks got some good looks early and just missed them. And so the Pacers are going to have to be a bit more intentional about the defensive end.
Don't forget the second half of our crossover doubleheader tonight. LeBron James and the Los Angeles Lakers taking on the Denver Nuggets. LeBron averaging a little under 25 per game, but leading the league in assists.
You know what he also leads the league in? Incredibly. When you think about what Giannis is achieving, real plus minus. It's LeBron James at the top of that.
Really?
Yes, it is.
Giannis.
Over Giannis.
Wow.
Guy that doesn't take nights off.
35 years old.
Availability, one of the best skills. Hubie Brown always says. LeBron always available. Last year an aberration for him. Here's Sterling Brown on the baseline. Marvin Williams, the newest acquisition, and that's a good look for the Bucks. The lead down to 14.
They're telling us, guys, keep running. Get into your stuff a little quicker. Try to run this half-court offense with a little more force.
Turner over to McConnell. Lamb with 8 on the shot clock. Calls for the screen. Pulls up over Ilyasova and left it short.
With Indiana's history in the clutch in the last 5 games, you don't want this thing within 5 to 10 late.
Lamb with that long reach. Got a hand on it. They got numbers at the other end, a 4-on-2, and they turn it over. They give it back. Holiday almost got it back. And Budenholzer calls timeout. This game looked like a 3 a.m. shift at the Waffle House there for a second. Get a little sloppy with 1:55 to go in the third. Back after this.
It's your thing. Do what you want to do. I can tell you.
2 for $6 Burger King. It's a great value. I think it's so cool that you can mix and match with the Impossible Whopper, the Classic Whopper, the Crispy Chicken, and even the Spicy Crispy Chicken. It's good value. Absolutely.
The Impossible Whopper, now part of the 2 for $6 deal. Your way better.
I'm offensive assistant coach for the San Francisco 49ers. I'm not just here to be the token female, I'm here to help us win. The Surface Pro helps me get what's in my head and get it out onto the field. Let's go, let's run it again.
Whatever happens out there today, remember, you have the Hilton app.
Can Hilton app help us win?
Hey, we're all winners with the Hilton Prize Match Guarantee, all right? Man, you guys are adorable. All right, let's go find your coach. Come on. Book with the Hilton app. Expect better. Expect Hilton.
Yes!
Yes?
Yes? Yeah, sure. Yes.
Yes, yeah, no problem.
Yes.
Yes, 1,000 times yes.
Discover, accepted at over 95% of places in the U.S.
Yes, it's the first word of any new discovery. But when allergies attack, the excitement fades. Allegra helps you say yes with the fastest non-drowsy allergy relief and turn any half-hearted yes into an all-in yes. Allegra, live your life, not your allergies.
Breakfast combos with all-you-can-eat pancakes? This calls for all-you-can-eat silverware. Get IHOP's all-you-can-eat pancakes free with the purchase of any breakfast combo. Or just get the 2x2x2 combo with all-you-can-eat pancakes for just $4.99 Monday through Friday.
It's time for some straight talk. It's tax refund time, and the big wireless companies play a game where they lure you in with a phone deal that locks you into a pricey contract. Don't play. With Straight Talk Wireless, get a Samsung Galaxy A10e for just $99 and our unlimited plan with no contract. All on America's best networks for up to half the cost. Make that tax time money win all year long. Straight Talk Wireless, only at Walmart.
I got some fries, some nuggets, double cheeseburger. The cookie is $5.6 here, so I'm thinking $7.
It's actually just $4.
It's $4. It's an awesome combo.
Get a double cheeseburger or any of these sandwiches in the 5 for $4. Your way, way better.
Milwaukee starting to make their threes all of a sudden. Mark, you talked about the open shot opportunities that they were missing. Well, all of a sudden, they have now got 10 that's coming from different spots on the floor. Mr. Condison gets one down. The whole way, DiVincenzo's thinking pass. He thought his teammate was going to go to the cup. Instead, he pulls the trigger. Marvin Williams, we talked about his career three-point percentage. They've got a bit of work to do, Fonz, to hit that for the 78th consecutive time, 100.
They look like they're on their way. 5 of 14 from the 3 in the first half, 5 of 14 from 3 in the third quarter. That's the difference for them getting back in this game.
Milwaukee is a team 15th in the NBA, right in the middle of the pack in three-point shooting percentage. Big part of their attack in that spread 5 or 5 out, whatever you want to call it, offense. Here's Middleton with a mid-range jumper short.
Terrific late challenge by T.J. Warren.
The fans here at Bankers Life Fieldhouse will be holding their breath either way for the final 12 minutes as Warren gets the nice floater to go with that soft touch.
It's been money, isn't it?
Yes. For years.
22 points for him. Sterling Brown with the dribble handoff to Middleton, knocked away by Warren as he comes out in place of Doug McDermott. Quality minutes that time by T.J. Warren.
Did they switch up the matchups, though? Yes, indeed. Holiday will take Middleton now and put McDermott on Marvin Williams. That's a good switch.
That's a really good switch.
That's going to be an offensive foul against Ersan Ilyasova, who has not been able to get out of his own way tonight. He's having a tough night and has felt the ire of his head coach, Mike Budenholzer. 16 turnovers for Milwaukee. There's Justin Holiday off the screen. Great effort by Lamb for another possession. Lamb gets it back behind the Sabonis screen. Boy, had a clean look.
Sabonis with his screen just got 2 wide open shots for Jeremy Lin. He just couldn't put either down.
Middleton back to Ilyasova inside, tipped it up no good, kept it alive and determined, finally got it to fall.
Extra efforts in the painted area for the Bucks.
The lead down to 14. Sabonis inside, a good deny by Ilyasova, who's making amends. DiVincenzo backs it out to Middleton. About 1 second difference between the shot clock and game clock. Middleton against Sabonis. Middleton for 3. Tell you what, he's over 40% on the year. You shouldn't be surprised. The lead down to 11. And a nervous call falling over Bankers Life Fieldhouse from a team that has struggled during this 6-game losing streak. Their once 20-something point lead has been trimmed to just 11. TJ Warren doing a lot of the heavy lifting offensively for the Indiana Pacers.
It's interesting what happens when you treat every little piece of a thing like it's everything.
I am on a journey to help people find time to relax. Are you ready for the journey, Elizabeth?
How did you get in here anyway?
The cat flap.
Makes sense.
Relax with the real ginger taste of Canada Dry.
All right, I'm back, but I'm gonna get something to eat real quick.
If you're not getting your bacon cheeseburger from Wendy's,
Well, let's check the
what are
store
you
though.
get the big bacon cheeseburger now on Wendy's
nothing
Bacon
going
Great
on.
menu.
Oh, I am loving the all-new dual camera system with ultra-wide on iPhone 11.
And I love how it sprints.
You can get the amazing iPhone 11 for $0 a month when you trade in your iPhone 6S or newer.
In any condition.
Seriously, in any condition.
And because Sprint likes to do things differently, they're offering a 100% total satisfaction guarantee. While I think their network and savings are great, you don't just have to take my word for it. Try it out and see the savings for yourself.
Now that's a picture-perfect deal. Smile.
Bravo team moving to checkpoint.
Sometimes the front lines are in our own backyard. Make a difference in your community, serving part-time in the Army National Guard.
The biggest fight in recent history.
Wild Fury 2, February 22nd. Buy it on paper.
Have you ever wondered what the motorcade driver drives when they're not in a motorcade? This one drives a Volkswagen Passat.
What do you do for a living?
I'm an engineer at IBM. I work within our Watson Internet of Things division, and I'm also an inventor.
Oh, that's really cool.
The fun part for me of inventing is just learning new technologies, creating ideas, and problem solving.
All right, welcome back to NBA Wednesday, presented by State Farm. Nate, you had a 23-point lead at halftime. They cut it down to 11. What went wrong there?
Just too many turnovers in that quarter. I think we had about 5 turnovers in that quarter. We got to start executing. We got to put together a 48-minute game.
You talked about playing a 48-minute game. What's that going to take?
We got to finish this quarter. Got to win this quarter.
Thank you, Nate.
A quick 12 minutes coming up for the Pacers, trying to snap out of that 6-game losing streak. And Schefter with the words from the head coach, and Schefter going to the sidelines really well tonight. On the putback, good.
9 points there. Indiana comes out of that break in a zone. You better go find somebody. Got to get that rebounding taken care of out of the zone.
Yeah. Dermott missing. They can get it down to 7 here. Middleton against Lamb. Had it blocked, but a foul call. And they put Middleton at the free throw line. You know, you see a lot of athleticism on the floor. Some people earlier, after seeing some video, were questioning Adam Schefter's athleticism. And I see why now. Trying to execute the Lambeau lead. Didn't quite get the lift. But Adam, I know the combine is here every year in Indianapolis. You're working well towards the next one, right?
Well, Mark, let me correct you. That was not the Lambeau leap. That was the Lambeau hop. Our back straight there.
Hey, Sefty, are you better off one leg or 2 legs?
I'm just happy my Achilles is intact.
Hey, that's a win. That's a win on any day, Shefty. 7-point game after the free throw. Got to get some out time
to the basket.
Oladipo starting the first quarter on the bench. for the Pacers. McConnell, a 20-5 Bucks run right now, has tightened this game up. And Brown tied up McConnell. McConnell missed everything, and they can get it down to 5. Backdoor cut by Brown. Reverse layup good. And here come Milwaukee. Cue the comeback in a big way.
Being triggered off their defense. There's a level of physicality. They're aggressive to the ball. And then the backdoor cut. Sterling Brown, a big-time athlete, able to finish on the opposite side.
The NBA on ESPN is presented all season long by State Farm. Talk to an agent today at 800-STATE-FARM. And in part by Tostitos. Get to the good stuff.
Doesn't that cloud right there look like a penguin?
That looks just like your house. That's being burglarized. They're stealing your TV right there. Oh, and right there, it's a bear destroying your car.
You need a vacation.
You know, Chris, I just don't have it all season.
Welcome to my world. Won't you come on in? I'll be waiting just for you. Welcome to my
Pepsi Zero Sugar. All the cola flavor, none of the sugar.
Accurate in 2 words.
Beat that.
Beat that.
I'm on it. Me too. Beat that.
Well, that about sums it up.
Here's a razor that works differently. The Gillette Skin Guard. It has a guard between the blades that helps protect skin. The Gillette Skin Guard.
It's your thing. Do what you want to do. I can tell you.
The sandwich is back. For those who haven't tasted that crispy chicken on toasted brioche, it's like...
I'm experiencing some things right now.
Look at you looking all special. But you won't really get it until you get it.
Love that chicken from Popeyes. Be you dust or be you a star. To be what you must, just reach out for what you are. And though you travel many roads, there's but one way, the one you chose.
Back to the action, the Pacers coming out of the timeout. Let's see what Nate McMillan runs. Team has seen its once 25-point lead whittled down to 5. Off the screen, a whistle and a foul is going to go against the Bucks. That's going to be their first team foul. They lost the last 6 games in a row. 5 at home.
Excuse me.
It's the longest active losing streak in the NBA. They've led in the fourth quarter in 4 of those games. The most monumental meltdown so far was in Toronto as Brogdon breaks the ice.
So while you're waiting for Victor Oladipo to come back, he's at 21 plus minutes. You said 28-ish. So sits a couple of more minutes. You got to play through Brogdon.
Bledsoe missing the mid-range.
Yeah, you got to. I work the 2-man game again with Brogdon and Sabonis. Their pick and roll at the top of the key was so effective without him, and here they go to it.
Bledsoe getting over that screen, a good defender. Brogdon inside, tough shot, but he converts it.
That was their bread and butter. While they were waiting for Victor to come back, they played through the top of the key area with those two guys pick and roll.
And Jimmy, how about the intentionality to get down in the painted area and not just settle for the J?
Yeah, great point.
Sterling Brown with a 15-foot jump shot, good. Lead stands at 7. Sterling Brown with 9 points and very efficient, 4 of 8 from the field. Nice. Great cut inside for the layup. Brogdon with a fantastic delivery. His basketball IQ is off the charts. Bledsoe on the drive, whistle and one. Counted as he draws the foul from Sabonis.
When those guards are coming downhill, you have to step up the lane to take away their angle. Sabonis stayed a little too low. Watch as he goes to corner, opens up his hips. He's able to turn the corner, draw a little contact in. What a beautiful play there by Bledsoe.
Good to see Bledsoe bounce back after the playoff disappointment last year. Had his worst playoff season ever against the Raptors in that series. He's come back this year, and he got drilled on a Sabonis screen. That's the type of screen that will rattle your feelings. Wow. Got right back up, though. Fonz, it never hurts when you have the ball, right?
That's right.
Brown on the drive. And he'll go to the free throw line. Sterling Brown drawing the contact on Sabonis. Sabonis now with 4 personal fouls. That's a 13th foul.
We talk often about Rudy Gobert being the best screen assist guy in the game. Sabonis is exceptional.
Well, I never left, but I was eating and stuff.
You got Jeremy Lamb, 2 wide open shots.
Yes.
He creates a wide open shot right there.
Man, rough one today.
How to do it
Yes.
is important.
Indeed. And I love, DB, how he holds the screen.
Yeah.
A lot of guys slip out of there too soon, and if you don't get that separation, and to your point, I've been really impressed with his screening tonight.
How much selflessness is involved in being a big screen setter like that? Because you're taking hits, right?
Yeah. However, if you like to score, it puts you in position to get open for a little throwback or a little dive to the basket, so it behooves you to get a lot of wood on that screen to create the separation.
Go.
Separation and indecision is what that's about.
Bucks are perfect 17 of 17 from the line. Brogdon. Back to Warren. Good flow and movement, and they cash in with the Warren bucket.
That guy, listen, he's gone to that floater game how many times? And that's the exact shot the Bucks want you to take. Well, for TJ, I'm not sure you want to let him keep doing it.
Lopez wheeling to the basket. Sterling Brown with a rebound. Shot clock down to 10 on the reset. Bledsoe inside and a finish with the left.
Tell you what, Sterling Brown has given the Bucks such a tremendous lift off the bench, particularly here in this fourth quarter.
Bledsoe on Brogdon, goes under the screen that time. Bledsoe was all defensive team last year in the NBA. Right up on Brogdon, gets over the screen. Corner jumper good.
You can see what was attractive to Malcolm Brogdon about coming here. The ball is in his hands. He's a creator for himself, decision maker.
Bledsoe missing the step back 3.
Indiana will take that shot, DB.
Oh, no question.
Oladipo still getting a breather on the bench. Bledsoe fell, guarding Brogdon. Here's Ward from deep. Stuck on automatic. The TJ stands for terrific jumper. Because it's going right now, it's falling.
Tell you what, they needed to get the basketball in the hands of their best player. Malcolm Brogdon doing a great job of orchestrating the offense. TJ Ward with a huge 3.
Adrian's a sociopath. He said that wherever I went, he would find me.
He's not out there.
Adrian is dead. He's not dead. I just can't see him. He has figured out a way to be invisible. I can prove Adrian is stalking me. Show yourself!
That Invisible Man movie looks badass.
No.
No way.
Come on. No.
Last movie I seen was what's it called? It was the new Star Wars movie, the latest one that came out. That was the last movie I'd seen in a movie theater. And that was a good movie. I do want to watch this new that Invisible Man movie. Looks badass.
Here to help us win. The Surface Pro helps me get what's in my head and get it out onto the field.
Let's go, let's run it again, run it again.
Are you a basketball fan?
Yeah.
That is a Metro Pass that Clyde Drexler stepped on. And that is a box set. A Benny the Bull's short-lived sitcom, that's Bull. And my favorite, a 95 Houston Rockets autograph poster. Autographed it myself. Some right hand, some left. Gotta make them look different.
Just okay is not okay, whether it's sports, memorabilia, or your network. That's why AT&T is building its 5G on America's best network.
I am on a journey to help people find time to relax. Are you ready for the journey, Elizabeth?
How did you get in here anyway?
The cat flap.
Makes sense.
Relax with the real ginger taste of
7 people watching. I just want to say I love all of you.
With your friends.
You know, today's been
With your friends.
as far as getting things broken, today has sucked. I'm not gonna sugarcoat that. But
That sizzle, that's the soundtrack of Chipotle.
but yeah.
Oh yeah. You come in, you're gonna be hearing that sizzle. That's how you know we always have fresh food.
Fresh is what you stand for.
Exactly.
Georgia, Georgia, the whole day through.
I'm just sorry that I couldn't or I haven't gotten anything breaking here so far today.
After the NBA on ESPN. Pacers have Oladipo back in the ballgame for the final 7:23. Trying to hold off the Bucks and end the Bucks' 5-game winning streak. Middleton running the baseline to get open. That's going to be an illegal screen on Brook Lopez.
A woman accused of performing botched buttocks enhancement procedures in Hialeah, Florida. That's that'd be funny.
Rocking out front, being guarded by Middleton on this sequence. Whistle and a foul. Is Middleton a little incredulous?
This is interesting to me because
So how's it going over there, Jimbo? I know you got the doggy situation going on, but how's the wife? How are you doing?
As we take a look at the upcoming national TV schedule tomorrow, it's Clippers against the Celtics. And Friday, it's the NBA Rising Stars game. All-Star Saturday night presented by State Farm. On Saturday, NBA All-Star game Sunday, and then for more on these, log on to NBA.com or visit the NBA app.
Are you surprised that the White House is back in the slam dunk competition?
You know what? If I hadn't already put Pat Connaughton in it, I'd do it right now. Got something up his sleeve. Okay. And then Derek Jones Jr., of course, the high flyer from the Heat. Always high level on the rim. Rocking out front. Lead is at 12. On the floater off glass.
did he call that? That was not a great angle.
Both been better, struggling a bit. Got to, man. Got to keep on keeping on. One day at a time, man. You know, you probably know this a lot better than me. But, you know, I was talking earlier with the Gelfman. You know, this year has been, you know, the last few months, I would say the last 3 or 4 months personally have been pretty rough for me. But I would say so far this entire year has been, I wouldn't say tough, but it's made me do a lot of you know, soul searching. It's made me do a lot of just thinking, you know, that things aren't as bad as they seem. You know what I mean? You know, regardless of how bad I might think my situation is, you know, there's someone out there dealing with something a lot worse. And, you know, just to really just appreciate what I have, and, you know, and just not be so negative all the time. You know, for me, it is just kind of just in my nature to just be, you know, a bit of a pessimist and stuff. So, you know, I've been trying to be a lot, you know, to be more positive and, you know, look at the bright side of things. And I gotta say, it's definitely helped. You know, it's obviously difficult to be positive when you're in a crappy situation, but it's, you know, it's crazy how your mind can really just affect everything, you know, not just you but other people around you and stuff. You know what I mean? Like, if you're positive, you know, it might not be immediate, but, you know, sooner rather than later, you know, just good things will happen to you, you know. And the same is true when, you know, when you're negative. So for me, just being positive and just appreciating everything that I do have going for me has worked wonders, really, man. And I know that whatever you guys are going through, you guys are gonna push through. You know, you guys are gonna, you know, someday laugh about it. You know, over a nice boot with some beer in it. I was thinking about you the other day, Jimbo. I was watching a video on Facebook. You know, sometimes I get lost on my phone, where I'll just be watching like stupid ass videos on Facebook. And there was this one video where it's this American kid, and like the title of the video is like, oh, you know, we all have that one Australian friend. And in the video, it's like him and this Australian girl, and like, just like, I guess, like, just going through like everyday life crap. Is that like a thing? Cause like I was also going through the comments, and like the girl, like, she straight out like took off like a boot of hers and like filled it with beer and drank out of it, and the dude was just looking at her like in pure disgust. So I started reading through the comments, and apparently that's like a normal thing to do in Australia.
Pick any two for $5. Only at Wendy's.
Oh, and here we go, Alfonso Ellis. Oh, look at this young man, just bouncy. Young, spry legs, just holding the glass.
And I had hair.
I'm thinking about the socks. I expected higher socks. You know, the knee-high socks were kind of like vogue back around that time, the late 80s.
Michael Jordan dictated that the socks go a little bit lower, but I still like my shorts tight.
Okay. Were those the old Converse you were wearing? What were those?
Let's see, was that my freshman? That was my freshman year. That was the old Reebok Freak, and those bad boys were like,
oh, wow.
They were so heavy.
Before the game.
Deep round and slam dunk competition. Right?
That's right.
Crossover throwback, too.
But Lopez getting a seat on the bench with 4:10 to go.
You know Reebok's still in business, right? They ain't trying to have you get them out of business.
Yeah.
Talking about how heavy the shoes were.
Brogdon out to Warren.
There's no secrets with you guys. You guys find everything.
That's the way we roll here on NBA games. Warren into the paint. A rare miss for him tonight. Warren is 13 of 16 from the field. Connaughton to Marvin Williams. Now, Pat Connaughton told me that he's got something planned that has been seen a little bit before in a slam dunk context, but something that hasn't been done before. So I told him, with that 42-inch vertical jump it is, I'm expecting something extremely special on All-Star Saturday night as Turner gets a layup off runs.
Wow, that's a good-looking move from Miles Turner. Multiple dribbles, multiple defenders.
Inside layup by DiVincenzo.
Tough fall
He's
there.
at 15 with a little over 3 minutes to go.
Jimmy, to your point with Miles Turner, he's played free tonight. I don't know if we've seen him play this freely this year, and that's part of the reason why I think he and Domantas Sabonis can exist on the floor either together, or you can play them apart from each other and play with the 4 guards around one big lineup. I like what we've seen from Miles Turner tonight.
Here's DiVincenzo in the front court. Finds Ilyasova inside. Turner with the block. A year ago, led the NBA in block shots per game. That's his second one tonight, right at his per-game average. Brogdon behind the Turner screen. Great look at it. Approaching 2 minutes to go, 15-point advantage still for the Bucks. Pardon me, the Pacers. DiVincenzo from deep.
Tell you what, he's looked crispy tonight, especially behind those ball screens, elevating into a shot. A healthy number 0 for the Bucks is really good for Milwaukee.
Let's check the store and see how much. Oh, wait, never mind.
And it knocked away out of bounds off his leg.
Talking about closing.
It pays to have a sense of humor.
You can't be clumsy with the basketball. You got to make sure you're getting high quality shots every time down the floor.
So the Bucks closed to within 4 twice. In 30 seconds, they put 6 points on them, so they responded. But you're right. Don't get loose. Don't relax. Your history suggests you struggle, like finish here.
Depot moving his feet well defensively. Middleton to Ilyasova.
How else is everyone else doing out there?
And the Bucks staying on.
All 6 of you.
Lead down to 10 with a free throw coming. Foul against Oladipo. That's his third. And Ilyasova makes it a 9-point game with 1:38 to go. Bucks in the midst of a 7-0 run.
Yeah, and put some pressure on the full court here. Trying to make them make a mistake.
They were pressed against the Raptors when they blew the lead in Toronto, but this time they break the press and convert at the other end.
Beautiful.
So a little bit more execution that time against the full court pressure. Lead back up to 11. Ilyasova, pocket 3, good.
I think they're going to look at
it and take a look to see if it was a 2 or a 3. Under 2 minutes, they can stop it and do that. So the lead is 8. They rule it a 3. They break the press easily. Sabonis to a cutting Warren who draws the foul from Connaughton.
Lost a shoe over there as well.
Warren's been that good tonight. He blew a tire. And hey, the second half of our double dip coming up. Part of our crossover night. Lakers taking on Denver. In the Mile High City, LeBron James with 11 triple-doubles, second most in the league this year. At 35 years old, still going strong. Be a part of the festivities Team LeBron against Team Giannis All-Star Weekend coming up. You know, we were talking about bigs tonight. A great one tonight. Anthony Davis, Nikola Jokic. I love what Jokic does at the offensive end. What do you make of his ability at the defensive end, Doris and LaFonso?
Actually, believe it or not, huge improvement this year.
Yes.
Metrics have gone heavily to his favor. They push him up and pick and roll.
Yes, that wasn't always the case.
Correct.
Ilyasova on the drive.
Ilyasova.
I would say he didn't have a willingness
with his best LeBron impression.
Oladipo split the double to one. What a time! That's the look they want in the future here in Indianapolis. Lead up to 12, under a minute to go.
Well, it looks like the Pacers are going to beat the Bucks without Giannis. It's got to be.
Just pull it out.
That's got to be stated.
I like the fact that they've been able to attack it. Whenever you get 2-on-1 situations, whether it's in the half court and full court, you look to attack. The Pacers have done exactly that, which is why they've been able to get this 12, maintain this 12-point lead.
Yeah.
And a foul called on Sabonis. I can remember when Domantas Sabonis, as a rookie in OKC, would not get a call from the officials. I mean, you would blink and Billy Donovan would be pulling him out of the game as the game started almost with 3 fouls. But to see the amount of respect he has gotten from the officials now, and with the growth in his ability and talent and skill level, his growth is really one of the great stories here with the Pacers this year, too. Free throw good, the lead down to 10. They trap Brogdon in the corner. There's the press break. Sabonis fouled by Bledsoe with 45.5 to go.
So they had pulled Turner a couple of possessions ago. I just want to go back to something you said, because you have to have people who are willing to make sacrifices.
Yes.
And Miles Turner made no secret of the fact that this was a hard adjustment for him. We've touched on that already. He said, everybody wants to get 20 shots. Everybody wants to score 20 points. He said, I've got a full in DeMontis, Malcolm, Victor, we got guys who can make plays all over the floor. So even though Turner has got
Put the Heat game on here.
to be a star and to do the things that, you know, he believes he can do,
We can't put it on the computer here because that is going to log me off of
talk about it, be about it.
a bunch of stuff, so I got to watch it on my phone.
Part of his transformation.
Anyways, I'm talking to myself right now. That's cool.
Took up hot yoga and really made a commitment to getting his body in the best shape it could possibly be.
I got an email put together
When you live in Miami, you
so that so that'll go out tomorrow morning.
They don't want to stop the clock and shorten the game for the Bucks here. Lead at 10.
It's twice though, Mark. They've made the mistake. You know, Brown's excellent as a leaper.
Yeah.
If you've not done your work early, don't do it late and foul it.
Lamb going to the free throw line. Pardon me. Brown going to the foul line.
The Heat and the Jazz in a close one. Yeah, I don't understand those Jazz jerseys they got on right now.
On 2 hands.
It's like they're fading from like yellow up top to like a dark red at the bottom of the shorts.
Their 8th loss of the season.
Those would be great jerseys if they were for like the Heat.
I mean, you look at Coach Budenholzer, his team comes in here.
Yeah, I kind of like it when they rock the old school Jazz jerseys with back when they had the mailman, and then they had like the mountains on them and stuff. Those were pretty cool.
What is the strategy, you think?
Well, I think you want to complete the game, obviously. It's something they've struggled with. And I think that, you know, you cleanly inbound the basketball, get it to your best free throw shooters. Malcolm made the catch last time.
Yeah.
I do have a question for you. You've seen this Milwaukee team without Giannis tonight, but overall in the season. A year ago, they get up late in the series against Toronto. Do you think they're better LaFonso than a season ago?
I do, and I think it's because Giannis is so much better. His ability to be able to read and make plays now off the ball screen situations now negates teams from being able to wall up against him when he's in transition, or when they put him in pick and roll. Now he's using his eyes to be able to manipulate the help defense and able to get it to guys on their hands ready to shoot, and he's surrounded himself with a ton of shooters. Dante DiVincenzo's back and healthy now. He can shoot it. We know that Pat Connaughton can stick it. They've added Marvin Williams. He can stick it. Now he's got guys around him that are versatile, can defend multiple positions, but most importantly, be able to knock down open shots when he gets it to them.
5.8 assists for Giannis this year. And really, still probably has another level in terms of processing speed, good play.
Warren with the easy one. They're on, hey partner, we've had fun with you tonight.
Yeah, come this game.
Summer's kind of cool.
I appreciate you inviting me. This is awesome.
Bledsoe tricked by Lamb, and they foul the Bucks again, stopping the clock with 31.8 to go. How many times have you had that video of you sprung on you recently? It's been a while, right? You haven't seen those highlights in a while.
I haven't seen that in years. The green uniforms, too. They're going to be proud of those.
Lead is 11. Bledsoe with a free throw. Perfect 6 of 6 from the stripe tonight for him. 14 points.
So yeah.
Last night. Down
Closings.
Need a play design. He's your man.
He played for the great Pat Riley.
Yeah.
Check the store here.
Jack McLeod for 1 year when I was in college. 18 years in the league. With Saunders.
Yeah, we would have been, even if now that I think about it, even if we did charge an extra like $200-300 for this optic, we still would have struggled filling this with the other teams.
With the corsage on the lapel, too.
It's alright though. Uncle Jesse gonna be here for the weekend. So if we're not gonna get it breaking tonight, probably get it breaking tomorrow. If we can't get it broken tomorrow, Friday is payday for a lot of people, so
he had to bring
we shall see.
Offensive end. Pat Riley, the best defensive coach I ever played for, and Lenny Wilkins just had a tremendous feel for when to make substitutions, when to mix it up out there on the floor. So I had the privilege of playing for some terrific coaches.
Okay, I'm going to ask you what your body fat percentage was with the Heat, because they test you every week there. DiVincenzo gets the layup. What was it high? Was it low?
I got down to 7% and caught colds all the time, so I had to bump it back up to about 8.5.
Lamb turns it over.
All right, so I have a question for you, because you played in Miami right before you ended your career. I heard a podcast this year where Eric Spoelstra and Doc Rivers said the father of modern NBA preparation is Pat Riley. Agree with that?
I absolutely agree with that. He was doing advanced analytics before everyone could even mention it. He could speak the words. Defensive numbers, effort numbers that they would put together from the game that we had played prior to, had that information for you the next morning when you got to your bench.
Everything's working for me but the body facts.
That's going to do it. The Indiana Pacers snap their 6-game losing streak. Milwaukee Bucks, conversely, suffering just their 8th loss of the season, but still the best record in the NBA at 46-8. 21-5 on the road as Brogdon has his way tonight against his former team. TJ Warren leading the way for the Pacers with 35. His 4th 30-point game of the season on a very impressive 60-19.
Lakers at Nuggets coming up. Oof. That should be a good one.
For LaFonso Ellis and Doris Burke, thanks for joining us. Don't forget, coming up next, it's the Lakers and Nuggets with Dave Pasch, Jeff Van Gundy, and Jimmy Dykes. But first, let's go back to the studio.
Well, thanks. The Bucks played it out to the end, got as close as 4, but Indiana able to take advantage of the absence of the MVP and snap their 6th game losing streak. Game 2 of the doubleheader, as mentioned. LeBron James and the Lakers trying to continue the trend this season. The road team has won both games between the Lakers and the Nuggets. Dave Pasch, Jeff Van Gundy, Jimmy Dykes getting you set for Game 2.
Well, Scotty, we got the top two teams in the Western Conference standing tonight. 3 All-Stars in Anthony Davis, LeBron James, and Nikola Jokic. And Jimmy Dykes is here as well. Jimmy, what are you looking forward to most tonight?
Well, just first of all, just the size on the NBA floor is overwhelming. Coming from the college game, you forget how big these guys are. Terrific lesson. When you're an NBA scout, make sure you go watch a game every couple of months just to make sure you know what the product really is.
Yeah, and for me, it's Jokic. I want to see Jokic against this long front line of the Lakers. He's playing phenomenal basketball.
Should be a great game. Last game before the All-Star break for both these teams. Lakers first in the West, Denver second in the West. The Lakers won in Denver early season. Back to you, Scott.
Damn, the Nuggets got that good a record,
Get
38-16?
you caught up to date on some of the games going on around the league. A little clowning from the Nets early on, and then it's Joe Harris doing what he does. Raptors down a dozen at the break. Second largest deficit they faced during this 15-game winning streak. They came back on the Pacers last week. Nets trying to keep their foot on the gas. Harris from Jared Allen. Then it's DeAndre Jordan to Garrett Temple. 1, 2, and 3. The real hard way. Got conked in the noggin there. Ouch. Nets up 15. Raptors trying to hang around. Fred VanVleet. Take it to the rim. Draw the contact. Absorb it. Make the buckets under 10. Single-digit game as they play the fourth. But then Karis LeVert to the rim. And that'll
The Raptors' 15-game winning streak snapped, losing to the Nets. Wow, of all teams to lose to.
Thus far, Pistons and the Magic. This game went back and forth. Pistons were down a bunch, had a 3-point lead, but then Aaron Gordon hits the 3. On the other end, Christian Wood, the rebound and the putback, ties things up at 105. Under 20, Evan Fournier, Nikola Vucevic from deep. All 3 of these as it rattles around and drops. The old friendly home roll. Would that be enough for the Magic to get the victory?
What the hell? Does DirecTV now just stop working out of nowhere? This program can be streamed here. The owner of this program doesn't allow it to be streamed to your location. I guess because it's the Lakers. It's a West Coast game. But like, that doesn't make any sense. It's on like, what the hell? That's so dumb. Well, I guess I can't watch the Lakers Nuggets game, I reckon. Well, so much for watching the game. If somebody could be so kind as to give me a Miami Heat link, that'd be awesome. Jay, that's where you at? Not even J Mess is watching. Damn. They're making a John Wick 4? Oh shit. Yeah, I'm sure those are gonna turn into the new Fast and the Furious franchise. They're like on to like the 9th iteration of the Fast and the Furious. It's crazy. Nobody wants to give Uncle Jesse a link. That's cool. That's cool. The elevators on the World Trade Center tour shows a time lapse of New York's architectural history. That's pretty cool. Literally, as you ride the elevator and you go up, you can see, New York being built. That's pretty cool. Yeah, kids play pretty rough. It is what it is. What are you gonna do? How are things with you kids play? Been a rough night for me, but how are things with you? I'm not surprised, man. We've been off for about a week now. We struggle with basketball breaks kind of as it is. You know, optic is a little pricey nowadays. Yeah, I could come up with excuses after excuses here, but I'm not worried.
Multiply the excitement with the X Multiplier Scratch-Offs featuring over $520 million in cash prizes. The Florida Lottery. It's your ticket. Love is a new Subaru from Subaru of Pembroke Pines. During the Subaru True Love event, the adventure begins in an all-new Impreza, only $148 a month. Come to Subaru of Pembroke Pines, Florida's #1 volume Subaru store.
Glad to hear that, kids play.
Secure a spot today for just $100 and get 4 tickets to an upcoming Heat game. For more information and to register, visit juniorheat.com.
Tonight's Heat Halftime is brought to you by Chevrolet. See your South Florida dealer today. By Cleveland Clinic, Florida, South Florida's top-ranked hospital, bringing the best care all across Miami-Dade, Broward, and Palm Beach counties. By Southwest Airlines, because an airline with heart believes in transparency. And by South Florida BMW Centers. BMW, ultimate driving mission. We're driving toward the All-Star break right now, and Miami Heat trying to get a nice win in a tough place in Utah.
The Heat up by 5 at the half against the Giants. Got that going for me. Yeah, anytime the Heat are winning, I'm happy.
So far, one of the issues for Miami is at times their inability to shoot the three, but more importantly, their inability to defend the three. When you look at both areas tonight, how's Miami doing so far?
Well, I think Miami has been doing a good job of creating good looks out of their offense. Duncan 4 of 7 from deep. He is really shooting the ball well, and so I think they're gonna get those looks in the second half, a matter of knocking down. But defensively is where I've been impressed. They've held Utah to 5 of 19, and look at the scramble. Do a good job of cutting off the lane and then closing out to that baseline drift.
An artist designed a fidget spinner that creates animations. Oh snap, that's pretty cool.
Good job, particularly the outside. And again, as you mentioned, this has been a struggle the last few games defensively from three-point land for the Heat. Now, Donovan Mitchell, we also talked about in the pregame. It's almost like when you play a star like this, you know he's going to.
Whatever happened to fidget spinners, man? You know, they came, they saw, they conquered, and then they just went away.
Well, knock down a top 3 with Derek Jones Jr. in his face is one thing, but he's such a strong attacking guard. When the ball's in his hands, he's looking to get to the basket. That time, takes Bam on the switch straight to the rack, and Bam's a very good defender. And he can knock down the 3 as well. About half his shots are in the paint, the other half from behind the arc, so you got to guard both.
You know this half is going to be tough. Utah's good at home. This is the last game before the All-Star break, so if you could look at one spot where you say,
What got banned at school? Oh, fidget spinners?
Where would you start?
I think aggressive on the defensive end. They created 14 points off of turnovers. Second thing, though, quick one. You got to do a better job of shot selection against Rudy Gobert. 7-1. Yeah. Pick your moments when to attack.
Yeah, a couple times they have. Hasn't ended so well. Yeah, it's tough when you got the guy who's won multiple defensive player of the year awards. He is one of the best, and with good reason. All right, when we come back, more Heat halftime presented by your South Florida Chevy dealers. Jackson will chat with Heat assistant coach Octavio de la Grana. Oh yeah, we got some Dwayne White love everywhere you go. Oh, Heat Nation is strong.
What's going on with you, kids play? Talk to me, man. Talk to me. You got a funny story for me or anything? I am currently watching the, well, not really watching, but the Heat and the Jazz at half. The Lakers-Nuggets game should be a good one, though, man.
Day sale. Honda's
Ooh, Fantasy Island comes out on Friday.
sale now from just $169 a month, or save thousands with 0.9% financing for 72.
You're going to a monster truck situation this Saturday? Nice. I've never been to one of those.
From only $169 a month, or 0.9% for 72 months. Don't miss the President's Day sale going on now at your local Honda.
I've always wanted to go to one of those things too. That's pretty cool, man.
AT&T. Enchanté.
I live with AT&T. Big mistake. Excuse me while I rescue this one.
Can I interest the lady in a TV plan?
I'm pretty sure she's not interested.
Yeah. So, I have 3 different names, about 18 total packages. 2 of them have the same name and price, but different channels.
I'm confused. Stop living with AT&T. Xfinity makes it simple. Choose your speed, choose your channels, customize, and save.
It's the fight of our lifetime.
$85 a ticket? Shit, you better crash one of the trucks too? Shoot.
So here's the thing. Whoever steps into that ring with Donald Trump better win. Because what's at stake is nothing less than America. So now, who do you think is tough enough to go the distance? I'm running to defeat Donald Trump and put the United back in the United States of America. Exactly. I'm Mike Bloomberg, and I approve this message.
Reporters were given a tour of a coal mine where 6 miners and 3 workers died.
What was it? That was a bomb? That was
Hell no. Dude, coal mining is still a thing? Shh, man. Of course it's still a thing, you fucking idiot. Hey, kids, play. When's the last time you peed yourself? Pretty freaking random, right? I know, but like, serious question. Cause like yesterday, I didn't pee myself, by the way, but yesterday I had a dream, and in the dream, yeah, I still remember my dreams. And in the dream, I was peeing. Like I was like in a field somewhere, and like I was peeing, and I remember the pee being like it was a strong stream of pee, and I immediately woke up. Right, I woke up and I felt my pants, and I was like, holy crap, you know, I really thought I pissed myself. Because I do remember one time I for sure pissed myself, where I was in, same thing in a dream. I was peeing, and sure enough, I was actually peeing, in my sleep. But anyways, last night I woke up from that dream and I was like, damn. Well, thank God I didn't pee myself, but I was about to. I woke up in the nick of time. Had I kept on sleeping, I for sure would have peed myself. Just fun little story with Uncle Jesse. I don't know. Rob, man, he's been on a break, man, for a while. Hi to you too, Rob. You know, what about asking what happened to us? But it's cool. No, he's fine. Yeah, he's good, man. He's fine. He's good. Scott is A-okay. He's just not breaking right now, taking care of some stuff. It's cool, Rob. You know, I get it. You don't give a fuck about me. It's all good. But yeah, all jokes aside, he's good. He's good. He just he's not breaking right now because he's taking care of some things. But him and the family are straight. He's just taking care of some things right now. I know, Rob. I'm just busting your balls, man. I'm just busting your balls. But yeah, you know, I know he hasn't broken in a while. I personally haven't spoken to him in a minute, but Jason talks to him like every day. You know, and I do ask about him, and he's doing good. He's just not breaking right now. Like I said, he's taking care of some things. He actually has a bunch of inventory, like a bunch of like literally monster boxes just filled with cards. So right now, what he's doing is he's going through all that stuff. I'm assuming here, but I'm assuming that his his old lady's giving him a lot of crap. So he's working on getting all that stuff sold. So he's been doing that for a while now. You know, he also has other businesses that he needs to take care of. So, but he's good though. He's good though. It's not like he just, something bad happened to him or anything like that, and that's why he hasn't been breaking. I'm just taking a little break for now. I'm pretty sure he'll be back up soon once he gets through sorting through all those cards and selling them and stuff. He'll be back up on it. Kind of quiet in here. Kid starting a fight and then losing it. That's awesome. Dude, I haven't been in a fight in a long time. I'd like to keep it that way too. Oh man, watching dash cams from like Russia and stuff are crazy. It's like does every car in Russia have like a dash cam? Kind of seems like it. It should be, halftime should be over right now. The Heat with a 4-point lead in the third. Kendrick Nunn. I gotta give it to the rookie, man. The dude's unconscious. Teach me how to do it. Teach me how to do it. What do you call an anonymous internet creep? A torpedo. Yeah, I don't really get it either.
There's some taunting going on there, perhaps. Let's see the replay. A lot of jabbering by Rudy, and I think he took it personal when Bam exploded on him earlier. James Nunn makes the technical 10 points for Kendrick Nunn.
What is it with the internet's fascination with cats? Cats are cool and all, but dogs for the win. Someone's just hanging out right now. Damn, Rebecca Black looks fucking hot now. Holy shit. And I can say that because she's of age now. She's like 20 something. So it's not weird. She's 22. Yeah, Rebecca Black looks really good nowadays. Good for her. I know that Friday song's gonna stay with her forever. It's Friday, Friday.
This Heat TV timeout is brought to you by your insurance attorney.
Many homeowners become sick from mold, and a lot of them have mold in their homes and they don't even know it. Mold is a serious problem, and removing it safely isn't always easy or cheap. That's where I come in. I work with homeowners to get the compensation they may deserve. I will fight with their insurance company to make sure they can remove the mold and safeguard the health of their families. Before calling the insurance company, call me, your insurance attorney. There are no upfront costs, and we don't get paid until you do. That's our promise.
At BMW, we didn't make just one SAV. We made the ultimate range SAV. Unmatched power, luxury, and performance. BMW X-Range is prepared for any road you travel. No matter who you are, no matter where you're going, no matter what's next, there's an X to take you there. Visit your South Florida BMW centers today for exceptional offers.
If you're like me, when you have the flu, you don't want to go anywhere.
Wow. I was literally talking about like peeing in my dreams and then peeing like in real life. And then I see a meme about it on Reddit. That's pretty funny. 6 people watching. I gotta say, the 6 of you are gluttons for punishment, just like me.
I want to thank you for cheering us on this season and for your support of the Miami Heat. We hope you continue that support and renew your season tickets to stay in the Heat family.
You said it, man. That'll make it happen. Renewal deadline fast approaching. Stick with the Heat. They continue to battle for the NBA's ultimate prize. Visit MiamiHeatFamily.com to see all of your renewal options.
Oh, Bam Adebayo with a dunk on Rudy Gobert. Oh, what a beast.
Came back with a crusher of his own. Gobert, one of 10 in NBA history to win the NBA's Defensive Player Award multiple times. Mutombo and Ben Wallace each did it 4 times. Dwight Howard 3 times among the many that have done it twice.
The reigning 2-time Defensive Player of the Year in Rudy Gobert. So underrated. You know, it's crazy to say that. Oh, the 2-time Defensive Player of the Year, underrated. So underrated. Double-double machine. Almost always leads the NBA in blocks. Four people watching! I love all 4 of you. Donovan Mitchell, balling. Excuse me. I do, Jimbo, I do. I'm glad that you're back. Were you on a call or something? Friday should be fun, Jimbo. Once we get some football in here. Plates and patches. Tomorrow should be a lot better than tonight, too. I do foresee some teams being gone by the time I go live again tomorrow. And like I was telling J Mesh, I'm going to be live this weekend too. Jason is his baby girl's birthday, I believe, is tomorrow. No, the 15th. I lied. Her birthday's on Saturday, so he's got family coming into town. It's going to be her second birthday. She's 2 years old. So, little baby Penny turning 2 years old. So yeah, so Jason asked me to cover for him. Of course, not even a question. So I'll be here during the weekend until everything gets broken. But yeah, man, Jason's baby girl, Penelope, turning 2 on Saturday. So he's gonna have a big old birthday party for her. Jimbo, let me run something past you. Now, I'm obviously not a parent, but if I were to be a parent, I would not throw like a legit, like full-on birthday party, like, with candles and everything. I wouldn't do it until until my child's at least like 5 or 6 years old. You know what I mean? And I really want to take my baby anywhere. Like, I hate it when people take babies to like Disney, or take them like anywhere really, like take them to go watch a movie or something. Like, that's the most like selfish thing you could ever. Like, I know you want to watch this movie, but you don't have to sit here and bring your crying baby too and ruin the movie for all of us just because you couldn't find a babysitter. This baby can't watch this movie, and I'd be crying too if I had freaking surround sound, busting through my ears. I'm a freaking baby. I want to go home. Same thing with like Disney. Like, I have a bunch of friends that like love going to Disney, and one of them has kids, and like I haven't given her crap about it because like whatever, it's her kid, she's gonna do whatever she wants. But like for me, it's like that's so like, why would you take a kid to Disney? That kid's not gonna remember any of that, like it's a baby. It's like, you can't even remember any of that. Like, oh, you can take pictures. Yeah, sure, that's cute. But you're just being selfish now. You're just being super selfish. You're out here flaunting your baby. Taking pictures with Mickey and Minnie and Donald and Goofy and blah, blah, blah. But that baby can't enjoy none of the rides. That baby's not going to remember none of this. Now you got to come back in like, 6 or something years when that baby can actually remember stuff. And, and God forbid you never go back to Disney. And then you have like a 12-year-old on your hands talking about, how come we can't go to Disney? And then the parents all like, well, you did go to Disney. And then you're like, yeah, but I was like 2 years old. That doesn't count. And it's true. It doesn't count. I don't know. I just had to get that off my chest. Thank you for listening. Dude, like if I ever have a baby, that's probably what I would do. Like the first 3 or 4 years, like until that baby can form like a full-on sentence, like until I can have a conversation with this baby's not leaving this house. You want to come see the baby? Come over. Just come on over. But this baby ain't going nowhere. Especially with like coronavirus and all that stuff nowadays. Yeah, hell no. This baby's staying in here in a bubble where it's nice and safe. Man, this Heat and Lakers game, I'm sorry, the Heat and Jazz game is pretty close right now. So Jimbo, do you guys celebrate Valentine's Day in Australia? Maybe you call it something else? You and the wife do not. Oh, gotcha. Hallmark holidays are bullshit. I agree. Wife knows I feel every day, not just magical days. Some asshole wants me to mortgage my house for another decade. Hell yeah, man. Every day is Valentine's Day. I hit my mom with that one time. You know, my mom I forgot when, but she was like, this must have been like a couple years ago or something. But she was like, "Oh, what are you gonna get me for Mother's Day?" And I think I was like a smart ass, and I was like nothing. And then she was like, "Oh my God, for real?" Or something like that. And then I looked her dead in the eye, and I said, "Mom, every day is Mother's Day." And then she was like, "Oh," you know, she said she shed a thug tear and everything. It was pretty cool. It's probably like my most pimp moment ever. Well, Jimbo, that's why you're the favorite, man. That's why you're the favorite. By the way, have you done any of that? I think it's called LARPing, but I don't think you call it that. Where you do your reenactments. I think that's what you call it. You call it reenacting. Have you done any of that lately? The Nationals were tipped off about the Astros cheating by the Dodgers. Huh, interesting. Gonna start up archery training again. Not until May. That's so stupid. The internet's so dumb. You gotta put that little asterisk on there with the Dodgers. When you came to California, you went to Disney, right? Like you didn't get a chance to like I don't think it was during the season, but did you get a chance to catch the Dodgers too while you were over here in the States? You saw the Dodgers play against the Nationals? Nice. I gotta visit Australia one of these days. Yeah, first things first, I gotta take care of some things. Like, if I'm gonna go on a flight that long, I think it's like, what is it, like a 14-hour flight? My thing is, I need to get like a CPAP machine or whatever. You know, I'm still working on that. I actually have to go back to the doctor in a couple weeks, like 2 or 3 weeks. I forgot to mention that to her about getting like a sleep study done or something. But I'll bring it up next time I see her. But yeah, like that's actually a big reason why like I don't do like a good portion of traveling. Is like I'm pretty self-conscious about that. Like I don't want to bother anybody with like my sleep and stuff, and you know what I mean. I don't know. I'm weird. Fly to Hawaii for a few days to break up the trip. I might just do that. When do you plan to come back to the States? Anytime soon? I mean, you gotta hit up the East Coast this time, man. You gotta come visit Uncle Jesse. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Yeah, hopefully I can get like a mouth guard or something for my sleep deal. I tried sleeping on my side, can't do it. Gotta do Miami. You got to. It's not even a question. It's a matter of when. I think you'll really like Florida. Like, you know, they call Florida the Australia of the states. So I think you'll really like it. You got friends in New York and Philly, so we'll be going Texas to New York via the southern states. Nice. Hell yeah, you get to pass through. You know, you can pass through like Louisiana. You know, get some of that get some of those Cajun eats. My boy turns 40 in 2022, which is 2 years from now. So, Jimbo, you're like only 8 years older than me? So, do you have any advice for a young buckaroo such as me? You know, I'm turning 30, and you'll be turning 40. Is there any advice, any wisdom that you could impart upon a young man? Yeah, the Jazz and the Heat are going at it now in this fourth quarter. The Heat and the Jazz have just traded 3 straight threes. I don't think I've seen that before. Like back to back to back threes. Nothing as profound as all that. Just be true to you. You wish you did more for me and less for those who didn't deserve it. You don't know they don't deserve it until they don't, so you never know. Okay, I appreciate that, Jimbo. I'll do my best to take that to heart, because I definitely hear you. I'm personally, I'm the kind of person, like, I would put others ahead of me. You know what I mean? So And I've definitely had that come back and bite me in the ass. So I appreciate that. I'll definitely put it in the old hard drive. Yeah, Jimbo, I hear you on that, man. And this Heat Jazz game is too close right now. It's a 2-point game with about 9.5 to go in the fourth. Oh no, I'm with you, Jimbo. I've noticed that that I've done the same. You know, without like really realizing it. I've definitely taken more time for me, as opposed to, you know, before, you know, whenever a friend of mine would be like, hey, let's go out drinking or whatever the fuck, and, you know, I'd be like, hell yeah, let's go do it. You know, now it's more, well, can I afford to do it? You know, do I, you know, like, do I, you know what I mean? Like, just little things like that. But I definitely hear you. You know, exactly. Yeah. And like even now that I get older and I really start to think about it too, it's like whenever I want to do something, it's like, oh fuck me. But like when somebody else wants to do something, I'm like, yeah, for sure, let's do it. You know. But when it comes to me, oh, you know, fuck that guy. Man, I hope that he can pull this game out, but it's not looking good right now. Down by 6 right now. Kind of weird seeing Andre Iguodala in a Heat uniform. Ah, Jimbo. You know, for sure. You know, I think about stuff like that too. Like, you know, nights going out where like I'm buying people drinks left and right, and then like, have they ever like reciprocated it for me? No. I mean, I don't talk. You know, those people I don't keep in contact with anymore. You know, and then you know they try to make me feel bad about it, like, oh dude, how come, you know, you don't hang out anymore, you know, you don't, you know, chat with me anymore or whatever. It's like, bro, like you only care about me when I'm doing something for you, and when I'm not, I'm the bad guy, you know, I'm the piece of shit, you know. But when I asked you for a ride because my car got broke down or whatever, you know, you weren't there for me. You know, when I called you when I needed help, you know, moving my shit, you weren't there for me. But you were quick to pick up that beer. You know, you were quick to pick up that, you know, that pizza I bought, or, you know, whatever the hell. So, you know, definitely hear you on that, Jimbo. You know, like now, like I can literally count the friends that I have probably on one hand. Like actual, like true, like legit friends. I got probably 5 of them. And you know what I love about our relationship, it's like it may not be immediately reciprocated, but it'll be like I know that it'll be reciprocated at some point. You know what I mean? Like a friend of mine, for example, like, you know, oh, we're gonna go out somewhere. Like, oh, dude, I don't have the money to go out anywhere. Don't worry about it, bro. I'll take care of you. I'll buy you a beer or something. All right, cool, whatever. You know, we go out, buys me a beer. You know, oh, let's go get something to eat. Dude, I don't have no money to go eat. I'm just going to be sitting there. Don't worry, bro. I'll buy you some nachos or something. Okay, cool. I might, you know, might not be able to pay you back right then and there. But, you know, next time we go out, drinks are on me. I got you. I'll pay for a meal or something. And I'm pretty blessed now to have friends that, you know, we look out after one another. So it's pretty cool. You know, I hate people that are petty, like, and people that like constantly remind you about shit that they do. Like I used to have a friend where, like, he would do things just because he wanted something in return. You know what I mean? Like he would buy me, like let's say it's my birthday, he'd buy me something for my birthday, and then, you know, like, oh dude, cool, you know, I appreciate it, thank you. And then when it's his birthday and that, you know, and like I don't get him anything, just because, like, you know, I forget or just because I can't afford to at the time, then it's like, oh, I see how it is. You know, I got you something for your birthday, but you can't get nothing for me. It's like, really, bro? Like, you just... Is that how it is? Like, we're keeping tabs on each other now? Like, that's so annoying to me. You know, update on the Heat. We're getting our ass whooped now. We are losing by 11 with 7.5 to go. Not looking good. Joe Ingles, that's your peoples right there from South Australia. 158 straight games, the longest active streak in the NBA. Holy crap. Kimmy the G! What's going on with you, Kimsters? Yeah, Joe Ingles is definitely a beast, but he's a troublemaker. He's a flop artist. And he tried to get into the head of my boy just now. But Joe Ingles is probably the worst flopper in the NBA. But the guy's a hooper, man. What's going on with you, Kimmy? How's everything with you? Hope all is well. Chilling the norm. All Aussies are troublemakers. I'm starting to notice. That's what the Heat are missing. The Heat are missing an Aussie. That Donovan Mitchell kid is special, man. No one's talking about him either, but that guy's a beast. I like that. I gotta put that on a t-shirt. All Aussies are troublemakers. Kim's, you know, how many Kim? Well, I know you obviously, Kim. Actually, yeah, I think every Kim I've ever known has been a troublemaker. Man, the Heat playing like crap lately, man. Yeah, ever since Tyler Hero's been out with the injury, Heat have not been playing good basketball. Myers Leonard too. It's crazy what those guys out of the rotation has done. And this West Coast trip has been rough. We lost 3 in a row the other night. We won a couple nights ago. So we're probably gonna. It's looking like we might lose this game. A 1-4 road trip, terrible. But luckily for us, we're going into the All-Star game. So hopefully we can come back from this All-Star break a little healthier. With Tyler Hero coming back, we shall see. Man, hopefully we can pull this game out. Well, Kenny, maybe you should respond to your messages on Facebook. You know, you got people that care about you. You know, we may not be able to help financially, but spiritually and emotionally, you know, that we can probably help. You know, it's you know, talking to people, you know, getting things off your chest, you know, can definitely help, you know. So, you know, just like Jimbo says, if you ever need somebody to talk to, you know, you got me, you got Jimbo, you got Zach somewhere out there. I'm just kidding. I wonder whatever happened to that guy. You got Big Greg, Raj. That's right, man. You know, believe it or not, but you got some strangers here in this room that give a damn. It's not much, man. It's not much, but you know, talking about things, you know, getting things off your chest. You know, for me, you know, I'm the kind of person that I internalize a lot of things. You know, whenever something's bothering me, or you know, just in general, I internalize it. You know, I keep it in, and I push it down until you know it all comes out at once, and that's not healthy. You know, I know it probably sounds like a broken record, But speaking, talking to people, talking especially with friends, getting things off your chest. You don't need all that stress. That's something that I'm really working on, Jimbo. It's to not be a volcano. It's not healthy at all. And for me, it's been very tough. But I've found that opening up and at least vocalizing how I feel or whatever, while it might inconvenience someone else, at least for me, it helps me, and that's what's important at the end of the day. Is you can't really concern yourself with other people, because other people aren't going to concern themselves with you most of the time. So you got to do what's best for you. Yeah, I hate that the Heat play a 2-3 zone against teams that can shoot the three. So annoying. Andre Iguodala playing here in the closing minutes, hit 3 threes so far tonight. Bro, this 2-3 zone is killing me. It's a 7-point game with about 3 minutes to go. He got a chance. I hate that we're just keep shooting threes, man. Get to the bucket, man. Get a quick two. God. Are you watching the game, Jimbo, or is that what you're calling? Oh, that's what you're calling. You don't get NBA? That's bull jive. You got the internet, man. You got access to everything. Down by 10, it's not looking good. We had cut it down to like 6, but you had bad flooding. Damn, Kimmy. How you doing now? Man, that's the dagger right there. Heat down by 13. That is the dagger. Man, Heat playing like crap the last month, man. Yeah, I'm not watching this shit anymore. Fucking terrible. Where you live, it didn't get flooded, Big Greg. Probably got flooded out though where he lives. Seemed to be all around, but not here. How you doing now? So you're good? Nice. Good to hear, Kimmy. Good to hear. Yeah, I gotta send Big Greg a message, make sure that he's nice and dry. Alright, y'all. It's been one of them nights. But it's all good, because I'll be back tomorrow. So, Jimbo, Kimmy, thank you guys so much for hanging out. Making this a lot more bearable. Truth be told, it's a rough one. It's a rough one. But we got through it together. I will be back again tomorrow, same time, 5 o'clock Eastern time. Kimmy, I will probably send you a message here soon, just to chat with you for a bit. You know, make sure everything's on the up and up. Jimbo, take care, my man. Be safe out there. Kimmy, you do the same. Anyone else that's still watching, thank you guys for tuning in, hanging out. And I'm sorry that we couldn't get anything filled tonight. You know, I tried, put together a pretty good filler, but you know, sometimes that's just the way it goes. But we'll try again tomorrow. Good night, everybody, and I'll see you then. Peace.